to sleepy facts with Justin. Find a comfortable place to rest. Let your body settle. Let your shoulders drop. Let your hands go soft. There is nowhere you need to be right now, and nothing you need to do. This is your time. This is your space. And for the next several hours, we are going to drift together through one of the most ancient, most beautiful, and most quietly fascinating stories that human civilization has ever told. Tonight, we are exploring the history and science of wine. Wine. The word itself is gentle. It rolls softly off the tongue like the last light of an autumn afternoon. And the story behind it is just as warm, just as golden, just as full of slow and quiet wonder. Pour yourself a glass if you like, or simply close your eyes and imagine one. Something deep and red, perhaps, resting in a wide bowled glass on a wooden table beside a window. The light catches it just so. A deep ruby glow, a faint swirl of violet at the edges. Outside, there are vines. Long, unhurried rows of vines stretching away across a hillside, their leaves trembling in the lightest of breezes. The air smells of earth and sunlight, and something sweet just beginning to ripen. This is the world of wine, and it is very, very old. Wine has been part of the human story for at least 8,000 years, perhaps longer. Long before the first cities rose from the river valleys of Mesopotamia, long before the pyramids cast their long shadows across Egyptian sand, long before the philosophers of Greece sat down in their shaded gardens and began to ask the deepest questions about the nature of existence. Human beings were making wine. They were doing it quietly and carefully, and with a reverence that we can still feel echoing through the centuries. The earliest archaeological evidence we have comes from a region that today we call the South Caucasus. The ancient mountainous lands that are now the modern nations of Georgia and Armenia, and parts of what is today northern Iran and eastern Turkey. In the foothills of those mountains, in the valleys between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, the wild grape Vitis vinifera grew in abundance. And somewhere in those hills, in that long green prehistory before written language, before metal tools, before the wheel. A human being first noticed something magical. Crushed grapes, left to rest in a vessel, became something new, something that smelled different, something that tasted different, something that made the world feel a little softer, a little warmer, a little more full of quiet wonder. Wine was born. And tonight, we are going to follow that story all the way from its earliest beginnings to the gleaming, precise, beautiful world of modern winemaking. We will visit the monks in their cold stone cellars, tending their barrels through the long, dark winters of the Middle Ages. We will walk through the sun-drenched vineyards of ancient Rome, where wine flowed freely enough to be the everyday drink of soldiers and senators alike. We will sit quietly in the laboratories of the great scientist Louis Pasteur, who in the 19th century finally unlocked the mystery of what fermentation actually was. The invisible dance of yeast and sugar that had been happening in jars and barrels and clay pots for thousands of years before anyone truly understood it. We will talk about terroir, that beautiful French word that carries within it everything the earth gives to a glass of wine. The soil, the slope, the rain, the sun, the cool breath of a morning fog. We will explore how a single grape varietal, the same species of vine, can produce wines that taste entirely different depending on the valley, the hillside, the altitude, the angle of sunlight on the leaves. We will follow wine as it traveled the ancient trade routes of the Mediterranean world, spreading from east to west in the amphorae of Phoenician and Greek merchants. We will watch it cross the Atlantic with the Spanish explorers, take root in the soils of Chile and Argentina and California and South Africa and Australia, and become truly a drink of the whole wide world. We will talk about bubbles and barrels, about corks and glass, about color and chemistry, and the long, slow transformation that takes place inside a bottle resting in the dark silence of a cellar, year after quiet year. And through all of it, we will move slowly. There is no hurry here. There is no rush. The best wine, after all, is never rushed. think for a moment about what wine actually is, in its simplest, most elemental form. It is grape juice that has been changed. That is all. At its heart, wine is one of the most natural transformations in the world. A transformation that was happening long before any human being chose to guide it or encourage it. Wild yeasts live on the skins of grapes. They have always lived there, invisible and patient, waiting. And when a grape is crushed, when that thin skin breaks and the sweet juice flows, those yeasts awaken. They begin to consume the sugars in the juice. And as they do, they breathe out two things: carbon dioxide, which floats away into the air, and alcohol, which stays. That is fermentation. That ancient, quiet, invisible miracle. It is a process so natural that it almost certainly happened by accident the very first time, wild grapes falling, or being gathered, pressing against each other under their own weight, their skins breaking, their juice collecting at the bottom of whatever vessel carried them, and then the warmth of late summer doing its slow and patient work. When our earliest ancestors tasted the result, they found something unlike anything they had tasted before. Something that warmed them from the inside, something that eased the weight of the day, something that made the fire seem brighter and the night seem softer, and the voices of friends seem closer and kinder. And so they made it again, intentionally this time, and the great story of wine had truly begun. Over the hours ahead, we will explore that story in its fullness from the wild hills of ancient Georgia and Armenia, through the great civilizations of Egypt and Greece and Rome, through the long, quiet centuries of medieval monasteries and merchant ships, through the revolutions of science and technology, through the crises and the discoveries, and the slow, steady evolution of an art form that is also a science and a ritual and a language all at once. We will speak about it gently and unhurriedly, the way you might speak about something you love. Because wine, at its best, asks nothing of you but your presence, just as this moment asks nothing of you but your presence. So let your breath slow. Let your thoughts drift like leaves on a quiet river is nowhere you need to be. There is nothing you need to understand or remember or hold on to. You are simply here, resting, listening, safe and warm and comfortable. And together, we will wander through 8,000 years of human ingenuity and beauty, one soft and unhurried story at a time. The vines are long and green and still. The evening light is fading slowly into gold. Somewhere deep in the cellar, a barrel rests in the cool and patient dark, and the wine inside it is dreaming, just as you will soon be dreaming. Welcome to Sleepy Facts with Justin. Welcome to the history and science of wine. Close your eyes if they are not already closed. Take a slow, easy breath in and let it go. We are going back now, a very long way back, back past the centuries, past the millennia, past the rise and fall of empires and the turning of ages, back to a time before cities, before writing, before the great religions of the world had been dreamed into being, back to a green and mountainous land between two ancient seas, the Black Sea to the west, the Caspian Sea to the east, where the air is cool and clear and smells of wild herbs and pine and the sweet, heavy perfume of ripening fruit. This is the South Caucasus, a place of extraordinary beauty. High ridgelines folded against the sky like the pages of an ancient book. Deep river valleys winding between slopes, thick with forest, and growing along those slopes, climbing over rocks and winding through the underbrush with patient, reaching tendrils, a vine, a wild vine, Vitis vinifera, the mother of all wine grapes that have ever grown in any vineyard anywhere on the face of the earth. She was here long before we were. The people who first gathered her fruit were not yet farmers in the way we understand the word. They were the people of an early Stone Age culture that archaeologists today call the Shuliveri Shamu. And they lived in these hills and valleys roughly 8,000 years ago, perhaps longer. They used tools made of obsidian, a dark, glassy volcanic stone that could be worked into edges sharp enough to cut. They raised cattle and pigs. They ground grain. and they gathered grapes in great quantities, because grapes were sweet and nourishing, and full of everything a body needed after a long day in those ancient hills. We do not know the name of the person who first made wine. No one does. History does not give us that gift, but we can imagine the moment. We can imagine it softly, easily, the way you might imagine the plot of a very old and very beautiful dream. Perhaps it was a warm autumn. Perhaps the grapes had been gathered and placed in a stone vessel, or a hollow in the earth, or a clay jar just barely beginning to take its final fired shape. Perhaps there were more grapes than could be eaten quickly, and so they were left, and the weight of the grapes on top pressed down on the grapes below, and the skins broke, and the juice ran out, and the wild yeasts that had always lived on those skins, invisible, patient, extraordinary, began their ancient work. Days passed, perhaps a week. The juice moved and bubbled and changed, and then someone tasted it, and the world was never quite the same again. The oldest direct evidence we have of wine drinking comes from the country of Georgia, where archaeologists discovered ancient pottery shards stained with wine, residue dating back to around 6,000 years before the Common Era. These were not accidental traces. These were the remnants of something intentional. Clay jars that had been made and filled and used for the specific purpose of holding fermented grape juice. Georgia today still calls itself the birthplace of wine, and science does not disagree. UNESCO has recognized Georgia's ancient winemaking tradition as one of the oldest continuous cultural practices in human history. And in the Georgian language, there is a word, kuvevri, that names the large clay vessel buried in the earth to keep it cool, in which wine has been made in this region for thousands upon thousands of years. The same method, the same vessel, the same slow earthen patience for 8 millennia. Think about that for a moment as your breathing slows. 8,000 years. If you counted 1 year for every breath you take in a minute, it would take you more than 2 hours just to count to 8,000. And yet the tradition has continued unbroken in those Caucasian hills from the Stone Age age to today. There is something deeply comforting about that kind of continuity, a little to the south and east, in the land that is today the nation of Armenia. The story deepens and grows richer with detail. Near a village called Arani, set into the rock of a dry hillside, there is a cave, the Arani Cave Complex, archaeologists call it. And inside that cave, beneath layers of ancient sediment, a team of researchers made one of the most remarkable discoveries in the entire history of wine archaeology. They found a winery, a real, working, purposeful winery, dated to approximately 4,100 years before the Common Era, over 6,000 years ago, making it the oldest known winery ever discovered anywhere on Earth. It was not a large space, but it was complete. There was a shallow, basin-shaped vat carved from clay, with a slight slope to it, so that the juice would run toward one end when grapes were trodden underfoot. There were ceramic fermentation jars buried in the ground nearby, their interiors still stained with tartaric acid, the chemical fingerprint of grape wine. There were drinking cups. There were grape seeds and dried grape skins. There were the withered remnants of vines themselves. Everything you would need to make wine, and to drink it in one place more than 6,000 years ago. Gregory Areshian, the archaeologist from the University of California, Los Angels, who helped lead the excavation, described it this way. For the first time, they had a complete archaeological picture of wine production in one location, from grape to glass, reaching back across 6,100 years of human history. 6,100 years. Breathe that in gently. Now, the science of how wine came to be in this part of the world is itself a story of remarkable recent discovery. For a long time, botanists and archaeologists believed that the domestic grape vine, Vitis vinifera, the species responsible for virtually every wine made in the world today, was first domesticated in a single location in the South Caucasus, roughly 8,000 years ago, and that understanding was largely correct. But in the year 2023, a major new study published in the journal Science complicated and deepened the picture. A large international team of researchers, using modern genetic analysis techniques, studied the DNA of over 1,000 grape varieties from around the world. And what they found was both surprising and beautiful. It appears that the grapevine was not domesticated once, but twice, and that both domestications happened at roughly the same time, around 11,000 years ago. One domestication happened in the South Caucasus, in what is now Georgia and Armenia, and the other happened simultaneously far to the south and west in the Levant, the ancient region that today encompasses modern Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel, and Palestine. Two peoples, two places, the same inspiration, the same vine, the same ancient reaching toward sweetness and fermentation and transformation. The Caucasian varieties, the ones that grew in the mountain valleys of Georgia and Armenia, appear to have been cultivated specifically for wine from the very beginning. They were the first true wine grapes, and the wine-making knowledge that grew from them spread gradually outward across the ancient world, carried by the movement of peoples and the trading of ideas. But the grapes that eventually dominated the great vineyards of Greece and Rome and Spain and France and Italy, the ancestors of the Cabernet Sauvignon, the Chardonnay, the Pinot Noir we pour into our glasses today, those trace their genetic lineage back to the Levanten branch, the table grapes of the ancient Near East, which over centuries and millennia were crossbred and encouraged and shaped by farmers who learned the art of wine from the Caucasus and then applied it to their own native vines. It is a story of ancient collaboration across great distances, of knowledge traveling slowly, grape by grape, jar by jar, across the hills and valleys and trade routes of the ancient world. The wild grape itself is a patient and determined plant, left to grow without human guidance. Vitis vinifera will climb trees, scale rocky outcrops, drape itself across the shoulders of hillsides in long, tangled curtains of green. Its fruit is small and dark and intensely sweet when fully ripe. And in autumn, when those small dark fruits ripen all at once, the smell of a wild grape thicket is something extraordinary, warm and deep, and almost fermented even on the vine. As the sugars build to their peak, the people of the South Caucasus would have known this smell intimately. It was part of the rhythm of their year, as familiar and welcome as the return of warm weather or the first rains of autumn. Grape season, harvest time, the sweetest abundance the hillside offered. And over generations, perhaps many generations, perhaps slowly across the span of centuries, they began to notice that certain vines produced more fruit, or sweeter fruit, or fruit that fermented into something more pleasing than the rest. They began to save cuttings from the best vines and plant them in the places most likely to receive good sun and shelter from the wind. They began, without knowing the word for it, the practice of viticulture, the cultivation of the vine. This is how domestication works. Not in a single moment of decision, but in the accumulated weight of thousands of small choices made over long and quiet generations. A vine is cut, a cutting is planted, a better location is chosen, a harvest is stored more carefully than before. The wine is a little better this year than last, and slowly, patiently, over centuries, the wild vine becomes something else, something partnered with human hands and human intention, something that will, in time, produce the great wines of Bordeaux and Burgundy and Barossa and the Napa Valley, something that will circle the entire globe and become part of the daily life of billions of human beings. But here, tonight, in its very beginning, it is simply a small dark grape on a hillside in Georgia, ripe and patient and full of ancient promise. The clay jars that held the earliest wines were remarkable objects in their own right, made by hand, smoothed with care, sometimes decorated with simple markings pressed into the soft clay before firing. They were large enough to hold considerable quantities of wine. Some of the ancient Georgian cuvevri held hundreds of liters, and they were designed to be buried in the ground up to their necks, so that the cool, stable temperature of the earth would slow the fermentation and preserve the wine for as long as possible. This was intuitive genius. Long before anyone understood the science of temperature and microbiology, these ancient winemakers had discovered through observation and experience that cool storage extended the life of their wine. The earth was their refrigerator. The clay was their vessel, and the wild yeasts on the grape skins were their invisible collaborators. And so they made wine. Autumn after autumn, year after year, generation after generation, in the cool hills above the rivers of the South Caucasus, it was practical, and it was ritual, and it was beautiful. Wine was not merely a drink. Even in these earliest times, it appears to have carried a weight of meaning that went beyond simple nourishment. The Arani cave, where the ancient winery was found, has also yielded evidence of burial practices and ritual activity. Wine, it seems, was woven into the most significant moments of human life from the very beginning. Birth, perhaps. Death, certainly. The turning of the seasons. The gathering of the community around a fire. The grape and the human story grew together from the very start. As you rest now, let your mind drift gently across that ancient landscape, the mountains dark against a sky full of stars, the river winding quietly through the valley far below, the smell of wood smoke and harvest, and somewhere in the cool darkness of a cave carved into a hillside, the quiet sound of wine resting in its clay jar, fermenting, slowly transforming, becoming something new, just as you, in your rest tonight, are quietly transforming too, releasing the day, releasing the effort, letting the slow chemistry of sleep begin its patient and essential work. The first winemakers of Georgia and Armenia knew something that every weary human being since has known in their bones. That rest is not the absence of something. It is the presence of something else, something necessary and nourishing and good. The night is wide and quiet. The vines are still, and the wine is resting in the dark, patient earth, just like you. Let your breathing slow just a little more. Feel the weight of your body against against the surface beneath you. Feel where your shoulders rest, where your hands lie soft, where the back of your head is gently supported. There is nothing to do right now but breathe and listen. We are moving south and west now, from the cool green mountains of the Caucasus, down through the foothills and the valleys, across the wide, flat plain, where two great rivers run toward the sea, the Tigris and the Euphrates. Two rivers that between them cradled some of the earliest and most remarkable civilizations the human world has ever known. This is Mesopotamia, a Greek word meaning simply the land between the rivers, and it was here, in the flat and fertile river plain of what is today the nation of Iraq, that the story of wine took a remarkable new turn. The people who built their lives along these rivers, the Sumerians, the Akkadians, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, were not, at heart, wine people, not the way the mountain peoples of the Caucasus were wine people, or the way the Greeks and Romans would later become wine people. In Mesopotamia, the drink of the everyday, the drink of the farmer and the laborer and the scribe and the soldier, was beer, rich, thick, fermented from the great barley fields that the flat river plain produced in abundance. Beer was humble and democratic. It belonged to everyone. Wine was something else entirely. Wine in ancient Mesopotamia was rare. It was expensive. It was imported from afar, brought down from the mountain regions of the Zagros range to the east, or from the Caucasus to the north, carried in sealed clay vessels along the winding trade routes that connected the lowland cities to the highland world. By the time it arrived in Ur or Uruk or Nineveh, it had traveled a long way, and that journey made it precious. And because it was precious, wine became something reserved for those at the very top of Mesopotamian society. The kings, the priests, the nobles, and the wealthy merchants, whose gold and silver could command the finest things the known world had to offer. Wine was not simply a drink in Mesopotamia. It was a symbol of power, of piety, of elevated standing. To drink wine was to announce, quietly and unmistakably, that you occupied a particular place in the world. There is something deeply human about that. The way a rare and beautiful thing becomes wrapped in meaning far beyond its simple substance. The way the taste of something becomes entangled with the idea of what it means to taste it. Wine, from very early in its history, was never just about the drink itself. It was always about everything the drink carried with it, and in Mesopotamia, it carried a great deal. One of the most extraordinary things about wine in ancient Mesopotamia is its connection to the very origins of writing. The first writing system in human history was cuneiform, a system of wedge-shaped marks pressed into soft clay tablets using a reed stylus, developed by the Sumerians around 3,300 years before the Common Era, and one of the principal reasons writing was developed at all was commerce. The need to record transactions, to keep track of who owed what to whom, to maintain the accounts of a complex trading economy. Among the very earliest surviving cuneiform tablets, there are records of wine. Lists of wine received and wine dispensed. Quantities and prices. Allocations of wine to temple offerings. The earliest accountants of the ancient world were, in part, keeping track of wine. Think of that for a moment. The very first words that human beings carved into clay included the word for wine. In a very real sense, wine helped teach us to write. The need to count it, to trade it, to document its movement through the world of early commerce. This was part of what pushed human intelligence toward one of its greatest innovations, language made permanent, memory made visible, a mark in clay that outlasted the person who made it by 5,000 years. The trade routes that carried wine through the ancient world were remarkable things. Long, complex, dangerous, and absolutely essential to the way Mesopotamian civilization worked. Wine moved primarily by water wherever possible. Because the rivers were the highways of the ancient world, merchants loaded sealed clay jars onto flat-bottomed boats and floated them downstream on the Tigris or the Euphrates, from the mountain foothills where the wine was produced down to the great cities of the lowland plain, the Zagros mountain region, a long chain of ridges running roughly parallel to the eastern edge of the Fertile Crescent, was particularly important as a source of wine for Mesopotamian cities. Archaeologists have found evidence of wine production in those mountains going back thousands of years, and the trade in wine between the highlands and the lowlands appears to have been one of the most durable commercial relationships in the ancient Near East. By land, the trade routes were harder going. Camel caravans, donkey trains, long columns of porters moving goods from one city to another across the sun-baked plain. The jars were heavy and breakable. The distances were long. The heat of the summer was ferocious. And yet the wine moved, season after season, because the demand for it in the great cities never slackened. Wine in Mesopotamia was not just a commodity. It was a connection, a thread running from the mountain world to the river world, from the highlands to the plain, linking peoples and places across considerable distances in a web of mutual dependency and mutual benefit. In the great temples of Mesopotamia, wine played a central and irreplaceable role. The ziggurat temples that rose above the flat plains of ancient Iraq were not merely places of worship. They were, in a very real sense, the administrative and economic hearts of their cities. Vast institutional complexes that managed land, labor, grain, cattle, and the entire complex web of offerings and distributions that held Mesopotamian society together. And wine was among the most important of the substances that flowed through this system. Temple records, those same cuneiform tablets that represent some of the oldest documents in human history, show detailed accounts of wine being received as tribute, stored in temple cellars, and dispensed as offerings to the gods, the great gods of the Mesopotamian pantheon. Enlil, Anu, Inanna, Marduk were fed and watered by their human worshippers, and wine was considered among the finest gifts one could place before a divine presence. The rituals surrounding these offerings were elaborate and precisely choreographed. Priests in linen robes moving through lamplit chambers. The smell of incense mixing with the cooler, darker smell of clay and stored wine, the soft, deliberate sounds of a ceremony, performed the same way it had been performed the day before, and the year before, and the generation before. There is something deeply restful about ritual, about the comfort of a known sequence, a familiar pattern, the same words spoken in the same order at the same time of day. It asks nothing new of you. It simply carries you forward. Wine in ancient Mesopotamia was also medicine. The oldest surviving medical texts in human history come from Mesopotamia, written on cuneiform tablets by physician scribes who recorded their treatments with impressive precision, and running through those texts, appearing again and again, is wine as a vehicle for healing. Wine mixed with aromatic plants and herbs. Wine used to prepare poultices, to carry dissolved medicinal substances into the body, to disinfect wounds. Wine as a pain reliever, as a digestive, as a comfort for the ill and the dying. This was not superstition, at least not entirely. Modern science has confirmed that wine does carry genuine antibacterial properties. The alcohol it contains inhibits the growth of many harmful microorganisms, and the phenolic compounds found in red wine in particular have demonstrated real anti-inflammatory and antioxidant effects in laboratory studies. The ancient Mesopotamian physicians were working by observation and accumulated experience rather than by laboratory analysis. But their instinct that wine had healing properties was not wrong. The Sumerians, who are believed to have been among the first peoples to develop formal medical practice, were reportedly using wine medicinally as early as 2,000 years before the Common Era, in a world without pharmaceutical chemistry, without sterile surgical technique, without the germ theory of disease. Wine was one of the most reliable tools the healer had available. It kept wounds clean. It eased pain. It helped the dying rest. One of the most evocative windows into the role of wine in ancient Mesopotamian culture comes from what is arguably the world's oldest surviving work of literature, the Epic of Gilgamesh. This ancient Sumerian poem, compiled in its most complete form around the 12th century before the Common Era, but drawing on traditions and stories that reach back far earlier, tells the story of Gilgamesh, the king of Uruk, and his great friendship with the wild man Enkidu, and his long journey in search of immortality after Enkidu's death. And running through the poem, recurring like a quiet refrain, is the presence of wine and the vine. Among the most beautiful passages in the poem is the advice given to Gilgamesh by a character called Sigeri, a woman who keeps a wine tavern at the edge of the world when Gilgamesh arrives at her door, haggard with grief and worn by his long wandering. She offers him not only wine, but wisdom. She tells him, in words that have resonated across 4,000 years, to enjoy the good things of life, to eat, to drink, to let his belly be full, his clothes clean, his face washed, to look at the child who holds his hand, to let his wife delight in his embrace. It is, in essence, an invitation to rest, to release the striving, to let the wine do its gentle work. For a moment, let those words rest in you too. The oldest advice in the world, given over a cup of wine in a story written in clay 4,000 years ago. And it is still true, still relevant, still as warm and useful tonight as it was then. Eat, rest, let the beloved be close, let the wine be poured. The Sumerians also appear to have been innovators in the flavoring of wine. They added herbs and resins and aromatic plants to their wine, not always to improve what we might today call the flavor profile, but to preserve it, to carry it further on its long journey from the mountain vineyards to the city tables, and to imbue it with additional medicinal properties: myrrh, terebinth resin, cedar oil, honey. These appear in ancient Mesopotamian wine recipes alongside the base of fermented grape. The result would have tasted nothing like the wines we pour today. Sweeter, denser, more aromatic, almost as much a tonic as a drink, but recognizably wine in its essence, fermented grape, transformed by time and yeast and human intention into something greater than the fruit alone, and always, in every society, in every age, in every culture that has ever encountered it, something worth gathering around, something worth sharing, something worth celebrating with and mourning with, and simply resting with at the end of a long day. As you lie here now, let your body grow heavier. Let each breath carry you a little further from the busy surface of the day, a little deeper into the warm, quiet dark. You might imagine yourself in that ancient wine tavern at the edge of the world. The walls are cool mud brick, smoothed by many hands over many years. The lamplight is amber and low. On the table before you, a cup, simple clay, worn smooth, the color of the river at sunset. You do not need to drink it. You do not need to do anything. You are simply here, in this warm, ancient, imaginary room where the wine is poured and the night is long, and Sigery's quiet wisdom hangs in the air like the smell of cedar. Rest. Simply rest. The rivers of Mesopotamia run on, dark and slow, under a sky thick with stars, and the wine is patient, as it has always been. Let your body sink a little deeper now. Feel the surface beneath you holding you completely. There is no effort required, no adjustment needed. You are already exactly where you need to be. Simply let the weight of your limbs be supported, and let your attention drift gently forward into the warm and golden world we are about to enter. We are traveling west now, out of the river valleys of Mesopotamia, across the wide and sun-scorched lands of the ancient Near East, following the great arc of the Fertile Crescent as it curves down toward the sea, and then westward along the edge of the Mediterranean, past the cedar forests of Lebanon, past the dusty hills of Canaan, past the long blue shimmer of the sea to the south. And then, ahead of us, a different river, the greatest river in the ancient world, wide and brown and impossibly generous, flooding its banks each year with a slow, reliable abundance that made the land on either side of it the most fertile on earth. we have arrived in ancient Egypt, and here, in this extraordinary civilization that endured for more than 3,000 years, longer than any other complex society in human history, wine would find one of its most elaborate, most beautiful, and most carefully documented homes. The ancient Egyptians loved wine, and they recorded that love with a thoroughness and a visual richness that still astonishes us today. Wine arrived in Egypt from the Levant and the wider Near East through the trade networks of the ancient Mediterranean world, and the Egyptians wasted no time in establishing their own production, the Nile Delta, where the great river fans out into a broad, marshy plain before meeting the Mediterranean Sea, turned out to be excellent vineyard country. The soil was deep and rich. The sun was abundant, and the annual flooding of the Nile deposited fresh layers of silt each year, renewing the earth's fertility in a cycle that the Egyptians regarded with justification as a kind of divine gift. By the time of the Old Kingdom, the age of the great pyramid builders, roughly 4,500 years ago, viticulture was already well established in Egypt. The Nile Delta held large and productive vineyards, many of them belonging to the royal household or to the great temple estates that were the economic backbone of Egyptian civilization. Egyptians were meticulous record keepers, and their records of wine are among the most detailed we have from the ancient world. Wine jars found in royal tombs were labeled with extraordinary precision. The labels, written in hieratic script, a cursive form of hieroglyphics used for everyday writing, recorded the vintage year, the vineyard of origin, the name of the winemaker, and a quality assessment. In essence, these are the world's first wine labels, pressed into clay stoppers and attached to amphorae that were then sealed and placed in the darkness of a tomb to accompany the dead into the next world. The oldest of these labeled wine jars date back to the reign of the Scorpion Kings. In the period archaeologists call the pre-dynastic era, around 3,100 years before the Common Era, thousands of wine jars were found in the tombs of these earliest Egyptian rulers. Far more wine than any living person could consume. The quantities suggest that wine was intended to provision the dead king for an eternity of comfortable existence in the afterlife. The Egyptians believed that everything the dead might need in life, they would also need in death. Food, clothing, servants, furniture, tools, games, and wine. Always wine. Think of the care that represents the depth of the belief that the pleasures and comforts of this world would be available in the next. That the smell of a good harvest, the cool weight of a full cup, the warmth that spread through the chest after a long day's work, that all of this would continue on the other side of the horizon of death, in the golden fields of the Egyptian paradise. There is something very comforting in that vision. A world beyond this one that still contains, among its finest offerings, a glass of wine at the end of a peaceful day. The most famous wine-producing region in ancient Egypt was the Western Nile Delta, in an area the ancient Egyptians called the Canopic Branch. The Greeks would later call this region Maria, and Merotic wine, named for the lake around which many of the vineyards grew, became celebrated throughout the ancient Mediterranean world. The geographer Strabo described Merotic wine as white, sweet, and excellent, with a quality that was light and digestible, and not given to producing headaches. High praise from a Greek, for whom local wine was always naturally superior to anything from abroad. But the Egyptians also imported wine from the Levant, from the island of Cyprus, from the Aegean, and from other parts of the Mediterranean world. The Pharaoh's table was an international one, supplied by trade networks that stretched across the entire known world, and wine, wherever it came from, occupied a position of honor at that table. The wall paintings of ancient Egyptian tombs are among the most vivid documents we have of daily life in the ancient world, and they return again and again to the vine and to wine, in tomb after tomb, painted with extraordinary care and color across thousands of years of Egyptian history. We see the same scenes. Men and women moving through vineyards, heavy with grapes, arms reaching up into the leafy canopy to harvest the ripe fruit, groups of workers treading grapes in large shallow vats, their arms linked for balance, their feet moving in a steady, rhythmic motion, liquid flowing through channels carved in the stone floor, collecting in vessels below, jars being filled and sealed and labeled, and carried away to be stored in cool cellars beneath the blazing Egyptian sun. These paintings were not merely decorative. They were functional. In the Egyptian understanding of the relationship between image and reality, to paint a scene of abundant harvest in a tomb was to ensure that the abundance continued in the afterlife. To depict wine being made and poured and enjoyed was to guarantee that the dead would never go thirsty, no matter how many eternities passed. The act of making wine was, for the ancient Egyptians, a sacred one. The goddess most closely associated with wine in the Egyptian pantheon was Renenutet, the cobra goddess of harvest and abundance, who was believed to protect the vineyards and ensure the quality of the grape. But wine was also deeply connected to Osiris, the god of the dead and the afterlife, and to Hathor, the goddess of love and joy and music, who was sometimes called the Lady of Drunkenness, not a description of chaos, but of the particular kind of loosening and warmth and openness that wine could bring to the human heart. The Egyptians understood, as all wine cultures have understood, that wine changes the quality of an evening, that it softens the edges of the day, that it makes conversation easier and laughter more accessible, and the faces of friends more beautiful. These were not dangerous qualities in the Egyptian view. They were gifts. The generosity of a benevolent goddess, offering human beings a few hours of warmth and ease in a world that could be very hard. Wine was present at Egyptian religious festivals, poured as a libation to the gods, a slow, deliberate offering of liquid to the divine. The jar tilted until the wine ran out over the offering table or the temple floor. It was present at royal banquets, where noble guests reclined on cushioned chairs, while servants in pleated white linen moved quietly among them, refilling cups It was present at the great festivals of the Egyptian religious calendar, when the statues of the gods were carried in procession through the streets, and the people celebrated with music and dancing, and inevitably wine, and it was present at death. The most intimate, the most universal, the most unavoidable of all human transitions. The Egyptians prepared for death with extraordinary thoroughness, and wine was part of that preparation, not just in the tomb offerings, but in the rituals of mourning. Professional mourners, hired to weep and wail at funerals, were compensated partly in wine. The funeral feast, the meal shared by the living in honor of the newly dead, always included wine. It accompanied human beings from the earliest celebrations of life, all the way to the final ceremony of departure. It was present at the beginning and the end, and all the long, warm middle of existence as well. The Egyptians also used wine medicinally in ways that echo the Mesopotamian practice we explored a little earlier. Medical papyri, ancient scrolls recording the accumulated medical knowledge of Egyptian physicians, contain hundreds of prescriptions in which wine serves as a base or a carrier for other medicinal substances. Herbs were steeped in wine and drunk as tonics. Wounds were washed with wine mixed with honey, which provided both its own antimicrobial properties and the alcohol's antibacterial effect. Wine was prescribed for stomach complaints, for fevers, for the pain of childbirth, for the difficulty of old age. The Edwin Smith papyrus and the Ebers papyrus, two of the most important surviving medical documents from ancient Egypt, both make reference to wine in medical contexts. These documents are among the oldest medical texts in human history, and they demonstrate that the Egyptian understanding of wine as a healing substance was sophisticated, systematic, and integrated into a broader framework of medical knowledge that was, for its time, impressively rational. The Egyptians also understood that not all wine was equal. Their detailed labeling system, vintage, origin, winemaker, quality, reflects a genuine awareness that different vineyards in different years produced wines of different character and merit. This is, in essence, the beginning of the concept of terroir, the idea, so central to wine culture today, that place and season and the hand of the maker are all imprinted in the final character of the wine. We will return to terroir in much more detail in a later section of our journey tonight. But here, in the Nile Delta, in the labeled wine jars of a dynasty that ruled 4,500 years ago, we can already see its first faint outline, the recognition that wine is not simply wine, that this wine from this place in this year is something distinct, something with its own identity, something worth naming and remembering. That is a remarkably modern thought, and it was being thought in Egypt while the pyramids were still being built. As you rest now, let yourself imagine the Nile at dusk. The light is long and golden, falling at a low angle across the water on the western bank, the bank of the dead in Egyptian cosmology, because that is where the sun descends each evening. The cliffs glow amber and rose. On the eastern bank, the living bank, the vineyards catch the last of the day's warmth. Rows of vines trained along low trellises, their leaves turned to gold and copper by the autumn light. A child runs between the vines, trailing one hand through the leaves. A man carries an amphora on each shoulder, moving steadily along a path worn smooth by 10,000 footsteps before his. The air smells of ripe grapes and river mud, and the dry, clean smell of sun-warmed stone. Somewhere nearby, a priest is preparing the evening offering, pouring wine slowly, deliberately, onto the offering table in the lamplit inner chamber of a temple. The wine is dark and cool. It runs in a thin stream that catches the lamplight as it falls. A small, quiet ceremony, performed tonight exactly as it was performed last night, and the night before, and the night before that, stretching back in an unbroken chain of devotion across 3,000 years of Egyptian history. The wine is offered, the prayer is spoken, the lamp burns on, and the Nile flows past in the darkness, wide and slow and ancient, carrying everything gently forward. just as sleep will carry you forward now, gently, patiently, into the dark and restful deep. Let your breath come easy now. There is no effort in this moment, no weight to carry, just the soft, steady rhythm of your own breathing and the quiet sound of a story unfolding at its own gentle pace. Let your thoughts loosen their grip on the day. Let them drift the way clouds drift on a warm afternoon, slowly, without destination, without purpose, beyond the simple beauty of moving through open air. We are sailing now across a blue and sunlit sea. The Mediterranean in high summer, glittering and warm, its surface broken by the occasional white line of a wave. The coastline behind us, the long brown shore of the Levant, the green delta of Egypt recedes slowly into the haze, and ahead of us, the islands begin to appear. Rocky shapes rising from the water, their slopes terraced and cultivated, their harbors busy with the dark. Low-slung merchant vessels of the ancient world, we are entering the world of ancient Greece. And nowhere in the ancient world, not in Mesopotamia, not in Egypt, not in any of the great river civilizations we have visited, did wine become more completely and more beautifully woven into the fabric of daily life, of philosophy, of poetry, of religion, and of what it meant to be a civilized human being. For the ancient Greeks, wine was not simply a drink. It was a mark of civilization itself. The Greeks distinguished themselves from what they called the barbarians, the peoples beyond the boundaries of Greek culture, partly on the basis of how they drank. Greeks diluted their wine with water. Always. To drink wine undiluted was considered the behavior of a savage, or a god, or a man who had lost his reason. The proper Greek symposium, the formal drinking gathering, that was one of the central social institutions of Greek life, was governed by elaborate rules about the correct ratio of wine to water, the correct pace of drinking, and the correct conduct of the men gathered around the communal mixing bowl. Civilization, for the Greeks, was inseparable from moderation, and wine, properly handled, was one of its finest expressions. The god most intimately associated with wine Greek world was Dionysus, a deity of extraordinary complexity, one of the most fascinating and paradoxical figures in all of ancient religion. Dionysus was the god of wine, yes, but he was also the god of theater, of ecstasy, of transformation, of the blurring of boundaries between the human and the divine, between the tame and the wild, between the self-controlled and the liberated. He was born, according to myth, from the thigh of Zeus himself, after his mortal mother Semele was destroyed by the full, unveiled glory of the King of the gods. He was raised in secret, hidden from the jealousy of Hera. He traveled the world in his youth, teaching the art of winemaking to every people he encountered, moving from Greece to Asia Minor, to Egypt, to India, and back again, spreading the gift of the vine wherever he went. He was accompanied by a riotous retinue. The satyrs with their animal legs and their insatiable appetites, the maenads whose ecstatic dances on the mountainside represented the total surrender of the rational self to the divine current running through all living things. Dionysus embodied the double nature of wine itself, the warmth and the pleasure, and the loosening of social bonds that made an evening of good conversation possible, and the darker, less governable force that, if wine was taken without care, could unmake a person entirely. The Greeks understood both sides. They revered both sides, and their religious calendar was structured around the great festivals of Dionysus. The Dionysia, celebrated in winter and spring, during which the entire city of Athens gave itself over to theatrical performances, processions, sacrifices, and the communal drinking of the new vintage, the great tragedies of Sophocles, the comedies of Aristophanes, the philosophical dialogues that shaped Western thought for 2,500 years. All of these grew, in some part, from the soil of the Dionysiac tradition, from the ritual gathering of people around wine, around story, around the shared attempt to make sense of what it means to be alive. Theater itself, one of humanity's most enduring gifts to itself, was born in the worship of a wine god. The symposium, the formal Greek drinking party, was one of the most important social institutions in ancient Greek life, and it is worth lingering over it for a moment, because it is one of the most civilized inventions the ancient world produced. The word symposium means, literally, a drinking together. It was held in the andron, the men's room of a wealthy Greek household, where the guests reclined on low couches arranged around the walls, leaning on their left elbows in the traditional posture of ease and civilized leisure. In the center of the room stood the crater, the great mixing bowl in which wine and water were combined in the appropriate ratio before being ladled into individual cups. The evening was governed by a symposiarchos, a master of the drinking, elected by the guests at the beginning of the evening, whose role was to set the ratio of wine to water, determine the pace of the drinking, and ensure that the proceedings remained orderly and dignified. Too much wine too quickly, and the evening would deteriorate into the kind of behavior that the Greeks associated with Scythians and Thracians, foreigners who drank their wine neat, and whose social behavior was accordingly, in the Greek view, unreliable. The correct symposium moved at a measured pace. Wine was poured. Conversations developed. A question was posed about love or justice, or the nature of the soul, or the best way to govern a city, and the guests took turns offering their thoughts. Someone played the aulos, a double-piped instrument whose sound was reedy and hypnotic. Someone else recited a passage of Homer. A hetera, a highly educated woman companion, might be present, contributing to the conversation with a sharpness, and learning that the wives and daughters of respectable households excluded from the symposium were rarely given the opportunity to display. It was in precisely this setting that Plato set his famous dialogue, the Symposium, one of the greatest works of philosophy ever written. A group of friends gathered the morning after a drinking party, each still slightly unwell from the previous evening's wine, agreeing to drink moderately tonight, and instead spend the evening giving speeches in praise of Eros, the god of love. And what follows is a series of the most beautiful and searching meditations on the nature nature of love and desire and beauty that Western philosophy has produced. All of it set around the common crater in the warm lamplight of an Athenian andron, with the sound of the city outside and the smell of wine in the air. Philosophy and wine in ancient Greece were inseparable companions. The Greeks were also the great pioneers of wine as an item of international trade. Their amphorae, the distinctive two-handled ceramic storage jars in which wine was transported across the ancient Mediterranean, have been found by archaeologists in virtually every corner of the ancient world, from the coast of Spain in the west to the shores of the Black Sea in the north and east, from the harbors of Egypt in the south to the river valleys of France and southern Russia. Wherever ancient Mediterranean trade routes reached, Greek wine amphorae followed. The amphora was a brilliantly engineered vessel. Its narrow, pointed base allowed it to be packed tightly in the hold of a ship, each jar resting its point in the sand or grain that served as ballast, held in place by the jars around it. The two handles allowed it to be carried and poured with ease. The narrow neck allowed a stopper to be fitted tightly, sealing the wine from air and contamination during its long sea voyage, and the clay itself, fired to a durable hardness, could survive the rough handling of loading and unloading in the busy harbors of the ancient world. Wine was among the most valuable commodities in ancient Mediterranean trade, and the Greeks built commercial empires partly on the strength of their vineyards. The island of Chios, the region of Thasos, the district of Lesbos. These were among the most celebrated wine-producing areas of the Greek world, and their wines commanded premium prices from the Crimea to the Nile Delta. A fine jar of Chian wine, arriving in a Black Sea trading port, was worth considerably more than its weight in grain. The Greeks also brought the vine with them wherever they settled, as Greek colonists spread across the Mediterranean world in the 7th and 6th centuries before the Common Era, founding cities in Sicily and southern Italy, along the coasts of France and Spain, and the northern shores of Africa, planted vineyards, the Greek colony of Massalia, founded around 600 years before the Common Era, where the city of Marseille stands today, introduced viticulture to the region of southern France that would one day become one of the greatest wine-producing areas on earth. The vine followed the Greek city wherever it went, and with the vine came the culture of wine. The symposium, the crater, the slow, civilized conversation around a cup of something good. The Romans, when they came to dominate the Mediterranean world in the centuries that followed, absorbed this culture completely. They found in Greek wine culture something they recognized as belonging to the highest form of human civilization, and they made it entirely their own, expanding it, systematizing it, spreading it across an empire that stretched from Scotland to Mesopotamia, from Morocco to the borders of Persia. But that is a story for the next section of our journey. For now, let us rest here in the warm lamplight of the Greek symposium. The crater has been mixed. The cups have been filled. Outside, the Athenian night is warm and soft. And somewhere in the city, a flute is playing a slow and liquid melody that seems to be made entirely of wine and starlight. The conversation has grown quiet. The speeches have been given. The philosophy has been turned over and examined and set gently down. The way you set down a stone you have been carrying a long way when you finally find the right place to rest it. And now there is simply the lamplight and the wine and the soft breathing of friends at ease in each other's company, and the night outside, wide and starlit, holding the whole sleeping city in its patient, ancient arms. Let your breath slow to match the evening. Let your thoughts grow soft and unhurried. Let the warmth of the lamp and the quiet of the symposium settle around you like a blanket. There is nothing left to discuss tonight, nothing left to resolve. The questions can wait until morning. The morning is very far away. For now, there is only this: the cup, the quiet, the long, slow drift towards sleep. Let yourself settle a little deeper now. Feel the gentle weight of your own stillness. Feel how easy it is in this moment simply to be here. No movement required. No thought that needs completing. Just the soft, unhurried passage of one breath after another, and the quiet pleasure of a story that has nowhere it needs to arrive in a hurry. We are moving forward in time now, not by centuries, but by the slow turning of power across the ancient Mediterranean world. The Greek city-states, for all their brilliance, were never truly unified. They quarreled amongst themselves with a passion and a persistence that was, in its way, as remarkable as their philosophy. And into that fragmented world, from the hills of central Italy, a new power was quietly growing. Rome, beginning as a small city on 7 hills above the banks of the Tiber River. Rome grew over several centuries into something the ancient world had never quite seen before. Not merely a city-state, not merely a kingdom, but an empire of extraordinary reach and durability. A political and military organism that at its height encompassed the whole of the Mediterranean basin and beyond. From the misty shores of Britain in the northwest to the sun-scorched borders of Mesopotamia in the east, and wherever Rome went, the vine followed. The Romans did not invent wine. They inherited it, as they inherited so much else from the Greeks and from the earlier Etruscan civilization that had preceded them in central Italy. But what the Romans did with wine was characteristically Roman. They organized it. They systematized it. They wrote about it with extraordinary thoroughness. They engineered the infrastructure to produce it and transport it at a scale the ancient world had never attempted, and they spread it along with their roads and their aqueducts and their laws to the furthest corners of their vast empire. Wine, for the Romans, was not a luxury reserved for kings and priests, as it had been in Mesopotamia. It was not primarily a sacred substance, as it had been in Egypt. It was a daily necessity, a staple of life at every level of Roman society, from the emperor reclining at his golden table to the legionary soldier eating his rations by a campfire on the Rhine frontier. Every Roman soldier was entitled to a daily ration of wine. The Roman military logistical system. One of the most impressive feats of organization in the ancient world included the regular supply of wine to armies stationed across the length and breadth of the empire on campaign. Soldiers drank pasca, a mixture of sour wine or wine vinegar diluted with water, which served both as refreshment and as a mild disinfectant for water that might otherwise be unsafe to drink at garrison. Better wine was available, and the presence of wine at the military table was considered as essential to the functioning of a Roman army as the presence of grain or iron when the legions marched into new territory. They brought their wine with them, and when they settled, they planted vines. The great wine regions of modern Europe owe their existence in very large part to the Roman legions who first established viticulture there 2,000 years ago. The vineyards of Bordeaux in southwestern France, today among the most celebrated wine-producing areas on earth, were first planted by Roman settlers in the 1st and 2nd centuries of the Common Era. The steep slate slopes of the Moselle Valley in Germany, where Riesling vines cling to near vertical hillsides above a cold northern river, were first terraced and cultivated by Roman soldiers who recognized in those sun-catching slopes the possibility of something fine. The vineyards of the Rhone Valley, of Burgundy, of the Rhine, of Portugal and Spain. All of these trace their origins back to the systematic viticulture of the Roman world. Rome did not just bring wine to these places. It brought the knowledge of how to make it, the infrastructure to transport it, and the culture of appreciation that gave it value. The Romans were also prodigious writers about wine. Agricultural writers like Cato the Elder, Columella, and Pliny. The Elder produced detailed treatises on viticulture and winemaking that are among the most valuable documents we have from the ancient world. Columella's work on agriculture, written in the 1st century of the Common Era, contains an entire book devoted to the vine, covering the selection of grape varieties, the preparation of soil, the training of vines, the management of the harvest, the process of fermentation and the storage and aging of the finished wine. It is, in essence, a comprehensive winemaking manual written 2,000 years ago that a modern viticulturalist would still find largely intelligible and largely sound. Pliny the Elder, writing his vast encyclopedia of natural history in the same period, listed and described nearly 200 different varieties of grape grown across the Roman world, 200 distinct varieties, each with its own character, its own strengths, its own preferred soil and climate. The Romans understood with remarkable sophistication that the vine was not a single thing, but a vast family of related plants, each member of that family producing fruit of a different character and wine of a different quality. Some of the grape varieties Pliny described can still be tentatively identified today in the genetic lineages of modern European wine grapes. The ancient vine and the modern vine are not so far apart as the 2,000 years between them might suggest. The Romans also made one of the most consequential discoveries in the entire history of wine storage and transport, though they may not have fully understood its significance at the time. The oak barrel, before the Romans developed the widespread use of wooden barrels, wine was stored and transported primarily in the clay amphory. We have already encountered the same two-handled ceramic jars that the Greeks used so effectively across the Mediterranean world. Amphory worked well. They were abundant. They could be sealed effectively, and they kept wine in good condition for considerable periods. But they were heavy, and they were fragile, and as the Roman Empire expanded into the heavily forested regions of northern and western Europe, Gaul, Germania, Britannia, the local peoples who were being absorbed into the Roman world used wooden barrels for their own storage needs. The Gauls in particular, the Celtic peoples of what is today France and Belgium, were accomplished coopers. They made barrels of oak and used them for storing and transporting a wide range of goods. The Romans, always pragmatic, recognized a superior technology when they encountered one. Wooden barrels were lighter than amphorae of comparable volume. They were far more durable. A dropped barrel bounced, where a dropped amphora shattered. They could be rolled rather than carried, making the loading and unloading of ships and wagons considerably easier. And they could be made from the abundant oak forests of northern Europe, using local materials rather than relying on the clay and the kiln. So the Romans adopted the barrel, and in doing so, they set in motion one of the most important and far-reaching accidents in the history of winemaking. Because oak, it turns out, does something to wine that clay does not. Oak is not an inert material. It is porous at a microscopic level, allowing tiny amounts of oxygen to pass through its walls and interact slowly with the wine inside. And it contains a complex mixture of chemical compounds, tannins, lignins, vanillin, lactones, that are gradually extracted by the wine over the months and years of contact. These compounds contribute flavors and aromas of extraordinary complexity to the wine. Vanilla, caramel, toast, spice, cedar, coconut. A roundness and depth and smoothness that wine stored in clay simply does not develop in the same way. The Romans, who first filled their Gallic oak barrels with wine and set them aside for the winter, were not thinking about any of this. They were thinking about practicality, about the weight of the barrel versus the weight of the amphora, about how much easier it was to roll a barrel down a gangplank than to carry an amphora on your shoulders. But time passed, and the wine in the barrel changed, and someone noticed that moment of noticing, that quiet, unhurried observation, that the wine which had spent winter in the oak barrel tasted different, tasted rounder and more complex, and in some important way better than the wine stored in clay. That moment is one of the great turning points in the history of winemaking. It set the template for nearly every fine red wine that would be made in the Western world for the next 2,000 years. The influence of oak on wine is something we will return to in later sections of our journey tonight. But here, in the forests of Roman Gaul, beside a river where a merchant is loading barrels onto a flat-bottomed boat is where that long story begins. The Romans also developed, through careful observation over many generations, a sophisticated understanding of which wines improved with age and which were best drunk young. They knew that the great wines of Campania, the region around Naples in southern Italy, could be kept for decades and would continue to improve. The most celebrated wine of the Roman world was Falernian, produced on the volcanic slopes north of Naples, and the finest Falernian vintages were aged for 20, 30, even 40 years before being considered at their peak. Roman writers describe ancient bottles of Falernian with the same reverence that a modern wine writer might apply to a celebrated first growth Bordeaux. The concept of a wine improving with age, of patience and darkness and time doing their quiet, transformative work on a sealed vessel. This is a Roman idea, refined and elaborated over centuries of careful attention, and is there a more naturally sleep-inducing concept in all of wine culture? The wine in the cellar, resting in its barrel or its bottle, doing nothing, requiring nothing, asking nothing of anyone, simply existing in the cool dark, slowly becoming something more than it was, changed by time itself, without effort, without striving, just resting, and being transformed by the resting. As you rest now, let that idea settle into you, the idea that stillness is not the absence of change, but its most patient form. That the long, quiet dark of the cellar is where the most profound transformations happen, slowly and without drama, beyond the reach of the busy daylit world above. The Roman Empire eventually contracted and fell, as all empires do. The last Western emperor was deposed in the year 476 of the Common Era, and the elaborate administrative structure that had maintained the vineyards of Europe for 4 centuries began to loosen and fray. Trade networks that had moved wine from Spain to Syria, from Gaul to Egypt, began to break down. Cities shrank. Roads fell into disrepair, but the vines remained. The knowledge of how to tend them remained, and the people who would carry that knowledge forward through the long centuries ahead, preserving it, deepening it, passing it on from generation to generation in cool stone buildings at the edges of fields and forests. Were already preparing to take up their role. The monks were coming. But that is a story for our next section. For now, rest here in the long Roman afternoon. The sun is warm on the stone of the terrace. Below, the valley is full of vines in their summer green, row upon row, stretching away toward the blue distance. A cart loaded with barrels moves slowly along the road toward the river. The driver is not hurrying. The river is not in a hurry. The vines are not in a hurry. Nothing in this warm Roman afternoon is in any hurry at all, and neither are you. Let your breath fall slow and easy. Let the warmth settle over you like the late afternoon sun on warm stone. Let the day release you gently into the soft and patient dark. The barrels are full. The cellar is cool, and the wine is resting, just like you. Let your body grow heavier now. Feel each part of you sinking gently into rest. Your feet, your legs, your hips, your back. Your shoulders releasing their last held tension. Your hands lying open and soft. Your face relaxed. The small muscles around your eyes and jaw letting go of whatever they have been quietly holding all day. There is nothing required of you in this moment. Nothing at all, only the slow, easy rhythm of your breath and the soft passage of a story, moving at its own unhurried pace through the long, quiet centuries ahead of us. We are stepping now out of the bright, organized world of Rome and into something quieter, something slower, something that, in its own way, is just as remarkable and just as beautiful as everything that came before it. The Western Roman Empire has fallen, the great administrative machine that once connected Britain to Egypt, that moved wine from the vineyards of Spain to the dinner tables of Syria, that maintained the roads and the ports and the trading networks that had kept the ancient world humming with commerce and connection. All of that has come undone gradually over the course of the 5th century of the Common Era. The structure loosened. The legions withdrew. The governors departed. The tax collectors stopped coming. And the complex, interdependent world of late Roman civilization slowly simplified itself back into something more local, more fragmented, more uncertain. Historians once called the centuries that followed the Dark Ages. It is not a term most scholars use today. There was too much that survived, too much that continued, too much that quietly grew and deepened in those long centuries for the word dark to sit comfortably, but it was undeniably a simpler time, a more local time, a time when the horizon of most people's lives extended perhaps no further than the nearest market town, and the great movements of history happened very slowly and very far away, and into this quieter, more fragmented world, the monasteries grew. The Christian monastic tradition had its roots in the deserts of Egypt and Syria. In the 4th century of the Common Era, where individual holy men and women withdrew from the world into radical solitude, seeking God in the silence of the desert. Over the following centuries, this impulse toward withdrawal and contemplation was gradually organized and institutionalized. Communities of monks formed around shared rules of life. The rule of Saint Benedict, written in the 6th century in central Italy, became the template for monastic life across most of Western Europe. A carefully balanced rhythm of prayer, work, reading, and rest, structured around the 8 canonical hours that divided each day into a regular sequence of devotion and labor. The Benedictine monastery was, at its best, a place of extraordinary order and beauty, a walled community set apart from the disorder of the surrounding world, its days structured by the sound of bells calling the community to prayer, its nights deep and silent and full of the slow work of contemplation. Everything within its walls had a purpose. Everything was arranged with care. And among the things arranged with the greatest care were the vineyards. The connection between monasteries and wine was not accidental. It was, from the beginning, both practical and sacred. The most immediate practical reason was the Eucharist, the central ritual of Christian worship, in which bread and wine are consecrated and consumed as the body and blood of Christ. Every monastery required a reliable supply of wine for its daily celebration of the Mass in the uncertain, fragmented world of early medieval Europe. The safest way to guarantee that supply was to grow your own grapes and make your own wine, and so the monks planted vines. They planted them with the same careful attention they brought to everything else in their ordered lives. They studied the land, noting which slopes received the most sun, which soils drained most freely after rain, which aspects were most sheltered from the cold winds of winter. They kept records, careful, systematic records of what they planted, where they planted it, how the vines performed, what the harvest yielded, how the wine developed in the cellar over decades and centuries. Those records accumulated into a body of knowledge about the land and the vine that was without parallel anywhere in the medieval world. The monasteries were, in a very real sense, the universities of their age, the libraries that preserved classical learning, the scriptoria where manuscripts were copied, and knowledge was kept alive through the long centuries between the fall of Rome and the flowering of the Renaissance. And in their vineyards and cellars, they were also the research institutions of European viticulture, systematically accumulating, testing, and refining the knowledge of how to grow grapes and make wine in the specific conditions of northern and western Europe. Burgundy in east central France is perhaps the greatest monument to monastic winemaking that the world possesses. The vineyards of the Côte d'Or, the golden slope, a narrow ridge of limestone and clay running roughly north to south through the heart of Burgundy, were developed and refined over centuries of patient monastic labor into what many consider the most precisely mapped and most carefully differentiated wine-producing landscape on earth. The monks of the Abbey of Cîteaux, founders of the Cistercian order in the 12th century, and the older Benedictine monastery of Cluny were among the most important forces in the development of Burgundian identified through generations of careful observation that specific plots of land, specific combinations of slope, soil depth, drainage, and microclimate consistently produced wines of superior quality. They gave those plots names. They marked their boundaries. They understood, centuries before the science to explain it existed, that the land itself was speaking through the wine. This is the foundation of the modern appellation system, the legal framework that today governs wine production across France, Italy, Spain, and much of the wine world. The idea that place matters, that the specific identity of a piece of land is reflected in the wine it produces, and that this identity deserves to be protected and documented and passed on. That idea has monastic roots, planted in the limestone soils of Burgundy by men in wool habits working in all weathers, season after season, generation after generation. The Cistercians in particular were remarkable innovators. Their order, founded on principles of austerity and self-sufficiency, established monasteries across the whole of Europe, from Portugal to Poland, from Scotland to Sicily, and wherever they settled, they brought their viticulture with them. The Cistercian monastery of Kloster Eberbach in the Rheingau region of Germany, founded in the 12th century, became one of the most important wine producers in medieval Europe. Its monks developed the steep slate slopes of the Rhine Valley into vineyards of extraordinary quality, identifying the particular genius of the Riesling grape for those cool, sun-catching hillsides in a discovery whose consequences still shape the wine world today. The monks worked in all seasons, all weathers, with a patience and a thoroughness that was bred into them by the rule they followed. Winter pruning in the cold gray light of January mornings, their breath steaming in the air, their hands stiff with cold as they made the careful cuts that would determine the following year's growth, spring tending, training the new shoots along their supporting wires, watching for the first signs of disease or pest damage. Summer management, the green harvest, removing excess fruit to concentrate the vine's energy in the remaining clusters. A counterintuitive act of apparent waste that produced, in the end, more intense and complex flavors in the surviving grapes, and then the autumn harvest itself, the vendange, the great annual gathering that was the culmination of a year's work and the beginning of the cellar's quiet winter labor. The monastery cellar, the cave, was a place of cool, reverential quiet, stone-vaulted, lit by candles or small oil lamps, smelling of damp stone and fermenting grape, and the deep, complex earthiness of oak aged over many years. The barrels were arranged in rows, tended and monitored with the same regularity and care as the liturgical hours above. The cellar master, the moine caviste, was often the most technically skilled person in the monastery, responsible for managing the entire process from pressing to bottling, making the 1,000 small judgments that determined whether the wine would be mediocre or magnificent. Some of these cellar masters kept detailed notes, records of fermentation temperatures, racking schedules, the character of individual vintages, the performance of different plots in different years, accumulated over decades. These notes became something invaluable, a longitudinal record of a vineyard's behavior across time, a map of its possibilities and its limitations drawn in careful ink by men who would not live to see all the consequences of what they were recording. It was also in this period that wine made from specific grape varieties began to develop the distinctive regional identities that we still recognize today. The monks of Burgundy worked primarily with the Pinot Noir grape for their red wines and the Chardonnay for their whites, varieties that had likely been cultivated in the region since Roman times, but which the monks refined and selected over centuries into the forms we know today. In the Moselle and Rhine valleys, the monks championed Riesling with a conviction born of long experience. In the monasteries of the Rhone Valley, Syrah and Grenache were the grapes of choice. In Portugal, the great indigenous varieties of the Douro and the Alentejo were nurtured in monastery gardens and churchyard plots. The medieval world also saw wine become increasingly important as a commercial commodity, not just for sacramental use, but as a significant source of income for monasteries whose charitable and educational work required substantial financial resources. Many monasteries sold their wine, and the finest monastic wines commanded premium prices in the markets of medieval Europe. The monks of the Benedictine Abbey on the island of Reichenau in Lake Constance exported their wines across southern Germany and Switzerland. The Cistercians of Burgundy shipped their finest Côte d'Or wines to the tables of kings and nobles across the continent. Wine was wealth, and in the hands of the monasteries, that wealth was reinvested in libraries, in hospitals, in schools, in the care of the poor, in the copying of manuscripts that would otherwise have been lost forever. Wine bought books. Wine kept knowledge alive. There is something quietly extraordinary about that connection, the fermented juice of a grape, grown on a limestone hillside in Burgundy by men who rose before dawn to pray, flowing through the commercial networks of medieval Europe and returning, transformed into gold coin, to pay for the copying of Aristotle, the building of a hospice, the education of a child whose parents could not afford to feed him. The vine and the human story woven together again in ways both practical and beautiful. The monasteries also preserved viticultural knowledge through the catastrophes that periodically swept medieval Europe: plague, famine, invasion, the burning of cities, and the abandonment of farmland. All of these disrupted the continuity of secular winemaking. But the monasteries, protected by their walls and their religious authority and the deep conservatism of their institutional culture, tended to survive. And when the catastrophe had passed and the land began to be farmed again, it was often from monastic vineyards that new cuttings were obtained, new techniques relearned, the continuity of the winemaking tradition restored. They were the keepers of the vine, in the most literal sense. As you drift now into the deep quiet of your rest, let yourself imagine a monastery at midnight. The stones of the courtyard are silver in the moonlight. The church tower rises dark against a sky scattered with stars. somewhere beyond the wall, the sound of a night wind in the vines, a soft, continuous rustling, the dry whisper of 10,000 leaves moving together in the dark, in the cellar below. The barrels sleep. Row upon row, curved and patient, each one breathing its slow, invisible breath through the pores of the oak. The wine inside is thinking, if wine can be said to think, its long, unhurried thoughts, changing molecule by molecule in the absolute dark. A monk passes through the courtyard on his way to matins. The night office sung at 2 in the morning. His sandals make a soft, steady sound on the stone. He does not hurry. He has walked this path 10,000 times. He will walk it 10,000 times more, or as many times as God permits. He passes through the church door. The singing begins. Simple, unaccompanied, rising into the cold stone vault above, and outside in the vineyard, the vines are still. The night is very deep. The wine is resting in the dark, and so are you. Let your breath come slower now. Each inhale a little softer than the last. Each exhale carrying something away with it, a small weight, a small tension, a small fragment of the day that no longer needs to be held. You are doing beautifully, simply resting here, simply listening is enough. It is more than enough. It is everything that is needed. We are stepping now from the candlelit cellar of the medieval monastery into a different kind of room entirely, a room in 19th century Paris, or perhaps in the university city of Lille in northern France. The walls are not stone, but plaster. The light comes not from candles, but from gas lamps that hiss softly in their brackets. The smell is not of oak and damp and old wine, but of chemicals and glass, and the particular clean sharpness of a scientific laboratory in full and industrious use. We are entering the world of modern science, and we are here to finally answer a question that human beings had been asking, without realizing they were asking it, for 8,000 years. What actually happens when grape juice becomes wine? For all those millennia, the transformation had been observed, guided, encouraged, refined. ancient Georgians in their clay cuvevery, the monks in their Burgundian cellars, the Roman vintners on their Campanian slopes. All of them knew that grape juice, left in a vessel, became wine. They knew that warmth helped it happen. They knew that the presence of grape skins seemed to encourage it. They knew that it took a certain number of days, that it bubbled and moved and gave off heat and gas, and that when it was done, something entirely new existed where the simple juice had been before, but they did not know why. They did not know what was actually happening at a level too small to see, in the depths of that fermenting vessel. They did not know the names of the invisible actors who were performing this ancient transformation. They had no framework for understanding what fermentation was at its most fundamental level. That understanding would have to wait until the middle of the 19th century, and when it came from one of the greatest scientists who ever lived. His name was Louis Pasteur. Born in the Jura region of eastern France in the year 1822, Pasteur was a chemist and microbiologist of extraordinary ability and almost fanatical dedication to the precision of experiment. He was also, in the way of the greatest scientists, someone who asked the simplest possible questions about the most familiar possible things, and then refused to be satisfied with anything less than a complete and rigorous answer. One of the questions he asked early in his career was this: what is fermentation? The process was central to the French economy. Wine, beer, vinegar, all of it depended on fermentation. And yet, no one truly understood what it was. The prevailing view among chemists at the time was that fermentation was a purely chemical process, a kind of spontaneous decomposition of sugar molecules driven by heat and the presence of certain catalysts, requiring no living organism to bring it about. Pasteur was not convinced. He looked more closely. He looked at fermenting liquids under his microscope, a tool still relatively new to scientific practice in his era, but one that Pasteur used with extraordinary skill and patience. And what he saw in those fermenting liquids were not just chemical reactions happening in an inert solution. He saw living things, tiny, single-celled organisms, multiplying rapidly, their activity perfectly correlated with the progress of the fermentation. Those organisms were yeast. Pasteur published his findings in a series of landmark papers between 1857 and 1863, demonstrating conclusively that fermentation was not a chemical process, but a biological one. It was caused by living microorganisms, yeast, consuming sugar and producing alcohol and carbon dioxide as the products of their metabolism. Without living yeast, there was no fermentation. Without fermentation, there was no wine. This was a revolutionary discovery, not just for winemaking, but for all of science. Pasteur's work on fermentation was the direct precursor to the germ theory of disease. The understanding that infectious illness is caused by specific microorganisms, not by vague environmental miasmas or imbalances of bodily humor. His work on yeast led directly to his work on bacteria, to the development of pasteurization, to the creation of vaccines for chicken cholera and anthrax and rabies. The understanding of fermentation that began in the wine cellars of France was one of the foundations of modern medicine. But let us stay with the wine for now. What Pasteur had discovered was this: yeast are single-celled fungi that belong to the genus Saccharomyces, a name that means, in Greek, sugar fungus, which is a beautifully accurate description of what they do. They are extraordinarily abundant in the natural world, found on the surfaces of fruits and leaves, and in the soil, floating in the air, living in the bark of trees. And the wild yeasts of the species Saccharomyces cerevisiae have lived on the skins of wine grapes in a relationship of mutual benefit for as long as grapes have existed. When a grape is crushed and its juice is exposed to these yeasts, what follows is one of nature's most elegant chemical processes. The yeast cells encounter the sugar in the grape juice, primarily glucose and fructose, the two simple sugars that make ripe grapes taste sweet. Sugar is food for yeast. Energy. The yeast cells absorb the sugar molecules and break them apart in a process called glycolysis, extracting the chemical energy stored within them and the products of that breakdown. The metabolic exhaust, if you like, of the yeast going about its ancient business are 2 molecules of ethanol and 2 molecules of carbon dioxide for every molecule of glucose consumed. Ethanol is alcohol. The carbon dioxide bubbles away into the air, producing the characteristic fizzing and churning of an active fermentation. And the alcohol remains in the liquid, building in concentration as the fermentation progresses, until eventually one of 2 things happens. Either all the sugar is consumed and the yeast, having nothing left to eat, go dormant, or the alcohol concentration rises high enough, typically somewhere between 12 and 15% by volume, that it becomes toxic to the yeast themselves, and they die. Either way, the fermentation ends. The liquid is still. The bubbling has ceased, and in the vessel where grape juice once was, there is now wine. The beauty of this process is that it is entirely natural. It requires no human intervention to begin. The yeasts are already there, on the grape skins, waiting. The sugar is already there in the juice. All that is needed is the crushing of the grape to bring them together, and the warmth of a reasonable temperature to get things started. In a sense, wine wants to happen. It is the default destiny of crushed grape juice if you simply leave it alone and let nature take its course. What winemakers do, what all the accumulated knowledge of 8,000 years of viticulture and oenology amounts to, is guide and shape and refine that natural process, choosing which yeasts will do the fermenting, controlling the temperature at which fermentation occurs, deciding when to press the skins away from the juice and when to leave them in contact, determining how long the fermentation should run, how much residual sugar should remain, how the resulting wine should be treated and aged. These are the winemaker's choices, and they are essentially infinite in their variety. Every decision changes the wine. Every decision opens one set of possibilities and closes another. The science tells tells you what is happening. The art tells you which version of what is happening you are trying to achieve. Temperature, it turns out, is one of the most powerful tools in the winemaker's hands. Cooler fermentation temperatures, around 12 to 15 degrees Celsius, slow the yeast down, extend the fermentation over a longer period, and tend to produce wines with more delicate, aromatic, fruit-forward characters, lighter whites, fragrant rosés, the kind of wine that seems almost to float on the palate. Warmer fermentation temperatures, around 25 to 30 degrees Celsius, produce faster, more vigorous fermentations with a different flavor profile, more body, more structure, more of the darker, earthier qualities that characterize many great red wines, the Greeks and Romans and medieval monks who regulated their fermentation temperatures by burying their jars in the cool earth, or by choosing to ferment in the cooler months of autumn rather than the heat of summer, or intuitively using temperature as a wine-making tool without understanding the microbiology that explained why it worked. Pasteur gave them the explanation, but the intuition had always been there. After Pasteur's foundational discoveries, the science of winemaking oenology developed with remarkable speed. The late 19th and 20th centuries saw a proliferation of research into every aspect of the winemaking process. The identification and cultivation of specific yeast strains with desirable characteristics, the understanding of malolactic fermentation, a secondary bacterial fermentation that converts the sharp malic acid in young wine into the softer lactic acid, giving many red wines, and some whites their characteristic roundness and creaminess, the chemistry of tannins, and their role in wine's structure, astringency, and aging potential. The science of oak aging and the extraction of flavor compounds from wood. The understanding of oxidation and reduction and the complex chemistry of how wine changes in the bottle over time. Each of these discoveries deepened the winemaker's ability to understand and guide the process. But the more the scientists learned, the more they came to appreciate something that the monks in their cellars had always known intuitively that wine at its heart is a living thing, not in the sense that it contains living organisms. By the time it reaches the bottle, the yeast are long gone, but in the sense that it continues to change, to develop, to evolve, that it responds to its environment, that it has, in some meaningful sense, a character, a set of tendencies and qualities that emerge from the particular combination of grape, place, season, and winemaker's hand that produced it. Chemistry can describe this character. It cannot create it. The creation of great wine remains, even after 2 centuries of modern science, fundamentally a matter of attention, intuition, experience, and care. Pasteur himself, near the end of his long life, is said to have remarked that wine is the most healthful and most hygienic of beverages. He had spent decades studying its chemistry and microbiology. He knew better than anyone alive what it was made of, and how it was made, and what happened to it in the body. And still, his conclusion was not a chemical formula, but a simple human observation. It is good for you, in its proper measure, in its proper time. The scientists who came after Pasteur would spend the next century and a half testing and refining and qualifying that observation, but its essential warmth, the warmth of a man who understood wine deeply and loved it honestly, endures. As you drift now toward the deeper waters of sleep, let the science settle gently into your mind, not as a set of facts to be remembered, but as a kind of reassurance. The transformation that turns grape juice into wine, that ancient, natural, invisible miracle, is one of the most elegant processes in all of chemistry. Yeast consuming sugar, alcohol forming slowly in the quiet dark, a living thing giving way to something else, something that was always latent within it, waiting only for the right conditions to emerge. You are resting now, and in rest, your own quiet transformations are underway. Your body doing its patient, invisible work. Your mind releasing its grip on the day, letting the hours of wakefulness settle and be processed and filed away in whatever extraordinary library your sleeping brain maintains. It is not so different, perhaps, from what happens in the fermenting vessel. Something consumed, something released, something new slowly taking shape in the quiet and the dark. Let it happen. You do not need to understand it. You do not need to guide it. You only need to be still and warm and undisturbed. The fermentation is complete. The wine is clear and still, and you are resting now deeply in the patient dark. Let yourself go a little deeper now. There is a particular quality to deep rest that is difficult to describe, but easy to feel. A sense of the world receding gently, like a tide going out, the sounds of the room becoming softer, more distant, the weight of the body becoming something pleasant rather than something to be managed, a warmth that seems to come from inside rather than outside, spreading slowly from the center of the chest outward through the limbs. If you can feel even the beginning of that quality right now, simply notice it. Simply let it be there. You do not need to chase it or deepen it by effort. Effort is the wrong instrument entirely. What is needed here is its opposite, the soft, deliberate release of effort, the willingness to let things happen without your assistance. We are stepping outside now, out of the laboratory, out of the cellar, through a low stone doorway, and into the open air of a vineyard in full summer. The light is extraordinary. That particular golden, slightly hazy light of a warm afternoon in wine country. The kind of light that seems to have weight and texture, that falls on the leaves of the vines and turns them to something between green and gold. That makes the long rows of the vineyard glow, as if lit from within. The soil beneath your feet is not uniform. Notice it as you walk. Here, near the top of the slope, it is thin and stony, pale, almost white limestone fragments mixed with small pieces of flint. The topsoil, barely a few centimeters deep before you reach the bedrock beneath. The vines here are old. Their trunks are thick and gnarled, twisted into shapes that suggest great age and great patience. Their roots reaching down through the thin soil, and the cracked limestone beneath it threading their way through fissures in the rock in search of moisture and minerals many meters below the surface. Further down the slope, the soil changes. It deepens. It darkens. More clay mixed in with the limestone. More organic matter. The vines here are younger, their trunks smoother, their growth more vigorous. They produce more fruit, but the wine they make, most winemakers will tell you, is not as interesting as the wine from the old vines on the stony hilltop. Why? That question, deceptively simple, extraordinarily difficult to answer completely, is the question of terroir. Terroir is a French word that has no precise equivalent in English, which is perhaps appropriate, because the concept it describes is not a simple one. It comes from the Latin word terra, meaning earth or land, and in its most basic definition, it means simply the total natural environment of a vineyard, the soil, the climate, the topography, the slope, the aspect, the altitude, the local weather patterns, the drainage characteristics of the land, the particular community of microorganisms that lives in the soil, the way morning fog sits in the valley and burns off by 10 o'clock, the way the afternoon wind comes up from the southwest and cools the grapes in the last hours before sunset. All of these things, and the particular combination of all of these things that exists in one specific place and nowhere else on earth, constitute the terroir of a vineyard. And the claim of terroir, the claim that lies at the heart of the finest wine culture in the world, is that all of these environmental factors leave their mark in the wine, that a wine from one particular slope, one particular soil type, one particular microclimate will taste different from a wine made from the same grape variety, growing just a few hundred meters away, under conditions that are almost, but not quite, identical. This is the concept that the monks of Burgundy were working with centuries before the word terroir existed in its modern sense, when they marked the boundaries of specific vineyard plots and gave those plots names: Chainball Musigny, Geoffrey Chambertin, Vosny Romane. They were recording their observation that these places made distinctive wines, that the wines from one named plot were consistently different from the wines of the adjacent named plot in ways that persisted across vintages and across generations of winemakers. The most celebrated expression of this idea in the world of wine is the Burgundian classification system, which divides the vineyards of the Côte d'Or into a hierarchy based on the consistent quality and distinctiveness of the wines they produce. At the top of this hierarchy sit the Grands Crus, the great growths, a small number of individual vineyard plots whose wines are considered to represent the highest possible expression of Burgundian terroir. Below them, the Premier's Crus. Below those, the village wines. And at the base, the regional appellations covering the broadest possible geographic area. The Grand Cru Vineyard of Romanée-Conti, a single plot of just 1.8 hectares in the village of Vosne-Romanée, planted entirely with Pinot Noir, is perhaps the most famous single piece of wine-producing land in the world. The wines it produces in good vintages are considered by many critics and collectors to be among the greatest wines ever made, and the price they command, bottles selling at auction for sums that would purchase a comfortable house in many parts of the world, reflects not the cost of production, but the perceived uniqueness of the terroir, the irreplaceable specificity of that one small hillside, that one combination of soil and slope and microclimate that exists nowhere else on earth. Whether wine can truly express terroir in the way that the finest Burgundians claim, whether a trained palate can genuinely detect the influence of limestone versus clay, of deep drainage versus shallow, of morning sun versus afternoon sun, is a question that has generated enormous debate among wine scientists and wine critics. The honest answer is that the science is complicated, and the truth is probably somewhere between the maximalist claim of the great Burgundian houses and the skepticism of those who suggest that terroir is largely a marketing concept dressed up in romantic language. What science can say is this: different soils do affect the chemistry of vine growth in measurable ways. soils with high mineral content, limestone, slate, volcanic basalt, influence the availability of specific trace elements to the vine's root system, the drainage characteristics of soil affect the amount of water stress the vine experiences during the growing season. And water stress is one of the most powerful determinants of grape quality and flavor concentration. Shallow, well-drained soils on rocky slopes tend to produce smaller grapes with thicker skins and more concentrated flavors, characteristics that translate into wines of greater intensity and aging potential. The slope itself matters enormously. A south-facing slope in the northern hemisphere receives more direct sunlight than flat land at the same latitude, allowing grapes to ripen more fully in regions where the growing season is otherwise too cool and too short. The angle of the slope also affects drainage. Steep slopes shed water quickly, keeping the soil relatively dry even after heavy rain, while flat land may stay waterlogged for days after a storm, suffocating the vine's roots and diluting the fruit. Altitude plays its own role. Higher vineyards are cooler. Temperature drops by roughly half a degree Celsius for every 100 meters of elevation gain, and the greater temperature range between day and night at altitude is associated with wines of higher acidity and greater aromatic complexity. The vineyards of Argentina's Mendoza region, some of which sit at over 1,500 meters above sea level, produce wines of unusual freshness and intensity, partly because of the dramatic temperature swings of high-altitude viticulture. And then there is the climate. Not just the broad regional climate, Mediterranean, oceanic, continental, but the specific local microclimate of each vineyard, the way cold air drains down from a hillside on clear nights and pools in the valley below, making frost damage a risk in the low-lying sites, but not the elevated ones, the way a particular bend in a river creates a humidity shadow that reduces the risk of fungal disease on one bank, while the opposite bank remains vulnerable. The way a stand of forest on the western edge of a vineyard deflects the prevailing wind and creates a sheltered pocket of warmth that allows a grape variety to ripen that would struggle in the more exposed conditions 200 meters away. These are real, measurable, scientifically verifiable influences on wine character. They are not mysticism. They are geography and meteorology and soil science, operating at a very local scale on a plant that is exquisitely sensitive to its environment, because the grapevine is, of all the world's major agricultural plants, one of the most environmentally sensitive. It is not a robust, adaptable, get-on-with-it kind of plant. It is, in the best possible sense, a demanding and particular organism that responds to the subtlest changes in its environment with changes in its fruit. Too much water and the grapes are large and dilute, and the wine is thin. Too little, and the vine goes into survival mode, shutting down its metabolic processes and producing fruit that is raisined and overripe. Too much heat and the acids fall away, leaving a flat, alcoholic wine without the freshness that makes wine interesting. Too little heat and the sugars never develop fully, and the wine is thin and sharp. The sweet spot, the particular combination of warmth, moisture, sunlight, and soil that produces grapes of ideal ripeness and complexity, is different for every variety and every place, finding that sweet spot across the enormous diversity of Europe's wine regions and the world's emerging wine countries has been the work of centuries, and the map of the world's great wine regions is, in essence, a map of the places where that sweet spot has been found and reliably reproduced, vintage after vintage, across the long and patient accumulation of human experience. Burgundy for Pinot Noir, Bordeaux for Cabernet Sauvignon and Merlot, the Moselle for Riesling, the Douro for the great Portuguese red varieties, Barossa for Shiraz, Marlborough for Sauvignon Blanc. These are not arbitrary assignments. They are the results of long experiment, careful observation, and the accumulated wisdom of generations of people who paid close attention to what the land was telling them. The land is always telling us something, If we are quiet enough and attentive enough and patient enough, we can hear it. As you rest now in the cool and quiet dark of wherever you are lying, imagine the vineyard at night. The long rows of vines are still, their leaves hanging motionless in the absence of wind. The soil beneath them is holding the warmth of the day's sun, releasing it slowly into the night air in a gentle upwelling of stored heat. The roots of the old vines are threading their way deeper, always deeper, following the moisture and the minerals through the dark and patient earth. The vine does not hurry. It has been working this hillside for 20, 30, 50 years. It knows this piece of earth intimately. Every crack in the limestone, every pocket of clay, every channel where the rainwater flows after a storm. It has made its accommodation with this place. It has learned over decades how to draw from this specific soil exactly what it needs. And in that long, slow, deeply rooted knowledge of place, in that patient, unhurried intimacy between a living plant and the specific earth it grows in, something extraordinary emerges, something that ends up in the glass, something that a person sitting at a table somewhere in the world can taste and say quietly and with certainty, this is from there, from that hillside, from that soil, from that particular corner of the earth where the limestone meets the clay and the morning fog burns off by 10 o'clock, and the roots of the old vines go down so deep that the surface world almost ceases to matter. That is terroir, not a mystical concept, not a marketing invention, simply the earth speaking through the wine in the only language it has. And all you have to do to hear it is be still and pay attention and let the quiet do its work, just as you are doing now. Let your breath settle into its own natural rhythm now, not controlled, not guided, just the body breathing the way the body knows how to breathe when it is left entirely to itself. Slow and easy and completely without effort. In and out, the simplest thing in the world. The first thing you ever did when you arrived in this life, and the thing you have done every moment since, without thought, without instruction, without any conscious effort at all. There is profound comfort in that. The body knows what it is doing. Even now, as your mind grows soft and the day recedes, the body is carrying on its patient and essential work, breathing, circulating, resting, repairing, doing all the 1,000 quiet things it does in the dark, without asking anything of you at all. We are going to spend some time now with the grape itself, not the wine it becomes, not the vineyard it grows in, not the hands that tend it, or the cellar that receives it. Just the grape, the fruit, the extraordinary, ancient, astonishingly diverse botanical family that sits at the center of everything we have been exploring tonight, because the grapevine is not one thing. It is thousands of things, a vast, branching family of related plants that has been diverging and diversifying and being shaped by human hands for 8,000 years, producing in that time a biological library of such richness and variety that scientists are still cataloging and understanding it today. The species at the heart of wine is Vitis vinifera. We have met it before in the mountain valleys of Georgia, clinging to the rocky slopes above the rivers of the South Caucasus, small and wild and patient, that same species, though transformed almost beyond recognition by 8,000 years of human cultivation, is responsible for virtually every wine made in the world today, every Cabernet Sauvignon, every Chardonnay, every Pinot Noir, every Riesling, every Tempranillo, every Sangiovese, every Malbec, every Sauvignon Blanc, all of them members of the same species, all of them descendants, in one way or another, of that wild Caucasian vine. The number of distinct cultivars, named, genetically distinct varieties within Vitis vinifera is staggering. Current estimates suggest there are somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000 named grape varieties in existence around the world. 5,000 to 10,000 distinct forms of a single species, each with its own leaf shape, its own cluster structure, its own berry size and skin color and sugar content, its own particular aromatic profile, its own preferences Of those thousands of varieties, roughly 1,000 are used commercially in wine production somewhere in the world. And of those 1,000 commercial varieties, a much smaller number, perhaps 2 or 3 dozen, dominate the global wine market. Cabernet Sauvignon, the great red grape of Bordeaux, dark-skinned, thick-berried, naturally high in tannin and acid, producing wines of great structure and extraordinary aging potential. It is now the most widely planted wine grape in the world, grown on every continent except Antarctica, thriving in climates as different as the mild maritime conditions of the Médoc in France and the hot, dry summers of the Napa Valley in California and the high-altitude vineyards of Mendoza in Argentina. It is a grape of remarkable adaptability, carrying its essential character, those dark fruit flavors, that firm tannic backbone, that cedar and graphite quality that wine writers reach for again and again when describing the finest bottles. Into every climate and every soil it inhabits, Chardonnay, the great white grape of Burgundy, the grape of Chablis and Meursault and Puligny-Montrachet. If Cabernet Sauvignon is a grape of strong, clear character, Chardonnay is almost its opposite, a grape of extraordinary malleability and neutrality, a blank canvas that reflects the terroir it grows in, and the winemaker's choices with unusual transparency. Chardonnay grown in the cold, chalky soils of Chablis produces wines of razor-sharp acidity and mineral purity, pale gold in color, tasting of green apple and wet stone, the same variety grown in the warmer soils of the Côte de Beaune, aged in new oak barrels and put through malolactic fermentation, produces something entirely different, rich and golden, tasting of butter and cream and toasted hazelnut and ripe peach, 2 wines from the same grape, tasting so different that a novice might struggle to believe they share a common origin. Pinot Noir, perhaps the most discussed, most analyzed, most obsessed over grape in the entire world of wine, a thin-skinned, temperamental, deeply sight-sensitive variety that produces wines of heart-stopping beauty when it is happy and maddeningly disappointing wine when it is not. It is famously difficult to grow. Its thin skin makes it vulnerable to disease. Its tight clusters make it susceptible to rot. Its early ripening makes it vulnerable to both spring frost and autumn rain, and yet the wines it produces in the places where it is most at home, the limestone and clay hillsides of Burgundy, the cool valleys of Oregon's Willamette Valley, the ridges of New Zealand's Central Otago, are among the most seductive and complex wines in existence, transparent in color, almost luminous, ranging from pale ruby to a deeper garnet as the wine ages. Aromas of red cherry and rose petal and forest floor, and something almost ineffable that wine writers call farmyard or truffle or undergrowth, which sounds unappealing in description, but is, in practice, one of the most beautiful things a glass of wine can smell of. Riesling, the great grape of Germany and Alsace, and one of the most misunderstood varieties in the world. For decades, Riesling suffered from an association with cheap, cloyingly sweet wines produced in bulk for undemanding markets, an association that has obscured the extraordinary quality of great Riesling from the finest vineyards of the Moselle, the Rhine, and the Palatinate. Great Riesling is among the longest lived and most complex of all white wines. Its defining characteristic is its acidity, a searingly precise, almost electric acidity that gives even the sweetest Rieslings a spine of freshness and tension, preventing them from ever feeling heavy or cloying. The aromas of great Riesling are extraordinary in their range. Stone fruit, citrus, blossom, slate, petrol. A particular mineral quality that wine tasters call benzene. And that is one of the most distinctive and recognizable signatures in the world of wine. Tempranillo, the great grape of Spain, the backbone of Rioja and Ribera del Duero, the primary variety in some of Spain's most celebrated wines. Medium-bodied, with flavors of red plum and leather, and dried herbs, a natural affinity for oak aging that has made it the centerpiece of the Spanish tradition of long barrel and bottle maturation. Spanish wines labeled Reserva or Gran Reserva have spent years aging before release, emerging from their cellars in a state of gentle, evolved complexity that reflects the unhurried patience of their producers. Sangiovese, the grape of Chianti, of Brunello di Montalcino, of the central Italian hill country where the vine has been grown since Etruscan times. High in acid and tannin, producing wines with bright cherry fruit, earthy savoriness, and a characteristic dryness that makes them natural partners for the food of Tuscany in its finest expressions, the great Brunellos of Montalcino. The Sangiovese Grosso grape grown on the volcanic soils around the medieval town. It produces wines of extraordinary refinement and longevity, wines that can age for 30 or 40 years and emerge still vibrant, still singing, still telling the story of the specific hillside and specific year that produced them. And then there are the thousands of less celebrated varieties, the indigenous grapes of every wine-producing country, preserved by the particular conservatism of their regions, often threatened by the global dominance of the international varieties, but increasingly championed by a new generation of winemakers who have rediscovered their value, Asiatico from the volcanic island of Santorini in Greece, producing wines of explosive minerality and acidity from vines growing in pure volcanic ash. Nero d'Avola from Sicily, dark and rich and spicy, carrying in its flavor profile the heat and volcanic richness of the island's extraordinary terroir. Gruner Veltliner from Austria, producing wines of peppery freshness and herbal complexity that are unlike anything else in the wine world. Torrontés from Argentina, aromatic and floral, a variety found essentially nowhere else on earth, producing wines that smell like a garden in full bloom. Each of these varieties is a living library, a repository of genetic information accumulated over centuries of cultivation and selection, carrying within its DNA the history of the people who grew it and the places where it grew. When a variety disappears, and hundreds have disappeared over the course of wine history, lost to disease, to neglect, to the impatience of agricultural modernization. Something irreplaceable goes with it, not just a wine style, but a story. A piece of the long, slow conversation between the human world and the natural world that has been going on in the vineyard for 8,000 years. The effort to preserve and rediscover ancient grape varieties has become one of the most interesting movements in contemporary wine culture. In Italy, researchers have identified and preserved hundreds of ancient local varieties from the brink of extinction. In Georgia, the cradle of wine itself, efforts are underway to catalog and protect the extraordinary diversity of indigenous Caucasian varieties, some of which exist only in a handful of ancient village gardens in Spain and Portugal. Old vine plantings of forgotten varieties are being rescued from neglect, and their wines introduced to a world discovering with delight that the most interesting wines are often the ones made from the grapes that almost nobody remembers. The vine remembers. It carries its history in its wood, in its roots, in the structure of its leaves, and the chemistry of its fruit. Each variety is a kind of time capsule, preserving in biological form the preferences and choices of the farmers who cultivated it over centuries or millennia, and each glass of wine made from any one of those thousands of varieties is a connection across time, a bridge between the person drinking it now, in their warm and comfortable bed or chair, or wherever they have found their rest tonight, and the long, unhurried human story that produced it. As you drift now deeper into the soft quiet of your rest, let yourself feel that connection gently. The glass of wine that you imagined at the beginning of our journey tonight, that deep ruby pool of liquid catching the lamplight, the grape that produced it, the vine that bore that grape, rooted in its specific hillside, drinking from its specific soil, the hands that tended it through the seasons, the cellar where the wine was born, the bottle that held it through its quiet years of aging. And before all of that, reaching back through the centuries and the millennia, the wild vine on the Caucasian hillside, and before that, the longer story of the species itself, evolving over millions of years in the temperate forests of the ancient world, long before any human being walked beneath its trailing branches. You are connected to all of that tonight through the simple, quiet fact of attention, through the willingness to be still and to listen. The vine is patient. The wine is patient. The story is patient. And you are resting now as you deserve to rest, deeply, quietly, with all the unhurried ease of an old vine on a warm hillside in the last light of a golden afternoon. Let your body rest completely now. Feel the surface beneath you, firm and steady and entirely reliable. It is holding you. It has been holding you all this time, and it will go on holding you through whatever depth of sleep you find tonight. There is nothing you need to do to maintain this. Nothing you need to check or adjust or manage. Simply let the weight of your body be received by whatever lies beneath you, and let that act of being held carry you gently forward into rest. We are stepping back outside now, back into the vineyard. But the vineyard looks different today. The light is different. The air is different. The quality of the season has shifted. Summer is ending. The long, warm months of growth are drawing to their close. The days are still warm. That particular warm of early autumn that is somehow richer and more golden than the heat of July or August. As if the sun is concentrating its remaining warmth into something more deliberate, more purposeful, more aware of its own impending departure. But the nights are cooling, significantly, perceptibly cooling. And on those cool nights, something is happening in the grapes that hang in heavy clusters from the vines. The sugars are building. The acids are softening. The skins are deepening in color, darkening from the green or pale gold or dusty rose of midsummer to the deeper, richer hues of full ripeness. Red varieties moving from a sharp, almost angry crimson toward the deep purple black of a fully ripe Cabernet cluster, each berry swollen and soft, its skin almost translucent in the morning light. This is véracin, the French word for the moment when the grape changes color and begins its final ripening push. It is one of the most watched and most anticipated moments in the entire agricultural year for anyone who grows wine grapes. And from veraison to harvest, the clock is running. The harvest, the vendange in French, the vendemmia in Italian, the lees in German, is the most ancient and most human moment in the entire cycle of winemaking. Long before there were cellars, long before there were barrels or bottles, or the science of fermentation, or the philosophy of terroir, there was this, the simple, fundamental act of gathering ripe fruit from a vine, reaching up into the canopy of leaves, feeling the weight of a heavy cluster in the hand, the slight resistance, and then the clean separation as the stem is cut, the fruit falling into the waiting vessel below. For most of the 8,000 years that human beings have been making wine, the harvest was entirely by hand. Every cluster cut individually by a person moving through the rows with a curved blade, the fruit carried to a central collection point. First in baskets balanced on heads or backs. Later in wooden crates loaded onto carts. Later still in plastic bins stacked on tractors, but always at the beginning of the chain, a human hand and a cutting tool, and the specific, attentive relationship between a harvester and a cluster of ripe grapes. The timing of the harvest is one of the most consequential decisions a winemaker makes all year. Pick too early, and the grapes lack the sugar development and phenolic ripeness, the tannin maturity, the seed ripeness that great wine requires. The resulting wine will be green and sharp, with flavors of unripe fruit and a harshness that no amount of winemaking skill can fully disguise. Pick too late, and the acidity that gives wine its freshness and structure has fallen away. The fruit flavors have shifted from the vibrant primary characters of fresh grape toward the baked, jammy, overripe qualities of fruit left too long in the sun, and the alcohol levels risk becoming uncomfortably high. The ideal moment, the point of perfect balance between ripeness and freshness, is different for every variety, every vineyard, every vintage. It cannot be determined by a formula or a calendar hours tasting, day after day, in the weeks before harvest, the winemaker and the vineyard manager walk the rows, tasting grapes, feeling the skins, crushing berries between their fingers, and examining the seeds, which should be brown and nutty tasting, rather than green and bitter when the grapes are truly ripe, checking the numbers, measuring the sugar content with a refractometer, a small handheld instrument that bends light through a drop of juice and reads the sugar level from the angle of refraction, monitoring the acid levels in the laboratory, watching the weather forecast with an attention that borders on obsession. Because weather is the wild variable in the harvest equation. A winemaker might have calculated that the ideal harvest moment is 10 days away, and then the forecast shows rain. Persistent, heavy autumn rain that will swell the berries and dilute the juice and encourage the growth of botrytis, the gray rot fungus that, in its benevolent form, produces the magnificent sweet wines of Sauterne and the German Trockenbeerenauslese, but in its malevolent form simply destroys a crop. Do you pick now, slightly early, to avoid the rain? Or do you wait and hope that the forecast is wrong, or that the vine's recovery after the rain will be swift enough, or that the particular cold that follows the rain will arrest the rot before it spreads? Every year, in every wine region in the world, these decisions are made under conditions of genuine uncertainty by people who have studied their vineyards for decades and still cannot be entirely sure they are making the right call. This is why wine vintage matters, why the year on the label carries real information, because each year the weather is different. Each year the balance of rain and sun and heat and cold writes a different story in the grapes. Great vintages, the years that wine collectors seek out and pay premium prices for, are the years when the weather cooperated, when the ripening was slow, and even when there was no devastating rain at harvest time, when the grapes arrived at the winery in a condition of near perfect balance. Poor vintages are the years when the weather did not cooperate, when the decisions were harder and the outcomes less certain. The actual mechanics of harvest vary enormously between wine regions wine styles, and the philosophy of individual producers in the most prestigious vineyards of Burgundy and Bordeaux. Harvest is still done entirely by hand. Teams of pickers, often the same families returning year after year, their children growing into the work their parents taught them, move through the rows in the early morning light, their secateurs flashing in the pale autumn sun, filling their harvesting baskets with a speed and efficiency born of long practice. Hand harvesting allows for selection. A picker can leave behind a cluster that is not quite ripe, or one that shows signs of rot or damage, keeping only the fruit that meets the standard required. A machine cannot do this. Mechanical harvesters, the large, straddling machines that move along the rows like slow, deliberate dinosaurs, shaking the vines until the berries fall, and collecting them on catching belts below, are faster and cheaper, but they harvest everything without discrimination, and they harvest it all at once, without the possibility of going back through the rows, a second time to collect fruit that was not quite ready on the first pass for most of the world's wine production. Machine harvesting is the practical reality. The vineyards of the Languedoc in southern France, the vast plantings of the Murray-Darling Basin in Australia, the flat valley floors of California's San Joaquin Valley. These are not places where hand harvesting is economically viable on any scale, and for the simple, everyday wines produced from these vineyards, machine harvesting produces perfectly acceptable results. But for wines that aspire to greatness, wines that are trying to capture the most precise and complete expression of a specific vineyard in a specific year, the hand remains the superior tool, slower, more expensive, more dependent on the availability of skilled labor, but capable of a selectivity and a gentleness that no machine has yet replicated. In some wine regions, the harvest is done at night. This may seem counterintuitive. Surely harvesting would be easier in daylight. But there are excellent technical reasons for the nocturnal approach, particularly in warm climate wine regions like California, Australia, and the Rhone Valley. grapes harvested in the cool of the night arrive at the winery at a lower temperature than grapes harvested in the heat of the afternoon. And lower temperature matters because the moment the grape is harvested and crushed, fermentation can potentially begin. Wild yeasts on the skin meeting sugar in the juice in warm temperatures. This can happen very quickly and very chaotically before the winemaker has had any opportunity to prepare and manage the process. Cool night temperatures slow everything down, buying time for the careful, controlled start to fermentation that the finest winemaking requires. The winery at harvest is one of the busiest, noisiest, most aromatic, and most intensely alive places in the entire world of food and drink. Trucks and tractors arriving at all hours with their loads of freshly picked fruit, the hiss and thump of the destemmer crusher, the machine that separates the grapes from their woody stems and breaks the skins to release the juice. The rising smell of freshly crushed grape, sweet and sharp and full of that particular wild, almost intoxicating fragrance of juice on the verge of fermentation. The bustle of cellar workers moving quickly through a space where precision and speed are equally important. And beneath all the noise and urgency and physical labor of harvest, something else is present too. Something quieter, something that has been present in every harvest for 8,000 years, in every culture and every climate where human beings have grown grapes and made wine. Gratitude, the harvest, is the fulfillment of a promise that the vine makes in spring, when the first green shoots appear from the pruned wood, and the vineyard comes back to life after winter for 6 months. The farmer and the vine have been in a relationship of mutual dependence and mutual trust. The farmer has tended the vine, protecting it from disease, managing its growth, nurturing it through the stresses of the season, and the vine has done what vines do, drawing from the earth and the sun and the rain everything it needs to produce fruit. And now, at harvest, the promise is kept. The fruit is gathered. The year's work is secured, the wine that will spend the winter in the cellar. transforming slowly in its barrel, is on its way into being. In village after village, across every wine-producing region of the world, the end of harvest has traditionally been marked with celebration, meals shared among the harvest workers, music, dancing, wine poured freely from last year's vintage, the deep communal pleasure of work completed, of a year's hope and effort brought safely home. In France, the celebration is called the Palais. In Germany, the Heckenwirtschaft. In Italy, the Festa della Vendemmia. Different names, the same feeling. The ancient, universal human joy of gathering what the earth has given and sitting down together to share it. There is nothing more elemental than that. Nothing more deeply embedded in the human story. From the very first harvest in the very first vineyard in the hills of Georgia or Armenia, the moment of gathering has been a moment of community, of belonging, of gratitude for the abundance of a world that, if you tend it with care and patience, gives back more than you put in. As you rest now, let the harvest settle gently around you like the smell of ripe grapes on an autumn morning. Let the warmth of the season be in you, not the sharp heat of summer, but this softer, richer, more contemplative warmth of early autumn, when the year is turning toward its rest. The grapes are gathered, the vineyard is quiet now, the vines standing lighter without their heavy fruit, their leaves beginning to turn at the edges, the first touches of amber and gold and copper that will spread across the hillside in the weeks ahead. The work is done, the wine is in the cellar, and the year is exhaling slowly into the long, quiet rest of winter, just as you are exhaling now, slowly, completely, into the long, quiet rest of the night. Let your thoughts grow softer now, not absent, not forced away, simply softer, the way the edges of things soften in the last light of evening, when the hard lines of the day blur gently into the wider darkness around them. Let the thoughts that come simply come, and let them pass, the way clouds pass across a sky that is too wide and too still to be changed by their passing. You are doing beautifully. Simply being here, simply resting, is a kind of mastery, the mastery mastery of letting go. And there is no skill more valuable, and none more quietly difficult than that. We are following the grapes now, down from the vineyard, away from the golden autumn light and the smell of turned earth and ripe fruit, through the wide doors of the winery and into the cool, dim, purposeful space of the cellar. The temperature drops the moment we step inside. The light is lower here. The sounds are different, not the outdoor sounds of wind and bird song and the distant rumble of a tractor, but the interior sounds of a working winery at harvest time, the hiss of pumps, the rhythmic churning of an active fermentation, the drip and splash of juice being moved from one vessel to another, the quiet voices of cellar workers going about their careful work. The cellar is where the wine is born. Everything that happened before the 8 months of vineyard work, the careful monitoring of ripeness, the decisions about harvest timing, the early morning picking, and the journey to the winery. All of that was preparation, important preparation, essential preparation. But it was preparation for this, for what happens now in the cool and purposeful dark of the winery, in the weeks and months between harvest and bottling. The first decision the winemaker faces, once the harvested fruit arrives at the winery, is how to process it. And that decision depends entirely on what kind of wine is being made. For white wine, the process begins with pressing the harvested grapes, whole clusters, or destemmed berries, depending on the winemaker's philosophy, are fed into a pneumatic press, a large cylindrical vessel in which an inflatable bladder slowly expands, pressing the grapes gently against the perforated walls of the cylinder and allowing the juice to drain away through the perforations into a collection vessel below. The pressing is done carefully and in stages, with progressively increasing pressure. The juice that runs free before any pressure is applied, the free-run juice, is the finest, the most delicate, the most aromatic. As the pressure increases, the juice extracted becomes progressively more phenolic, more bitter, more structured. The winemaker decides how much of this pressed juice to include in the final blend, balancing the delicacy of the free run against the structure and complexity contributed by the later pressings. For red wine, the approach is fundamentally different. Red wine gets its color from the skins of the grape. The pigments called anthocyanins that give red and black grapes, their deep color are located in the skin, not in the juice itself, which is colorless in almost all grape varieties to extract that color, and with it, the tannins that give red wine its structure and aging potential, and the flavor compounds that give it much of its complexity. The skins must remain in contact with the juice during fermentation. This is called maceration, and it is the defining process that separates red winemaking from white. The crushed red grapes, skins, seeds, pulp, and juice together in the mixture that winemakers call the must are transferred to a fermentation vessel. This might be a stainless steel tank in a modern, precision-focused winery. It might be a wooden open-top fermenter in a more traditional operation, where the winemaker can reach in with their hands to feel the temperature and texture of the fermenting must. It might be in some of the world's most ancient wine traditions, a clay cuvevry buried in the ground. In the Georgian tradition that has continued unbroken for 8,000 years, whatever the vessel, what happens inside it during the first days of fermentation is a scene of considerable activity and considerable sensory impact. The yeasts, whether the native wild yeasts that came in on the grape skins from the vineyard, or a selected commercial strain added by the winemaker, begin consuming the sugar in the juice and producing alcohol and carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide, rising through the liquid, carries the skins upward with it, pushing them to the surface of the fermenting must, where they form a thick, dense layer called the cap, left undisturbed. This cap would insulate the surface of the fermentation, trapping heat, impeding the extraction of color and tannin, and creating conditions favorable to the development of off flavors. So the winemaker must manage the cap several times a day throughout the period of active fermentation. The cellar team performs one of two operations. The first is called punching down, using a long-handled tool to break the cap and push it back down into the liquid below, reintegrating the skins with the juice and promoting extraction. The second is called pumping over, drawing liquid from the bottom of the tank and spraying it over the top of the cap, achieving the same reintegration by coming at it from below rather than above. In small artisanal wineries, punch down is often done by hand. A worker standing on a platform above the open fermenter, leaning down with a long-handled tool, pushing through the thick, resistant cap with their body weight. It is hard physical work. Hot too, because an active fermentation generates considerable heat. And it is aromatic in a way that is almost overwhelming. The rising cloud of carbon dioxide carrying with it the full, rich, complex smell of fermenting red wine. A smell that is unlike anything else in the world. Somewhere between fresh fruit and yeast, and something deeper and more ancient that has no name except wine. Temperature management during red wine fermentation is critically important. The extraction of color and tannin from the skins is favored by warmer temperatures. Most red wine fermentations are conducted at between 25 and 30 degrees Celsius, but if the temperature rises too high, above 35 degrees or so, the yeast begin to struggle, and the risk of a stuck fermentation in which the yeast die before all the sugar has been consumed becomes real. Modern wineries use temperature-controlled fermentation tanks fitted with cooling jackets that can maintain the fermentation at whatever temperature the winemaker has chosen. Older, more traditional operations rely on the natural cooling effect of the cellar walls and on judicious opening of windows and doors during the cool of the night. The duration of maceration, the total time that the skins remain in contact with the juice, is another of the winemaker's key decisions. Short maceration periods of a few days produce lighter, more immediately approachable wines with less tannin and softer structure. Extended maceration, lasting 2 or 3 weeks or even longer, produces wines of greater color depth, more tannin, more extractive complexity. Wines that may be difficult to drink in their youth, but that have architecture to age for decades, slowly integrating and softening over years in bottle. When the winemaker judges that fermentation and maceration are complete, the free-run wine is drained away from the skins by gravity, and the skins are then pressed to extract the remaining liquid. The press wine, which is darker and more tannic than the free run, and which may be blended back into the free run in varying proportions depending on the style of wine being made, and then the wine still raw, still cloudy with yeast cells and grape fragments, still sharp and unintegrated, bearing only a faint resemblance to the finished product it will eventually become, is transferred to whatever vessel the winemaker has chosen for its aging. This might be a stainless steel tank, if the goal is to preserve the bright, primary fruit character of the grape in a fresh and unoaked style. It might be a large old oak cask of the kind used in traditional Italian and Spanish winemaking, where the wood imparts minimal flavor, but allows the slow, beneficial exchange of oxygen that helps the wine to develop and soften over time. Or it might be a new small French oak barrel, the 225-liter barrique that is the standard vessel of the Bordeaux and Burgundy traditions, whose fresh wood will contribute vanilla and spice and toasty complexity to the wine over the months of aging ahead, in the barrel, in the tank, in whatever vessel it rests. The wine now enters the long, quiet phase of its development that we will explore in the section that follows. But for now, in the cellar at the end of harvest, the winemaker's most urgent work is done. The decisions have been made. The fermentations are complete or approaching completion. The wine is in its vessels, beginning its slow and patient transformation. The cellar grows quieter. The frenetic urgency of harvest week, the sleepless nights, the constant decisions, the physical labor of managing dozens of fermenting tanks simultaneously begins to ease. The pumps still run. The cap management still happens, but the pace is slower now, more contemplative, more like the pace of the vine itself in its long growing season, rather than the compressed intensity of harvest. The winemaker walks the rows of tanks and barrels in the early morning, tasting and monitoring, making the small adjustments that are the daily work of cellar management, drawing a small sample from a barrel with the wine thief, a long glass pipette inserted through the bung hole, holding it up to the light to check the color, swirling it in the glass, smelling it, tasting it, listening to what the wine is telling them about how it is developing, what it needs, where it is going. There is a particular silence in a working cellar in the weeks after harvest that is unlike any other silence. The barrels breathe. The wine inside them makes tiny, almost inaudible sounds as it settles and contracts in response to temperature changes. The wood creaks faintly. The air is cool and damp and smells of oak and fermentation. And the complex, layered promise of wine in the making, it is a silence that invites contemplation, that asks nothing of the person who enters it except their quiet presence, that rewards attention not with noise or drama, but with the slow, patient revelation of something extraordinary taking its time to become itself, not unlike the silence of deep rest, which is where you are now, in your own kind of cellar, cool and quiet and dark, your body doing its patient, invisible work, your mind releasing its last held tensions, the way a winemaker releases the valve on a tank and lets the clear wine flow away, leaving the spent solids behind. What remains when everything unnecessary has been released is something clean and clear and full of quiet promise, something resting, something becoming, something that will, in its own good time, be ready. Just let the stillness hold you now. The cellar is cool and quiet. The wine is resting in its barrel, and so are you. Let yourself go further now, further into the quiet, further into the soft, unhurried dark that has been gathering around you through all these long and gentle hours. There is no destination you are moving toward. There is no arrival to prepare for. There is only the continuing, deepening ease of a body at rest and a mind growing softer and more still with every slow breath. You have come a long way tonight from the wild hillside deserts of ancient Georgia to the river valleys of Mesopotamia, from the temples of Egypt to the symposia of Greece, from the marching camps of Rome to the candle-lit cellars of the medieval monasteries, from the laboratory of Pasteur to the harvest field at dawn. You have traveled 8,000 years of human history, and you have done it lying still, breathing softly, letting the story carry you. That is a remarkable thing. And now we are going deeper still into the darkest, quietest, most patient part of the entire wine story. The place where time itself becomes the winemaker, where nothing happens quickly, and everything that happens slowly is the most important thing of all. We are going into the aging cellar. The idea that wine improves with age is one of the oldest and most enduring beliefs in the entire culture of wine. The Romans knew it. Pliny the Elder wrote about the great aged wines of Campania with a reverence that any modern wine writer would recognize immediately. The monks of Burgundy knew it, storing their finest wines in cool stone cellars for years before releasing them. Every serious wine culture that has ever existed has understood, at some level, that time does something to wine that no winemaker can replicate by any other means. But what exactly does time do? The answer lies in chemistry, in a series of slow, interconnected chemical reactions that proceed over months and years in the sealed environment of the bottle, driven by tiny amounts of oxygen, by the gradual interaction of the wine's constituent molecules with each other, and by the particular conditions of temperature and humidity that the cellar provides. Let us begin with the bottle itself. The glass wine bottle, as we know it today, dark, heavy, with sloping shoulders or straight sides, depending on the regional tradition, sealed with a cylindrical cork, is a relatively modern invention. The technology of blown glass existed in the ancient world, but glass was expensive and fragile, and not widely used for wine storage until the 17th century, when improvements in glass blowing technique made it possible to produce stronger, more uniform bottles at a cost that made them commercially viable. Before the glass bottle, wine was stored and transported in the amphorae and barrels we have already met. These vessels worked well for short and medium-term storage, but they had limitations. Amphorae, once opened, were difficult to reseal effectively. Barrels allowed a slow but continuous exchange of oxygen through the wood, which was beneficial up to a point, but ultimately caused the wine to oxidize and deteriorate if kept too long. Neither vessel was ideal for the extended aging, years, even decades, that the finest wines were capable of benefiting from. The glass bottle changed everything. Sealed with a cork, a material we will return to in a moment, the glass bottle created a near-perfect environment for long-term wine aging. The glass itself is chemically inert, contributing nothing to the wine's flavor and protecting it completely from the outside world. The dark color of most wine bottles filters out the ultraviolet light that can degrade wine over time, a phenomenon that winemakers call light strike, and that produces the particular unpleasant smell, sometimes described as wet cardboard or cooked vegetables. The bottle's shape, with its narrow neck, minimized the surface area of wine exposed to the air above it, reducing the rate of oxidation. And the cork. The cork stopper is one of the great natural materials of the wine world, and its use as a bottle seal represents one of the most fortuitous marriages of material and application in the history of food and drink. Cork is harvested from the bark of the cork oak, Quercus suber, a tree native to the western Mediterranean region, particularly Portugal, Spain, and parts of North Africa, whose bark can be stripped in large sheets roughly every 9 years without harming the tree. The bark regenerates, and the tree continues to produce cork for a lifetime of 150 years or more. Cork's value as a bottle stopper comes from its unique cellular structure. Cork cells are tiny, roughly pentagonal prisms packed together in a honeycomb arrangement, each cell filled with a gas mixture that is largely air. This structure gives cork its characteristic properties, compressibility, allowing it to be squeezed into a bottle neck and then spring back to fill the space, impermeability to liquid, preventing the wine from leaking out, and a slight, controlled permeability to gas, allowing minute amounts of oxygen to pass through the cork over time and interact with the wine inside. That last property is crucial. The tiny amount of oxygen that enters a wine bottle through the cork over the years of aging is not enough to cause the rapid, damaging oxidation that would ruin the wine, but it is enough to drive the slow, beneficial chemical reactions that constitute the aging process. Without any oxygen at all, wine cannot age properly. It develops reductive off flavors, a smell of struck match or boiled cabbage that winemakers call reduction. With too much oxygen, it oxidizes and deteriorates. The cork, in its natural state, provides just the right amount, a whisper of oxygen dosed over years that allows the wine to breathe and develop at its own unhurried pace. This is one of the reasons that the wine world has been so resistant to the wholesale abandonment of cork in favor of the screw cap. Despite the screw cap's undeniable practical advantages, its reliability, its complete elimination of cork taint, its ease of opening. Screw caps seal the bottle almost perfectly, admitting virtually no oxygen. For wines intended to be drunk young, in which fresh fruit character is the primary virtue, and oxidation the primary enemy, the screw cap is arguably superior for wines intended for long aging. The great Bordeaux, the finest Burgundies, the top Barosses, and Napa Cabernets. The question of whether the screw cap can replicate the aging conditions provided by cork remains genuinely open, and the debate continues among winemakers and scientists with a passion that tells you something about how seriously the question is taken. What happens inside the bottle in the years and decades of aging is a process of extraordinary chemical complexity. The major categories of change involve the phenolic compounds, the tannins, and the color pigments, the acids, the alcohol, and the aromatic compounds that constitute the wine's flavor and smell. In red wine, the tannins, the large, complex molecules that cause the dry, gripping sensation on the gums and inner cheeks gradually polymerize. They link together into progressively longer and more complex chains, a process that changes their interaction with the proteins in the taster's saliva. Young tannins are harsh and grippy. Polymerized, aged tannins are silky, smooth, integrated. The quality that wine writers describe as velvety or seamless. The quality that makes a great aged red wine feel in the mouth like something entirely different from the young version of the same wine tasted from the barrel only a few years after harvest. The color of red wine also changes profoundly with age. The bright, vivid purple red of a young wine, those anthocyanin pigments extracted from the grape skins during fermentation, gradually combines with the tannins to form larger, more complex color molecules called polymeric pigments. As this happens, the wine's color shifts from the vivid primary red of youth toward the more complex, evolved hues of age. A brick red, a tawny edge, a garnet that is deeper and less brilliant than the young wine's crimson, but richer and more complex in the way that an old painting is richer and more complex than a new reproduction. The aromas and flavors change too, in ways that represent perhaps the most remarkable aspect of wine aging. The fresh, primary aromas of young wine, the blackcurrant and plum of young Cabernet, the cherry and raspberry of young Pinot Noir, the citrus and green apple of young Chardonnay. These are relatively straightforward, relatively easy to identify and describe. They smell like the fruit the wine was made from. But with age, these primary fruit aromas gradually transform into something altogether different and more complex. Secondary and tertiary aromas develop, qualities that wine tasters describe as dried fruit, leather, tobacco, earth, mushroom, truffle, cedar, cigar box, autumn leaves, forest floor. These are the smells of transformation, the smells of time itself, expressed in the language of a wine that has spent years in the patient dark of the cellar, slowly becoming something it could not have been at the beginning, a perfectly aged bottle of great Burgundy, say, a premier cru from a fine vintage, with 15 or 20 years of careful cellar aging behind it, will smell of nothing that is obviously grape. It will smell of something deeper and stranger and more beautiful, of earth and spice and something almost smoky, with underneath it a suggestion of red fruit so transformed by time that it registers not as a smell exactly, but as a memory of a smell, the ghost of the fresh fruit that the wine once was, and in the mouth it will feel like velvet, silky, seamless, complex beyond easy description, with a finish that lingers and evolves for a full minute after the wine has been swallowed. That is what time does. That is the gift of patience. That is why the finest wines in the world are stored carefully for years or decades before they are opened, and why the opening of a great old bottle is treated by those who understand wine as one of the most privileged experiences the wine world has to offer. The cellar that makes this possible is itself a carefully managed environment. Temperature is the most critical variable. Wine ages most beneficiously at a constant temperature of around 12 to 14 degrees Celsius. Fluctuations in temperature are more damaging than the absolute temperature itself, because temperature changes cause the wine in the bottle to expand and contract, stressing the cork seal and potentially allowing too much or too little oxygen exchange. The finest private cellars and professional wine storage facilities in the world are built and managed with the singular purpose of maintaining that stable, cool temperature over years and decades. Humidity matters too. A cellar that is too dry will cause the corks to dry out and shrink, allowing too much oxygen into the bottles and accelerating the oxidation that, unchecked, will ruin the wine. A cellar that is too damp will cause the labels to mold and the corks to deteriorate from the outside. The ideal humidity, around 70 to 80%, keeps the corks moist and supple without causing deterioration. Bottles are stored on their sides, always. This ensures that the wine remains in contact with the bottom of the cork keeping it moist and maintaining the seal. A bottle stored upright for long periods will have a dry cork, a compromised seal, and wine that has aged too rapidly and unpleasantly, and the cellar is dark, always dark. Light, particularly ultraviolet light, is the enemy of aging wine, accelerating chemical reactions that damage the wine's delicate aromatic compounds. The finest wine cellars are lit only when someone enters them, and the bottles spend the great majority of their aging lives in absolute darkness. The absolute darkness of a wine cellar at rest is one of the most complete darknesses in the world. No windows, no ambient light from outside, just the cool, still, humid dark, and the rows of bottles lying in their racks, and the wine inside them going quietly about its slow, unhurried business of becoming. It is a darkness without menace, a darkness that is entirely on the side of the thing it shelters, protective, nurturing, patient. The darkness that allows the transformation to proceed as you rest now in your own darkness, the closed darkness of your eyelids, the soft darkness of the room around you, the deeper darkness of the sleep that is gathering at the edges of your awareness. Let yourself feel its kinship with the darkness of the cellar. You too are resting in a space designed for transformation. Your body in sleep will do things it cannot do in wakefulness. It will consolidate the memories of the day, filing them into the long-term library of everything you know and have experienced. It will repair the small damages of the day's activity. It will regulate and restore and prepare with patient thoroughness for everything that tomorrow will ask of it. This is the sleep cellar. This is your aging vault, and the vintage resting in it tonight is you. Lie still. Let the darkness be kind. Let the temperature be cool and constant and utterly undisturbed. Time is doing its slow and patient work, and the wine is becoming something extraordinary, just as you are. Let your breath come easy now, long and slow and completely without effort. Each breath a small gift you give yourself. Each exhale a small release. You have been resting for a long time now, and the rest is working. You can feel it, perhaps, in the heaviness of your limbs, in the way the thoughts that come are softer now, less insistent, more willing to drift past without demanding your attention, in the way the boundary between waking and sleeping has grown less distinct, less important, less worth maintaining. Let it blur. There is nothing on the other side of that boundary that you need to be concerned about. Only deeper rest, only the wide, warm, unhurried dark of sleep, which has been waiting patiently for you all this time and is in no hurry and will be there whenever you are ready to let yourself fall into it. We are visiting, in this section of our journey, one of the most remarkable human beings of the 19th century, a man whose work changed not just the world of wine, but the entire course of modern medicine and human health, a man who began by asking a simple question about a fermentation vessel and ended by saving hundreds of millions of lives. We are visiting Louis Pasteur. He was born in the year 1822 in the small town of Dole, in the Jura region of eastern France, a region of mountains and meadows and cold, clear rivers, not far from the great wine regions of Burgundy and Alsace. His father was a tanner, a man who worked with leather, whose livelihood depended on the chemical transformation of animal hides by carefully managed biological processes. It is perhaps not entirely a coincidence that the son of a tanner became the man who explained biological transformation to the modern world. Pasteur was not, in his early life, particularly remarkable. He was a diligent student, serious and methodical, but not the kind of prodigy whose genius announces itself immediately to everyone around him. His gifts were of a quieter kind, a capacity for extraordinary precision in experimental design and execution, an almost obsessive commitment to repeating and verifying his results, and an ability to ask the simplest possible questions about the most fundamental processes, and then refuse to accept any answer that was not completely supported by evidence. These are not the gifts of a genius who dazzles. They are the gifts of a scientist who builds, who lays one carefully verified stone upon another, patiently, methodically, over years and decades, until the structure that emerges is something that cannot be argued with, something so thoroughly supported by evidence, so meticulously constructed, that it simply becomes the truth about how the world works. Pasteur arrived at fermentation in the mid-1850s by way of his work on the optical properties of certain chemical compounds. This is not the place for the details of that early work, which are beautiful in their own right, but belong to a different story. What matters for our purposes is that his investigations of optically active molecules led him into the study of tartaric acid, a compound found in abundance in wine and grape products. And from tartaric acid, it was a natural step to the fermentation process that produced the wine from which the acid came. The question he found waiting for him was one that had been debated among chemists for decades. What is fermentation? The dominant view, associated with the great German chemist Justus von Liebig, was that fermentation was a purely chemical process, a spontaneous decomposition of organic molecules, driven by chemical instability, requiring no living organism, and producing its characteristic products: alcohol, carbon dioxide, through purely chemical means. Pasteur looked at this view and found it unsatisfying, not because it was obviously wrong, but because it was not fully supported by careful observation. He looked more carefully. He designed experiments of extraordinary precision and patience. And what he found again and again was that fermentation did not happen in the absence of living microorganisms, that whenever fermentation occurred, specific types of microscopic living creatures were present and active, and that when those creatures were absent, removed by careful sterilization, fermentation did not occur, no matter how long the sterile sugar solution was left to sit. His conclusion was clear, and when he finally published it, revolutionary. Fermentation is a biological process, not a chemical one. It is caused by living microorganisms, specific types of yeast and bacteria, consuming organic compounds and producing characteristic metabolic products without the organism, there is no fermentation. The chemistry is real, but it is the chemistry of life, not the chemistry of inert compounds reacting spontaneously in solution. This was published in a landmark paper in the year 1857. It was not immediately accepted. Von Liebig, a formidable scientist of great authority and considerable stubbornness, disputed Pasteur's findings vigorously and publicly for years. The debate between them was one of the great scientific controversies of the 19th century, conducted in the pages of scientific journals with a passion and a sharpness that reflected both the importance of the question and the considerable personal pride of the two men involved. But the evidence was on Pasteur's side. Experiment after experiment confirmed his findings, and gradually, over the following years, the scientific community came to accept what Pasteur had shown. Fermentation is biological. Microorganisms are responsible. Life, at its smallest and most fundamental scale, is the engine of one of the most important chemical transformations in the natural world. The implications for winemaking were immediate and practical. If fermentation was caused by specific microorganisms, then controlling fermentation meant controlling those organisms, understanding which yeasts produced good fermentations and which produced problematic ones. Understanding what conditions, temperature, nutrient availability, the presence or absence of oxygen, favored the growth of beneficial yeasts and suppressed harmful bacteria and wild yeasts that might produce off flavors or cause the wine to spoil. Pasteur was commissioned by the French government in the 1860s to investigate a series of problems that were causing significant economic damage to the French wine industry. Wines were spoiling in transit. Wines that left France in good condition were arriving at their export destinations. Britain, the United States, Russia, in a deteriorated state, sour or bitter or fizzing, with an unwanted secondary fermentation. The losses were substantial, and the reputation of French wine in international markets was suffering. Pasteur investigated. He examined spoiled wines under his microscope and identified the specific microorganisms responsible for each type of spoilage. Lactic acid bacteria causing sourness, acetic acid bacteria causing the wine to turn toward vinegar, wild yeasts producing the refermentation that made bottles fizz and sometimes explode. Each spoilage had a specific biological cause, and if you knew the cause, you could work toward a solution. The solution Pasteur proposed was elegant in its simplicity. If the spoilage organisms were destroyed before the wine was put into its bottles or transport vessels, and if the wine was then sealed to prevent recontamination, the spoilage could be prevented. The method of destruction he recommended was heat, brief exposure to a temperature sufficient to kill the spoilage organisms without fundamentally altering the character of the wine. The method worked, and it bore and still bears the name of its inventor, pasteurization. Today, pasteurization is applied to milk, to fruit juices, to beer, to a vast range of food products across the world, saving incalculable numbers of lives every year by eliminating the pathogenic bacteria that would otherwise cause serious illness and death. But it was invented for wine. In a French laboratory in the 1860s, by a man who was trying to help the wine merchants of Bordeaux get their product to London without it turning sour on the way. The full pasteurization of wine fell out of favor for fine wine production because the heat treatment, even at relatively low temperatures, was found to affect the delicate aromatic character of fine wines in ways that winemakers found unacceptable. The method that replaced it, sterile filtration, the passage of wine through filters fine enough to remove microorganisms without heat treatment, achieves similar results without the thermal impact on flavor. But Pasteur's fundamental insight that biological contamination is the cause of wine spoilage, and that eliminating the responsible organisms prevents the spoilage, underlies every modern approach to wine hygiene and stability, Pasteur's work on fermentation and spoilage was published in his great book Etudes sur le vin, Studies on Wine, in the year 1866. It is one of the founding documents of the science of oenology, and it remains a remarkable work, precise, methodical, beautifully argued, and written with a clarity and directness that reflects Pasteur's deep conviction that science should be legible to anyone willing to pay attention. But the consequences of Pasteur's wine research extended far beyond wine itself. His work on the specific microorganisms responsible for fermentation and spoilage led him directly to the question of disease. If specific microorganisms caused specific types of wine spoilage, might it not be the case that specific microorganisms also caused specific types of illness in human beings? The germ theory of disease, the idea that infectious illness is caused by the invasion of the body by specific pathogenic microorganisms, had been suggested by earlier thinkers, but had not been proven with the kind of rigorous experimental evidence that would compel the medical world to accept it. Pasteur provided that evidence. His work through the 1860s and 70s demonstrated the microbial origin of a series of important diseases: silkworm disease, chicken cholera, anthrax, and from the understanding of microbial disease, he developed the concept of vaccination, the deliberate exposure of the immune system to a weakened or killed pathogen, stimulating the development of immunity without causing the disease itself. The rabies vaccine, developed by Pasteur and his team in the 1880s and first used on a human patient, a 9-year-old boy named Joseph Meister, who had been severely bitten by a rabid dog. In the year 1885 was the culmination of a scientific career that had begun with a question about tartaric acid in a wine sample in a laboratory in Lille 30 years earlier. From wine to vaccine, from a fermentation vessel to a medical revolution, from the simple question of why grape juice turns into wine to the understanding of how the invisible world of microorganisms shapes the health every living thing, the thread is direct and traceable and genuinely astonishing. Pasteur died in the year 1895 at the age of 72, having received more honors and recognitions than perhaps any scientist of his century. At his death, the French nation mourned him as a hero. He was given a state funeral. His body was interred in a specially constructed crypt beneath the Institut Pasteur in Paris, where it rests today. The walls of the crypt, decorated with mosaics depicting the great moments of his scientific life. Among those mosaics, there is one showing the fermentation vessels and microscopes of his early career. The work that started with wine, the work that changed everything. He was, in the end, a man who paid very close attention to something that most people took entirely for granted, who looked at the familiar miracle of fermentation with fresh and rigorous eyes, and asked, with genuine and patient curiosity, what is actually happening here? And because he asked that question carefully enough and pursued the answer long enough, the world became a safer and healthier place for every human being born after him. That is what science does at its best. Not the dramatic, sudden revelation of the genius who sees what no one else can see, but the patient, methodical, quietly heroic accumulation of careful observation, one experiment at a time, one question at a time, one small, precisely verified truth laid upon another, until the structure is complete and the light it casts changes everything. As you rest now in the cool and quiet dark of your own patient night, let the thought of Pasteur settle gently into you, the man in his laboratory, bent over his microscope, the Paris night quiet outside his window, the gas lamp burning low, the fermentation vessels arranged on the bench before him in their careful rows. He is not hurrying. He never hurried. The questions he was asking were too important to be hurried. He is simply paying attention with everything he has, patiently, thoroughly, for as long as it takes. There is a kind of rest in that image, a deep, contemplative stillness. The stillness of a mind fully engaged with something it finds genuinely and endlessly interesting. The stillness of attention so complete that the world outside it simply ceases to matter. Let your own attention rest now, not on a microscope or a fermentation vessel, but on the simple, steady rhythm of your own breath, in and out, slow and even. The most ancient and reliable rhythm in your world, the fermentation, is complete. The science has done its patient work, and the wine is resting in its bottle in the dark, slowly becoming something extraordinary, just as you are. Let your body grow heavier still. Feel the deep, settled weight of long rest, the kind of heaviness that is not tiredness, but its resolution, the body having done its preliminary work of releasing the day, now settling into the deeper layers of stillness where the real restoration happens, where the breath slows to something barely perceptible, where the thoughts, if they come at all, are soft and brief and entirely undemanding. You are very deeply rested now, and the story continues softly at its own unhurried pace. We are moving into the second half of the 19th century. The world of wine, energized and illuminated by the science of Pasteur and the growing sophistication of winemakers across Europe, is in many ways at a high point. The great chateaux of Bordeaux have just been classified. In the year 1855, Napoleon III commissioned an official ranking of the finest Bordeaux estates for the Paris World Exhibition, producing the classification that still governs much of Bordeaux wine commerce today. The vineyards of Burgundy are producing wines of extraordinary quality. The wines of the Rhône, of Champagne, of the Rhine, and the Moselle, of Rioja and the Douro. All of these are flourishing, their reputations growing, their markets expanding across the world. And then, in the 1860s, something very small arrives in France. Something that no one notices at first. Something so small it is invisible to the naked eye. Something that comes from America, almost certainly carried on the roots of American vine specimens sent to European botanists and horticulturalists who were curious about the native vines of the New World. Its name is Dactylosphaera vitifoliae, the world knows it by a simpler name, phylloxera. Phylloxera is an aphid, a tiny, soft-bodied insect, less than a millimeter in length, that feeds on the roots of grapevines by inserting its piercing mouthpart into the root tissue and sucking out the plant's sap. In its native North America, the native vine species had evolved alongside phylloxera over millions of years and had developed natural defenses against it. The ability to form a protective layer of cork-like tissue around the wound made by the aphid's feeding, sealing the damage before the vine's vascular system was compromised. American vines and phylloxera had reached a kind of biological accommodation, a truce written in evolutionary time, in which the aphid fed and the vine survived. European vines had no such accommodation. Vitis vinifera, having evolved in the complete absence of phylloxera, had no defensive response to its feeding. When phylloxera attacked the roots of a European vine, the wounds it made did not heal. They remained open, becoming infected with soil fungi and bacteria, rotting the root system from the inside. The vine above ground showed the first signs of stress: slightly yellowed leaves, reduced vigor, a thinning of the canopy. The following year, the decline accelerated. The vine produced less fruit and of poorer quality. And the year after that, and the year after that, the vine declined further, weakening and fading like something draining slowly away, until after 3 to 10 years it was dead, and the phylloxera moved on to the next vine. The first confirmed outbreak in France was in the Rhone Valley, near the town of Arles, in the year 1863. It was not recognized for what it was immediately. The pattern of vine decline was unfamiliar, and the initial assumption was that some kind of soil disease or fungal infection was responsible. By the time the tiny aphid was identified as the culprit, in 1868, the infestation had already spread across large areas of the Rhone and Languedoc. And then it spread further with a terrible, inexorable patience. Phylloxera moved through the vineyards of France in every direction: west into Bordeaux, north into Burgundy, east into Alsace, south into Provence. It crossed the Pyrenees into Spain. It crossed the Alps into Italy. It reached Germany, Portugal, Austria, Hungary. It crossed the Mediterranean to North Africa. It reached Australia. It reached California, carried on the boots of travelers, on the wheels of wagons, on the tools of vineyard workers who moved unknowingly from infected vineyards to healthy ones. The aphid spread with a thoroughness and a speed that, given its tiny size and apparent fragility, seemed almost supernatural. The scale of the destruction was catastrophic. In France alone, between the 1860s and the 1890s, it is estimated that roughly 2/3 of all the country's vineyards were destroyed. 2/3, millions of vines that had taken decades or generations to establish. Many of them old vines whose age gave them a depth of root and a complexity of flavor that could never be quickly replaced. All of them dead or dying, their roots eaten hollow by an insect too small to see. The economic impact was devastating. The wine regions of France had been among the most prosperous agricultural areas in the world. Now they were scenes of ruin. Vineyards abandoned, chateaux falling into disrepair, wine merchants facing bankruptcy, workers leaving the land. The social fabric of communities that had organized themselves around the vine, for generations tearing apart under the pressure of the catastrophe. The French government, recognizing the severity of the crisis, offered a substantial prize, 100,000 francs, an enormous sum, to anyone who could find a solution. Scientists, farmers, and inventors proposed hundreds of remedies, ranging from the sensible to the frankly desperate. Flooding the vineyards to drown the aphids, injecting carbon disulfide into the soil to poison them, burying a live toad under each vine. This last approach was proposed with apparent seriousness by at least one correspondent, and reflects the degree of bewilderment and panic that the crisis generated. Some of these approaches offered partial, temporary relief. Carbon disulfide injection, applied rigorously and repeatedly could reduce phylloxera populations and slow the spread of the infestation, but it was enormously expensive, dangerous to handle, and required constant reapplication. It was a holding action, not a solution. The real solution, when it came, was so counterintuitive that it took years for the wine establishment of France to accept it, and even when they accepted it, many of them mourned what it cost them. The solution was American roots. The American vine species, Vitis labrusca, Vitis riparia, Vitis rupestris, and others, were resistant to phylloxera. As we have already noted, the aphid could feed on their roots without killing them. And so the proposal was made by a group of scientists working in the 1870s to graft European Vitis vinifera vines onto American rootstocks. The graft would join the fruiting wood of the European variety, the Cabernet Sauvignon, the Pinot Noir, the Chardonnay, to the root system of a phylloxera-resistant American species. The roots would be American, resistant, and tough. The wood above the graft would be European, producing the fruit and the wine that European viticulture demanded. It worked, not immediately and not without enormous effort. The development of suitable rootstock varieties, American species, that not only resisted phylloxera, but also grew compatibly with European science in the diverse soil types of European wine regions, was a long and technically demanding process. The replanting of devastated vineyards took decades, and the cost in labor, in materials, in expertise was staggering. But it worked. Gradually, through the 1880s and 1890s, and into the early years of the 20th century, the vineyards of Europe were rebuilt, vine by vine, plot by plot, estate by estate. New vines grafted onto American roots, planted in the scarred and empty hillsides where the old vines had died. The wine they produced was. And this is a matter of genuine historical and scientific debate. Possibly not quite the same as the wine produced by the ungrafted vines that had preceded them. Some winemakers and critics have argued, and continue to argue, that the grafted vine produces wine of subtly different character from the own-rooted vine. That something in the interaction between the European scion and the American root, or simply in the loss of the old vine's age and established root system, changes the wine in ways that are difficult to quantify, but real. The debate is unresolved. But it is worth noting that a small number of vineyards around the world escaped the phylloxera devastation entirely and still grow own-rooted, ungrafted vines today. Some ancient vineyards in Chile, which phylloxera never reached. A handful of old vine plantings in parts of Australia and in the Colares region of Portugal, where the sandy coastal soils proved inhospitable to the aphid, and individual old vines scattered here and there across Europe. Survivors in isolated locations where soil conditions or pure geographical luck kept phylloxera at bay. The wines from these ungrafted vines are sought after and discussed with a reverence that reflects the awareness of what they represent. A direct, unbroken connection to the pre-phylloxera world of European wine, a taste, perhaps, of what Burgundy or Bordeaux or Barolo tasted like before the tiny aphid arrived and changed everything forever. What is most remarkable about the phylloxera story, in retrospect, is not the destruction. Though the destruction was enormous and real and devastating for the communities it affected, what is most remarkable is the response. The scientific effort to understand the problem, the experimental determination to find a solution, the willingness, ultimately, of a proud and tradition-bound wine culture to accept a solution that involved grafting its treasured European vines onto the roots of the very continent from which the problem had come. There is wisdom in that willingness, the wisdom of pragmatism over pride, the wisdom of accepting that the solution to a problem sometimes comes from an unexpected direction, that the thing that saves you is sometimes the thing you were least expecting, arriving from somewhere you were not looking. The vineyards of Europe were saved by American roots, and the wines that those saved vineyards produce today, the Great Bordeaux, the Grand Cru Burgundies, the finest Barolos and Riojas and Dernhoff Rieslings are the direct inheritors of that improbable rescue. Every bottle produced from a European vineyard today, with very few exceptions, grows on American roots. The vine is a graft, a joining of two worlds, a solution born of crisis, of science, of the patient willingness to try something that had never been tried before, and to trust the evidence when it showed that it worked. As you rest now, let the image of the vineyard in recovery settle gently into your mind. The bare, replanted hillside, the young vines, newly grafted, their first tentative shoots reaching toward the spring sunshine, the soil still bearing the scars of the crisis, the abandoned rows, the gaps where the old vines died, but already healing, already being remade by human hands and human determination, and the ancient, irrepressible will of the vine to grow. Every crisis passes. Every devastated thing that is tended with enough care and patience eventually recovers. The hillside that looks ruined in autumn is green again by spring. The vine that looks dead in winter is in blossom by May. Rest carries its own kind of recovery. The things that the day depleted are being replenished now, quietly in the dark, without any effort on your part. The roots are holding. The vine is resting, and tomorrow it will grow just as you tomorrow will be restored. Let your breath find its own level now, not controlled, not directed, simply allowed. The body knows the rhythm it needs in this deep, quiet hour. The slow expansion of the chest, the soft release, the pause between one breath and the next that is itself a kind of rest within the rest, a small, still space where nothing is required, nothing is happening, nothing needs your attention. You are very far from the day now, very far from its demands and its noise and its insistent forward motion. The day is behind you, receding like a shoreline scene from a ship moving steadily out to sea. Smaller and smaller, further and further, until it is just a faint line on the horizon, and then nothing at all. We are crossing an ocean, a wide, gray-green ocean under a sky of enormous pale blue. the horizon a clean line in every direction, the ship moving through a long, slow swell that lifts and lowers the deck in a rhythm as gentle and regular as breathing. We are heading west into the unknown, as it was for the first Europeans who made this crossing. The sailors and soldiers and missionaries and merchants and settlers of the 15th and 16th centuries, who left the familiar shores of Spain and Portugal and England and Holland and sailed into a world they had no map for, carrying with them everything they knew and everything they were. Among the things they carried always was the vine. Wine was not a luxury the early European colonists of the New World were willing to do without. It was too deeply embedded in their culture, their religion, their daily life. The Catholic missionaries who followed the Spanish conquistadors into Mexico and Peru needed wine for the Mass. The same imperative that had driven the medieval monasteries to plant vineyards across Europe now drove the padres of the New World to plant vines wherever the climate permitted. The settlers of the Dutch Cape Colony in southern Africa needed wine for sustenance and for trade. The convicts and soldiers and free settlers of early colonial Australia needed wine because it was what Europeans drank, and they intended, in this bewildering southern continent, to continue being Europeans. And so the vine crossed the oceans, carried as cuttings wrapped in damp cloth, as rooted plants packed carefully in wooden crates, as seeds gathered from the finest vineyards of the Old World and entrusted to the uncertain conditions of a months-long sea voyage. Not all of them survived. The sea voyage was long and the conditions variable, and the care that could be taken of living plant material aboard a wooden sailing ship was limited. Many cuttings arrived dead. Many plantings failed in soils and climates that proved unsuitable. The story of the vine in the New World is partly a story of repeated failure, of cuttings that did not take root and vineyards that did not produce, and winemakers who spent years learning that what worked in Bordeaux did not necessarily work in the hills above Cape Town or the valley floor near Santiago. but the vine is patient, and the human beings who planted it were determined. And gradually, across the 16th and 17th and 18th centuries, wine took root in the New World, in Mexico. The Spanish missionaries planted the first vineyards of the Americas in the early 16th century. Using a grape variety they called the mission, a variety whose true origin is still debated, but which is believed to be a Spanish variety, possibly related to the Liston Prieto of the Canary Islands, brought to the New World by the earliest Spanish settlers. The mission grape proved adaptable and productive in the warmth of Mexico, and was carried northward, mission by mission, up the coast of California, hence its name, by the Franciscan Padres who established the chain of missions that would eventually give California not just its wine history, but its geography. The mission grape was not, by any modern standard, a great wine grape. Its wines were rough and unsubtle, suited to the utilitarian purposes of the mission system, rather than to the cultivation of pleasure and refinement. But it established the vine in California, proved that the climate and soil of the Pacific coast could sustain viticulture, and planted the seed of what would become, in the 20th century, one of the greatest wine regions on earth. In South America, the Spanish colonists of Chile and Argentina brought Vitis vinifera cuttings from Spain and planted them in soils and climates that proved extraordinarily hospitable to viticulture. Chile, in particular, occupies a position of unique importance in the global wine story. Isolated by the Atacama Desert to the north, the Andes to the east, the Southern Ocean, and the Antarctic winds to the south, and the Pacific Ocean to the west, Chile is the most naturally quarantined wine-producing country in the world. Phylloxera has never been able to establish itself in Chile's isolated, sandy soils. The own-rooted, ungrafted vines we mentioned in the previous section, survivors of the pre-phylloxera world, grow in Chile today, their roots touching the same earth without the American intermediary that every European vine requires. This makes Chilean wine, in a particular and irreplaceable sense, a direct continuation of the pre-phylloxera tradition, a taste, possibly, of something very close to what the wines of Spain and France tasted like before the devastating crisis of the 1860s and 70s changed European viticulture forever. Argentina, across the Andes from Chile, developed its own distinctive wine culture based on the high-altitude vineyards of the Mendoza region, watered by snowmelt from the Andean peaks above the Malbec grape, a variety of French origin that was a minor blending component in the wines of Bordeaux and Cahors, found in the volcanic soils and intense high-altitude sunshine of Mendoza, a home so congenial that it produced wines of a richness and depth that far exceeded anything the same variety achieved in France. Argentine Malbec became one of the great wine stories of the late 20th century, a grape that had been largely forgotten in its country of origin, rediscovered and transformed in its adopted country, halfway around the world. The story of wine in South Africa begins in the year 1659, when Jan van Riebeek, the Dutch administrator who had established the Cape Colony 3 years earlier as a provisioning station for the ships of the Dutch East India Company, recorded in his diary the pressing of the first Cape wine. The grapes were grown in the fertile soils of what is today the Constantia Valley, just outside the modern city of Cape Town, in a climate that combined the warmth of the Mediterranean with the cooling influence of the cold Benguela current sweeping up from the Southern Ocean. That cooling influence proved crucial. The Cape Peninsula, where the first South African vineyards were planted, benefits from a combination of warmth and oceanic cooling that is genuinely unusual in the wine world, warm enough to ripen grapes fully, cool enough to retain the acidity and freshness that distinguish fine wine from mere fermented grape juice. The wines of Constantia, particularly the legendary sweet wines produced at the estate of that name in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, became famous across the whole of Europe. Napoleon, in exile on the island of St. Helena, reportedly requested Constantia wine in his final years. Jane Austen, in her novel sense and sensibility, recommended a glass of Constantia wine as a specific against a broken heart. The wine of the Cape had arrived, fully and unmistakably, on the world stage. Australia's wine story begins with the first fleet, which arrived at Botany Bay in January of 1788, carrying, among its extraordinary cargo of convicts and soldiers and supplies, vine cuttings from the Cape of Good Hope. The first Australian vineyards were planted in the grounds of Government House in Sydney, and the early results were discouraging. The humid, disease-prone coastal climate proved poorly suited to the vine, but the explorers and settlers who pushed inland discovered something remarkable. Behind the coastal ranges, in the valleys and plains of the interior, the climate was drier, clearer, more amenable. The soils were ancient and complex, and in certain places, the Hunter Valley north of Sydney, the Barossa Valley in South Australia, the cool hills of Victoria's Yarra Valley, the vine took hold with a vitality and a productivity that exceeded even the hopes of those who planted it. The Barossa Valley, settled largely by German Lutheran immigrants in the 1840s and 50s, became one of the most distinctive wine regions in the world. These German settlers brought with them the Shiraz grape, the same variety grown in the Rhone Valley of France under the name Syrah, and planted it in the deep, iron-rich soils of the Barossa floor, where the hot days and cool nights of the South Australian climate produced wines of extraordinary concentration and depth. Barossa Shiraz, with its characteristic combination of ripe dark fruit, dark chocolate, pepper, and the particular earthy quality the wine world calls saddle leather, is one of the most distinctive and most recognizable wine styles on earth, and some of the old vine Shiraz plantings of the Barossa, vines that survived the phylloxera era because the sandy soils of the region proved inhospitable to the aphid, are among the oldest continuously producing vineyards in the world. Vines planted in the 1860s and 1870s, still bearing fruit ancient gnarled trunks barely knee-high, their roots reaching down through meters of barossa, soil, toward whatever ancient water and mineral wealth lies deep below. New Zealand's wine story is more recent, but its rise has been one of the most dramatic in the modern wine world. The country's cool, maritime climate, long dismissed as too cold and too wet for serious viticulture, proved to be ideal for certain varieties, particularly Sauvignon Blanc, which in the Marlborough region at the northern tip of the South Island found conditions that produced wines of such explosive aromatic intensity that they effectively created a new international style, Marlborough Sauvignon Blanc. All passion fruit and green capsicum and freshly cut grass, its acidity searingly precise, its aromatic character almost aggressive in its expressiveness, became one of the most commercially successful wine styles of the late 20th and early 21st centuries, introducing wine to a generation of drinkers who had previously found the category too intimidating or too subtle to engage with. And so the vine circled the globe from its origins in the mountain valleys of the Caucasus, spreading west through the ancient civilizations of the Mediterranean, carried by Roman legions into the forests of northern Europe, preserved by monks through the long centuries of the Middle Ages, reinvented and revitalized by the science of the 19th century, surviving the catastrophe of phylloxera on borrowed American roots, and then crossing the oceans one by one to find new homes in soils and climates that no one had imagined could produce great wine. What the New World taught the Old World ultimately was that the vine was more adaptable than anyone had believed, that terroir was real and important, but not the only factor, that a gifted winemaker working with good fruit in the right climate could produce wines of genuine quality, regardless of whether the vineyard in question was in Burgundy or Barossa, Bordeaux or Napa, Champagne or Marlborough. And what the Old World taught the New World was that patience and tradition and the accumulated wisdom of generations are not obstacles to progress, but its most reliable foundation, that the reason the vineyards of Burgundy produce the wines they produce is not accident or mysticism, but the result of 1,000 years of careful observation and accumulated knowledge that cannot be replicated quickly. However much money and technology and enthusiasm are brought to bear, the best of modern wine culture is the conversation between these two traditions. The New World's energy, confidence, and technical precision meeting the Old World's depth, patience, and rootedness in place. The result of that conversation is a global wine culture richer and more diverse than anything that existed before, producing wines of extraordinary quality and variety from every corner of the earth, from a wild grape on a Caucasian hillside to a glass of Marlborough Sauvignon Blanc on a summer evening in Auckland, from a clay Cuvevry buried in Georgian earth to a stainless steel tank in a Napa Valley winery, from the symposia of Athens and the temple offerings of Egypt to the wine bars of Melbourne and the cellar doors of the Douro Valley. The vine went everywhere because the human desire for what it produces, that quiet, warming, civilizing transformation of simple fruit into something complex and beautiful and full of the slow, patient work of time. That desire went everywhere too. It is one of the most universal things about us, one of the most enduring, one of the most quietly beautiful. As you rest now, let yourself feel the full span of that story, from its ancient beginnings to its extraordinary modern diversity. The whole wide world of wine, wrapped around the single ancient fact of a small dark grape ripening on a hillside in the warmth of an autumn afternoon. The vine is everywhere tonight, in every time zone, in every hemisphere, in 100 different soils and 1,000 different climates. And in every place it grows, it is doing what it has always done, taking what the earth and the sky give it, turning sunlight and water and ancient minerals into something that human beings will gather around and share and remember. The oceans are dark and wide and still. The vineyards of the world are sleeping, and so are you. Let yourself drift a little further now, the way a leaf drifts on the surface of a slow river, not directed, not purposeful, simply carried by the current, turning gently in the water, moving without effort in whatever direction the river chooses. You are the leaf. The river is the night, and the night is wide and dark and endlessly patient and entirely on your side. There is a sound sometimes at the very edge of sleep, a soft, fizzing sound like something quietly effervescent, like bubbles rising through liquid in a long, slow column. If you have ever sat in a quiet room with a glass of sparkling wine and simply listened to it, truly listened, in the way you listen to rain or wind or the sound of a fire, you will know the sound I mean, a continuous, delicate whisper. Thousands of tiny bubbles rising and breaking at the surface, each one releasing a small puff of carbon dioxide and carrying with it a thread of aroma from the wine below. It is one of the most quietly beautiful sounds in the world. And tonight, in this section of our journey, we are going to explore where that sound comes from. The science and the history and the human ingenuity behind what is arguably the most celebrated and most festive wine style the world has ever produced. We are going to Champagne. Champagne is a region in northeastern France, roughly 150 kilometers east of Paris, where the climate is cool, among the coolest of any wine-producing region in the world, and the soil is a deep bed of chalk laid down over millions of years by the accumulated shells of ancient marine organisms. This chalk, which lies close to the surface across the whole of the Champagne region, is the foundation of everything that makes Champagne wine distinctive. It drains freely, preventing the vine's roots from sitting in waterlogged soil. It retains moisture at depth, providing a reliable reservoir for the vine to draw on during dry summers. It reflects heat upward toward the ripening grapes, and it imparts to the wines grown in it a particular mineral quality, a chalky, almost saline freshness that no other soil in the world replicates quite the same way. The grapes grown in Champagne are primarily three varieties: Chardonnay, the the great white grape of Burgundy, which here produces wines of crystalline purity and delicate floral elegance, Pinot Noir, the great red grape of Burgundy, which here, despite its dark skin, contributes structure and body, and a subtle red fruit character to the blend, and Pinot Meunier, a variety found in significant quantities almost nowhere else in the wine world, which contributes roundness and approachability, and a certain soft, bready quality that is part of the characteristic champagne style. But the grapes and the soil, remarkable as they are only the beginning of the champagne story. What makes champagne champagne? What fills it with those extraordinary bubbles is a process of remarkable ingenuity and patience called the méthode traditionnelle, the traditional method. A process so complex, so labor-intensive, and so thoroughly thought through that it represents one of the great technical achievements of the wine world. The story of how sparkling champagne was developed is one of the most discussed and most romantically embellished stories in the history of wine for centuries. The credit was given almost entirely to a Benedictine monk named Dom Pierre Perignon, the cellar master of the Abbey of Hautevillers in the Champagne region in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, who was said to have exclaimed, upon first tasting the sparkling wine he had accidentally created, that he was drinking stars. It is a wonderful story, and it is, unfortunately, largely a myth, or at least a very considerable simplification of a more complex historical reality. Dom Perignon was a real person and a genuinely gifted cellar master whose contributions to the development of champagne were significant. He was an innovator in the blending of wines from different grape varieties and different villages within the Champagne region, creating a more complex and consistent product than any single village wine could achieve. He was an early advocate of using cork stoppers rather than wooden pegs sealed with oil-soaked hemp, a change that improved the reliability of the bottle seal significantly, and he worked with considerable skill in the cellar at a time when champagne winemaking was evolving rapidly. But he did not invent sparkling wine. The effervescence in early champagne wines was, for most of the 17th century, not a deliberate creation, but an accidental and often unwelcome phenomenon. The cool champagne climate meant that the autumn harvest produced wines that had not fully completed their fermentation before the cold of winter arrested the activity of the yeast. The wines were bottled in this incompletely fermented state, the yeast dormant but not dead. And when spring arrived and the temperatures rose, the yeast woke up again and resumed their work, consuming the residual sugar in the bottle and producing carbon dioxide, which, with nowhere to go in the sealed bottle, dissolved into the wine under pressure, producing the bubbles. This was not, initially, a welcome development. The pressure building inside the bottles caused them to explode with alarming frequency, sometimes taking neighboring bottles with them in a chain reaction. The cellar filling with the sound of breaking glass and the smell of spilled wine. Early champagne cellars could lose a significant proportion of their stock to these explosions in a bad year. The workers who had to enter the cellars during the secondary fermentation period wore iron masks to protect their faces from the flying glass. The effervescence was a problem to be managed before it became a quality to be celebrated. And it was the English, interestingly, who first seemed to appreciate the sparkling quality as a feature rather than a defect. English wine merchants who imported still champagne wines and bottled them in England were, by the middle of the 17th century, using the stronger glass produced by English glassmakers who had access to coal-fired furnaces producing a more durable glass than the wood-fired French furnaces, and were adding sugar to the wine before bottling to deliberately induce the secondary fermentation and its resultant bubbles. The deliberate creation of sparkling champagne as a specific and desirable wine style developed gradually through the 17th and 18th centuries, driven by a combination of technical improvement and changing fashion. The stronger glass that could withstand the internal pressure of a sparkling wine. The cork stopper that could reliably seal the bottle through the secondary fermentation. The growing taste among the French and English aristocracy for the festive, luxurious quality of a wine that sparkled and fizzed and carried with it an undeniable suggestion of celebration and excess. By the 18th century, champagne had become the wine of the French court, the wine of Versailles, the wine of royalty and aristocracy across Europe. The great champagne houses Ruinart, founded in 1729, the oldest surviving champagne house, Moet, founded in 1743, Veuve-Clicquot, whose widow Nicole Barbe Clicquot took over the family business in 1805 and transformed it into one of the great names in wine, were established in this period, building the commercial infrastructure of the champagne trade that still dominates the region today. It was Nicole Barbe Clicquot, the Veuve, the widow, for whom the famous yellow-labeled champagne is still named, who solved one of the most persistent practical problems of champagne production, the secondary fermentation in the bottle that created the bubbles, also created a sediment. The spent yeast cells that had conducted the fermentation and then died, leaving a cloudy deposit in the wine that was both aesthetically unappealing and difficult to remove without losing the precious bubbles in the process. Madame Clicquot and her cellar master Anton de Muller developed around 1813 a technique that elegantly solved this problem. They drilled holes in large tables and inserted the champagne bottle's neck downward into these holes at an angle, then periodically rotated and progressively tilted the bottles further toward the vertical over a period of weeks. This process, called remuage or riddling, gradually coaxed the sediment to migrate from the body of the bottle toward the neck, collecting in a compact plug just behind the cork. The final step was called dégorgement, disgorging. The neck of the bottle, with its plug of sediment, was plunged into a freezing brine solution that froze the sediment plug solid. The cork was then removed, and the pressure of the gas in the bottle expelled the frozen sediment plug in a single clean burst, leaving the wine behind clear, brilliant, and perfectly sparkling, a small amount of wine and sugar. The dosage was then added to replace what was lost, and the bottle was resealed with a fresh cork and the characteristic wire cage that holds it in place against the internal pressure. This is, in its essentials, still the method used to produce the finest champagnes today. Remuage is now often performed by computer-controlled gyropalettes rather than by the hand of a skilled remuer. And the scale of modern champagne production is unimaginably larger than anything Madame Cliquot could have envisioned, but the process is the same. The secondary fermentation in the bottle, the riddling, the disgorgement, the dosage, the wire cage. A bottle of vintage champagne from one of the great houses, aged for 5, 10, 15 years on its yeast lees in the chalk cellars that run for hundreds of kilometers beneath the city of Reims, is among the most complex and most beautiful wine experiences the world offers. The bubbles in a fine aged champagne are not the aggressive, coarse fizz of a carbonated soft drink. They are fine and persistent, rising in long, elegant columns from the nucleation points on the glass surface. The foam is creamy and dense and collapses slowly. The aromas are extraordinary: toasted brioche, hazelnut, cream, dried citrus peel. The particular yeasty, autolytic quality that years of contact with the spent yeast cells imparts to the wine. And beneath all of that, the clean chalk mineral signature of the Champagne terroir, and the sound, the quiet, continuous, delicate whisper of thousands of tiny bubbles rising through the wine, each one a small breath, a small release, a small celebration of the extraordinary journey from grape to glass. The bubbles in a glass of fine champagne are, in a very literal sense, the breath of the yeast. Carbon dioxide produced by living organisms conducting their ancient metabolic work, trapped under pressure in a sealed bottle, released at last when the cork is drawn, life made audible, biology made festive. Sparkling wines are produced today in virtually every wine-producing country in the world, using a variety of methods. The traditional method of champagne is used in the Franciacorta region of northern Italy, in Cava from Catalonia in Spain, in the Crémant wines of the Loire Valley, and Alsace in France, and in the finest sparkling wines of California, Australia, and New Zealand. Other methods, the tank method, in which the secondary fermentation takes place in a large sealed tank rather than in individual bottles, used for the production of Prosecco from northeastern Italy, and many other everyday sparkling wines, produce wines of less complexity and less aging potential, but of considerable freshness and charm. But champagne remains the original, the template, the standard against which all other sparkling wines are measured, not because the French invented effervescence. The English might reasonably dispute that claim, but because in the chalk hills of northeastern France, a particular combination of climate and soil and grape variety and human ingenuity produced something that the wine world has never quite replicated anywhere else, something that makes the room feel more festive simply by being opened, something that changes the quality of the air when the cork is drawn, something that carries within its fine, persistent bubbles and its toasty, chalky complexity the accumulated weight of 3 centuries of craft and tradition, and the particular human impulse to mark the important moments of life with something beautiful and extraordinary. As you rest now, imagine the sound of a glass of champagne in a quiet room, that soft, continuous whisper, thousands of tiny bubbles rising in the dark, not urgent, not insistent, simply present, simply alive, simply carrying their small cargo of carbon dioxide from the depths of the wine to the surface, over and over, in an endless and entirely unhurried procession. Let that sound become the sound of your own breath, soft and steady and continuous, rising and falling, each breath a small bubble of life released into the quiet air of the room. You are breathing, simply, gently, easily breathing. The champagne is open. The bubbles are rising, and the night is wide and warm, and filled with the quiet sound of something extraordinary, doing what it was always meant to do, simply being. Let your body be completely still now, not the stillness of effort, not the stillness of someone trying to be still, the effortless stillness of a person who has simply stopped, who has set down every last thing they were carrying. And let the quiet come in from all sides and fill the space that the carrying left behind. That particular profound stillness that belongs only to the deepest hours of the night, when the world outside has grown silent and the body inside has grown heavy, and the mind has begun to release its last tenuous hold on the waking world. You are nearly there. You may already be there. And if you drift away entirely in the next few minutes, and the rest of this story reaches you only as a soft and distant murmur at the very edge of sleep, that is exactly as it should be. That is the best possible outcome. That is what this long, gentle journey has been moving toward all these quiet hours. We are visiting, in this section, a family of wines that are among the oldest, most traveled, most historically significant, and in many ways most misunderstood wines in the world, wines that were born from practical necessity and became objects of extraordinary beauty, wines that were created to survive long sea voyages in the hold of wooden ships and ended up on the tables of emperors and czars and the finest restaurants in Europe, wines that are, in their finest expressions, among the most complex and most long-lived beverages that human ingenuity has ever produced. We are visiting the world of fortified wine. Fortified wine is, at its most basic, wine to which grape spirit, a distilled alcohol made from grapes, has been added at some point during or after fermentation. The addition of spirit raises the alcohol content of the wine from the typical range of 11 to 14% to somewhere between 15 and 22%, depending on the wine style. And that higher alcohol content does something very important. It makes the wine resistant to the bacterial spoilage and further fermentation that would deteriorate an unfortified wine under the conditions of a long sea voyage. The heat, the movement, the variable temperatures of a ship's hold crossing tropical waters. This was not an accident. Fortification was developed, at least in part, as a preservation technique, a way of ensuring that wine could travel long distances without spoiling, a way of getting the wines of Portugal and Spain to the markets of Britain and Northern Europe, markets that were hungry for wine, but separated from the wine-producing regions by weeks or months of ocean travel, in a condition that was not merely drinkable, but genuinely excellent. The three great fortified wine traditions of the Iberian Peninsula: port from Portugal, sherry from Spain, and Madeira from Portugal's Atlantic island, each developed in response to the demands of this long-distance trade. Each one is distinct in its production method, its flavor profile, its cultural associations, and each one is, in its finest expressions, a wine of profound and irreplaceable character. Port is the wine of the Douro Valley, a dramatic landscape of terraced vineyards carved into steep schist hillsides above the Douro River in northern Portugal. The schist, a dark, fractured metamorphic rock that shatters easily under the frost and the heat, breaking down over centuries into a thin, mineral-rich soil, is the foundation of port's extraordinary character. The indigenous grape varieties of the Douro, many of them found nowhere else in the wine world, draw from this ancient rock a concentration and an intensity that produces wines of remarkable power and depth. Port is made by a process that is, in its essentials, quite simple. Red grapes are crushed and begin fermenting in the usual way. But before the fermentation is complete, while there is still a significant amount of unfermented sugar remaining in the must, grape spirit is added to the fermenting wine. The high alcohol of the spirit kills the yeast and arrests the fermentation instantly, leaving the wine with its residual sweetness intact. The result is a wine that is simultaneously sweet from the unfermented sugar and strong from the added spirit, and rich from the concentrated flavors of the Douro fruit. But port is not a single thing. It is a family of wines of remarkable diversity, each member produced by a different aging regime that transforms the basic fortified wine in a different direction. Ruby Port is the youngest and most immediately accessible style. Aged for a relatively short period in large wooden vessels that limit the wine's exposure to oxygen, Ruby Port retains the vivid color and fresh, vigorous dark fruit character of the young Douro wine. Blackberry, cherry, plum, chocolate, these are the flavors of Ruby Port. Straightforward and generous. The wine's sweetness balanced by the warmth of the spirit and the natural acidity and tannin of the Douro grapes. Tawny Port takes a different path. Aged for years or decades in small oak barrels, exposed to the gradual oxidative influence of the wood, Tawny Port slowly changes color from the deep purple red of youth to the amber tawny shades that give the style its name. The flavors shift away from fresh fruit and toward dried fruit, raisin, fig, apricot, and develop the complex, nutty, oxidative quality that wine tasters describe as rancio. A 20-year-old Tawny Port. Its color, a warm amber orange. Its nose filled with the smell of walnut and dried apricot, and a hint of something almost caramel. This is one of the most contemplative and most quietly magnificent wine experiences available anywhere in the world. Vintage port is the rarest and the most celebrated expression of the style. In the finest years when the Douro's weather has conspired to produce grapes of exceptional quality, the port shippers declare a vintage, bottling the wine of that year after only 2 years of barrel aging, and releasing it to mature for decades in bottle. Great vintage port requires patience. It is not an approachable wine in its youth, dark, tannic, almost opaque in color. Its sweetness and power, not yet integrated into anything resembling harmony, but given time, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, it becomes something extraordinary. The color softening to a deep ruby amber, the tannins smoothing to silk, the flavors developing a complexity that encompasses dark fruit and leather and spice and cedar, and something almost ineffably ancient, as if the wine carries within it the accumulated memory of all the years it has rested in its bottle, a glass of mature vintage port, drawn carefully from a bottle that has spent 30 years in a cool, dark cellar, decanted gently to leave its sediment behind, is one of the most profoundly moving wine experiences in the world, a wine that has been patient for 3 decades, that has been doing its quiet, invisible work in the dark for longer than some of the people drinking it have been alive. That arrives in the glass with a gravity and a complexity that commands genuine reverence. Sherry comes from the opposite corner of the Iberian Peninsula, from the hot, chalk-white soils of the Jerez region in the far south of Spain, where the summers are long and fierce, and the local variety of chalk called albariza gleams white in the sun and reflects heat upward onto the ripening Palomino grapes that produce almost all of the region's wine. Sherry is the most misunderstood wine in the world. Its reputation in many markets has been damaged by decades of association with cheap, sweetened, poorly made versions of the wine that bear the sherry name, but bear almost no resemblance to the genuine article, the authentic sherry of Jerez, produced with the rigor and the care that the tradition demands, is among the most complex and most fascinating wine in existence. The production of sherry involves one of the most remarkable biological phenomena in all of winemaking: the growth of a thick layer of yeast on the surface of the wine in the barrel, called flor. Flor develops naturally in the Jerez climate on certain wines. Those with a relatively low sugar content and a moderate alcohol level, forming a white, creamy veil that covers the surface of the wine and protects it from the oxidizing influence of the air above. Under the protection of flor, the wine develops in a completely different direction from a wine exposed to oxygen. Fino sherry and its coastal cousin Manzanilla, both aged under a continuous veil of flor, are among the driest, most austere, most minerally precise wines in the world, pale gold in color, almost colorless in the finest examples, smelling of almonds and chamomile, and the sea, and something yeasty and clean that is entirely unlike any other wine. Their acidity is searingly precise. Their finish is long and saline and reminds you, if you are drinking manzanilla in the coastal town of San Lucar de Barrameda, where it is made, of the salt wind blowing in from the Atlantic a few 100 meters away, when the floor dies, as it does naturally in some wines, and as winemakers cause it to do in others, by adding more spirit to raise the alcohol to a level the yeast cannot survive. The wine is exposed to the oxidative aging that produces the darker, richer, more complex styles. Amontillado begins its life under floor and continues under oxidation, developing a nutty complexity that combines the delicacy of fino with the depth of an oxidatively aged wine. Oloroso is aged entirely without floor, in deliberate, controlled exposure to oxygen, developing deep amber color and rich, concentrated flavors of walnut and dried fruit and caramelized orange peel. And at the sweetest end of the spectrum, the Pedro Ximénez sherries, made from sun-dried grapes, whose sugar content has been concentrated to an extraordinary degree, are wines of almost syrup-like intensity, dark as treacle, viscous, smelling of raisin and fig and toffee and molasses, with a sweetness so profound and so complex that they are often drunk in small quantities as a dessert in themselves, drizzled over vanilla ice cream, or simply sipped in tiny glasses after a long dinner. Madeira is the third great pillar of the fortified wine world, and in some ways the most remarkable of all. Madeira is produced on the Portuguese island of the same name, a steep, dramatic volcanic island rising from the Atlantic Ocean, roughly 900 kilometers southwest of Lisbon. The island's climate is warm and humid, its volcanic soils extraordinarily fertile, its vineyards among the most dramatically situated in the world, terraced into the near vertical slopes of the island on narrow platforms of rock called poyos, accessible only on foot or by the monorail systems that the larger estates have installed to carry their harvest to the winery below. What makes Madeira unique in the wine world is its extraordinary durability, its capacity to age essentially indefinitely in a way that no other wine can claim. Great Madeira from the 19th century, bottles from the 1800s, sometimes from the 1700s, can still be alive, still vibrant, still expressing something beautiful and complex and fully alive across a gulf of time that makes even the greatest vintage port or aged Burgundy seem recent. The secret of Madeira's extraordinary longevity lies in a production process that sounds, on first description, like a recipe for ruining a wine. In the traditional estufagem process, the fortified wine is deliberately exposed to heat, stored in heated rooms or tanks at temperatures of around 45 to 50 degrees Celsius for a minimum of 3 months. This deliberate heat treatment applied to any other wine would destroy it utterly. But for Madeira, it does something quite different. The combination of heat and oxidation and the wine's high acidity and high alcohol drives a series of chemical reactions that stabilize the wine in a way that makes it essentially immune to further deterioration. A wine that has been through this process and has emerged intact, as all authentic Madeira does, simply cannot be damaged by anything the subsequent passage of time or variable storage conditions can throw at it. This extraordinary stability was discovered, as so many of the great discoveries in wine history were discovered by accident. The wines of Madeira were loaded onto the ships of the Atlantic trade in the 17th and 18th centuries, and in the course of the long voyages south through the tropics to South America, east around the Cape of Good Hope to India, west to the American colonies, something unexpected happened. The wines, subjected to the heat and the movement of the tropical voyage, did not deteriorate as other wines did. They improved. The heat and the agitation of the sea voyage accelerated the same chemical reactions that the estufagem would later replicate under controlled conditions, and the wines that arrived at their destinations were better than when they had left. Madeira became the most widely traded wine in the 18th century Atlantic world, precisely because of this quality. It was the wine of the American founding fathers. Thomas Jefferson was a passionate admirer, and it was reportedly Madeira that was used to toast the signing of the Declaration of Independence in 1776. It was the wine drunk on the slave ships of the Middle Passage, a fact that casts a deep and uncomfortable shadow over the wine's glittering commercial history. It was the wine that fueled the trade networks of the 18th century Atlantic in a way that no other beverage could match, and the finest old Madeiras, bottles from the early 19th century, from the late 18th century, served in the wine lodges of Funchal, where they rest in long rows in ancient cellars that smell of wood and time, and something indefinably ancient, are among the most extraordinary sensory experiences the wine world offers, not just as wine, but as a form of time travel, a direct, tangible, liquid connection to a world 250 years gone. The taste of time itself. As you rest now in the deep, patient dark of the night, let the thought of those ancient bottles settle gently into your mind. All that patient waiting, all that unhurried time, all those years of stillness in the cellar, the wine doing its quiet work, becoming slowly and imperceptibly more itself with every passing year. Time is not the enemy of beautiful things. It is their collaborator, their most patient and most generous partner. And you have all the time in the world tonight. The cellar is cool and dark and still. The old bottles rest in their ancient racks, and the wine inside them is dreaming, as it has dreamed for 100 years or more, of the warm Atlantic sun and the volcanic earth and the slow, salt-scented wind that blew through the vineyards on the day the grapes were gathered. Let yourself dream too. You have earned it. Let your eyes stay closed. There is nothing to see right now. Nothing that requires the effort of looking. The world behind your eyelids is its own kind of rich, not dark exactly, but a deep, warm, living absence of light that shifts and breathes and carries its own quiet beauty. Let it be enough. Let it be everything. The world of sight can wait until morning. For now, we are in a different kind of world entirely. A world of softness and warmth, and the slow, unhurried drift of a story that has nowhere it needs to arrive. And yet, in this section of our journey, we are going to talk about color. Not the color of the world outside your closed eyes, but the color of wine. One of the most visually beautiful substances that nature and human ingenuity have ever collaborated to produce. From the palest, most translucent gold of a young Moselle Riesling to the deepest, most opaque purple black of a freshly made Barossa Shiraz. From the barely there blush of a Provençal Rosé to the warm amber of an aged tawny port, from the copper tints of an orange wine to the brick red of a Burgundy, with 30 years of bottle age behind it. Wine is color, and the color of wine is chemistry. Let us begin with the simplest question. Why is red wine red? The answer lies in a family of compounds called anthocyanins. These are pigment molecules found in the skins, not the flesh, not the seeds, but specifically the skin of dark-colored grape varieties. They belong to a larger class of compounds called flavonoids, which are found throughout the plant kingdom and are responsible for the colors of flowers, fruits, and autumn leaves. The particular anthocyanins found in red wine grapes, malvidin, peonidin, cyanidin, delphinidin, and petunidin, among others, absorb certain wavelengths of light and reflect others, and the wavelengths they reflect are in the red and purple range of the visible spectrum. When red grapes are crushed and the juice comes into contact with the skins during fermentation, the maceration process we explored in section 11, the anthocyanins are gradually extracted from the skin cells into the fermenting liquid. The longer the maceration, the more anthocyanins are extracted, and the deeper and more intense the color of the resulting wine. A Pinot Noir, with its thin skins and relatively short maceration, produces a wine that is pale and transparent, almost translucent ruby, sometimes barely darker than a deep rosé, a Cabernet Sauvignon, or a Petite Syrah, with thick skins and an extended maceration of several weeks, produces a wine so deeply colored that a few centimeters of it in a glass will appear almost completely opaque. But the color of red wine is not static. It changes constantly from the moment of pressing to the last glass poured from an aged bottle decades later. And those changes are among the most beautiful visible manifestations of the chemistry of aging that we explored in Section 12. The fresh anthocyanins of a young red wine are unstable molecules. Left to themselves, they would gradually break down and the color would fade. But in the presence of tannins, those large, complex polyphenolic molecules extracted from grape skins, seeds, and stems during fermentation. The anthocyanins form chemical bonds, linking together into larger, more stable molecules called polymeric pigments. These polymeric pigments are more stable than free anthocyanins, more resistant to fading, and they absorb light slightly differently, shifting the color of the wine from the vivid blue-purple of very young wine toward the more stable red and ruby tones of a wine that has had some time to develop. As the wine continues to age, the polymeric pigments grow larger and more complex, and the color continues to evolve. The deep ruby of a 5-year-old red wine becomes the garnet of a 10-year-old, the brick red of a 20-year-old, the tawny amber edge that appears on wines of 30 years or more. By the time a great old red wine reaches its 4th or 5th decade of bottle age, its color has moved so far from its original vivid purple red that a wine drinker seeing it for the first time might not immediately recognize it as the same substance. It is the same wine, but time has transformed its color as completely as it has transformed its flavor and its texture and its entire character. You can read the age of a red wine to a considerable degree of accuracy simply by looking at its color. A wine that is still purple at the rim, where the wine thins at the edge of the glass, is young, still full of free anthocyanins. A wine with a brick red rim, shading toward amber at the very edge, is old. The rim tells you what the wine has been through, the time it has spent, the slow, patient transformations it has undergone in the dark of its cellar. White wine has no anthocyanins, the juice of white grape varieties, and indeed the juice of most red varieties, which is colorless, contains no red or purple pigments. The color of white wine comes instead from a different class of compounds called flavanols and hydroxycinnamic acids, which absorb in the ultraviolet and blue ranges of light and reflect back the yellow and green wavelengths that give white wine its characteristic color. Young white wines are typically pale, straw-colored lemon yellow, sometimes almost water white, sometimes with a faint greenish tinge in the coolest climate wines. The green tinge in very young white wines comes from the presence of chlorophyll, yes, the same compound that makes leaves green, which the grapes contain in small quantities when not fully ripe, and which is extracted into the juice during pressing as the wine ages, or as the grapes ripen more fully in warmer conditions. The chlorophyll breaks down and the greenish tinge disappears. As white wines age, their color deepens. The flavanol and hydroxycinnamic acid compounds undergo oxidation and polymerization reactions similar to those that change the color of red wines, gradually shifting the wine's color from pale straw toward gold, and from gold toward the amber and deep golden bronze of a fully mature white wine, or an oxidatively aged wine like Oloroso sherry or tawny port, a very old white Burgundy, a Meursault, or a Puligny Montrachet with 20 or 30 years of bottle age, will be a deep, burnished gold, its color telling you immediately that something profound has happened to it over the years. Rosé wine occupies the fascinating middle ground between red and white, and its color is produced by one of two methods that result in wines of quite different character and quite different shades of pink. The most common method, and the one used for almost all of the finest rosé wines, particularly those of Provence in southern France, is skin contact. Red grapes are crushed, and the juice is left in contact with the skins for a very short period, typically between 2 and 24 hours, before being drained away and fermented without further further skin contact, the brief maceration extracts just a small quantity of anthocyanins from the skins, giving the wine its characteristic pink color without the tannin and body that a full maceration would impart. The result is a wine that is pink in color, but white in structure, light, fresh, high in acidity, low in tannin. The shade of pink produced by the skin contact method depends on the grape variety, the temperature of the maceration, and its duration. The palest, most delicate Ricés, the famous Oil de Perdrix, the eye of the partridge of Provence, are barely pink at all. The merest blush of salmon or copper in an otherwise almost white wine, deeper, more vivid pinks. The bright raspberry and cherry tones of a Tavel, Ricé from the Rhone Valley, come from longer skin contact or from grape varieties with particularly high anthocyanin content. The second method, called Sainé bleeding, involves drawing off a portion of juice from a red wine fermentation at an early stage before much color has been extracted. This juice is then fermented separately to produce a Ricé. The Sainé method typically produces Ricés of deeper, more vivid color and more body and structure than the short maceration method, because they have spent longer in contact with the skins. There is also, in the world of wine, a fourth color that has attracted considerable attention in recent years. Orange wine, sometimes called amber wine or skin contact white wine, is made by fermenting white grapes with extended skin contact in the same way that red wine is made. The skin contact extracts not just color, but tannins and other phenolic compounds from the skins of the white grapes, producing wines of deep amber or orange color with a tannic structure quite unlike anything else in the white wine world. Orange wine is, in fact, the most ancient wine-making tradition in the world. The Georgian Cuve-Evry wines that we met at the very beginning of our journey 8,000 years ago were made with extended skin contact in exactly this way. What the wine world now calls orange wine and treats as a fashionable innovation is actually the oldest winemaking method on earth, practiced continuously in Georgia for 8 millennia and rediscovered by a wave of artisanal winemakers in the early 21st century who were drawn to its combination of historical depth and distinctively complex, challenging flavor profile. The color of wine is not merely aesthetic. It is informative. It tells you, if you know how to read it, where the wine came from, how it was made, and how long it has been aging. It is a kind of language, visible, immediate, requiring no specialist knowledge to perceive, though considerable experience to interpret with precision. Wine professionals talk about the color of wine with a vocabulary of extraordinary richness: garnet, ruby, crimson, vermilion, tawny, amber, bronze, copper, salmon, onion skin, straw, lemon, gold, topaz. These are not arbitrary poetic inventions. They are precise descriptors, pointing to specific optical qualities that in turn point to specific chemical conditions in the wine, its age, its grape variety, its production method, its oxidation level. A skilled taster, given a glass of wine with no other information, can tell a great deal about it from its color alone. Whether it is old or young, whether it has been exposed to oxygen or kept in a reductive environment, whether it is from a cool climate or a warm one, whether it has been aged in oak or in stainless steel. The color is the first chapter of the story the wine is telling. Everything else, the smell, the taste, the texture, is the rest of the book, but you do not need to be a skilled taster to appreciate the beauty of wine's color. You need only a glass and a light source and the willingness to look. To hold the glass up to a candle or a window or a lamp and let the light pass through the wine and emerge changed, warmer, richer, deeper, colored by all the chemistry and time and geography that the wine carries within it. A glass of old red Burgundy held up to the light is one of the most beautiful things in the world of objects. The color at the center, deep garnet, almost brown, shading to a rim of pale brick red, transparent as stained glass, the light passing through it warm and amber, the way light passes through a church window in the late afternoon of an autumn day. It is the color of time, color of patience, the color of something that has waited long enough to become fully itself. As you rest now in your own quiet darkness, let that color be somewhere in the back of your mind. Warm and amber and deep. The color of a wine that has been patient, that has waited out the years in its cool, dark cellar without complaint or hurry, simply doing its work, becoming slowly and imperceptibly more beautiful with every passing season. That is the color of rest, the color of the deep, restorative dark that is gathering around you now. Amber and warm and absolutely still. The wine is glowing softly in the dark, and you are glowing too, in your own quiet way, in the warm, unhurried dark of a night that is entirely yours. Let your breath be completely easy now, not managed, not monitored, simply happening the way breathing happens when the body is left entirely to itself in the deep, undisturbed quiet of the night. The slow rise and fall of the chest, the gentle movement of air through the nose and throat and down into the lungs. The body doing what it has always known how to do, without any instruction from the conscious mind whatsoever. You are very deep now, very still, very far from the busy, effortful world of the day. And if the words of this story reach you only faintly, only as a soft and distant murmur at the very edge of your awareness, that is perfectly fine. That is more than fine. The story will carry on at its own gentle pace, whether you are fully listening or only half listening, or not really listening at all anymore, drifting in the warm and patient dark on the other side of wakefulness. We are exploring in this section the relationship between wine and the human body, a relationship that is ancient, complex, genuinely fascinating, and like so many things in the world of wine, not entirely simple to summarize. Human beings have been using wine as medicine for as long as they have been making wine. We encountered this impulse in the earliest sections of our journey, in the medical papyri of ancient Egypt, in the cuneiform tablets of Mesopotamia, in the prescriptions of Greek and Roman physicians who recommended wine for everything from infected wounds to difficult digestions to the sorrow of grief, the ancient world's confidence in wine as a healing substance was not mere superstition. It was based on thousands of years of careful observation. The observation that wine, used with appropriate care and moderation, seemed to do something beneficial for the people who drank it. The Greek physician Hippocrates, the father of Western medicine, whose name we honor in the oath that doctors still take at the beginning of their careers, prescribed wine extensively in his practice. He recommended it as a wound disinfectant, as a vehicle for other medicinal herbs, as a treatment for fever, as a digestive aid, and as a general tonic for the maintenance of health. He was careful always to emphasize the importance of moderation. He understood with the clinical precision that characterized his approach to medicine that the line between a therapeutic dose and a harmful one was not always wide. The Roman physician Galen, writing in the 2nd century of the Common Era, was even more enthusiastic about wine as a medical tool. He recommended it for a vast range of conditions and used it extensively in his work as physician to the gladiators of Pergamon, those professional fighters whose wounds and injuries gave Galen an unparalleled clinical education in the treatment of trauma. Wine cleaned wounds and prevented the sepsis that killed as many injured gladiators as the fights themselves. Galen's clinical experience of wine as an antiseptic was entirely valid. It was only in the 19th century, with Pasteur's work on the germ theory of disease, that science would finally explain why it worked. The medieval tradition of wine as medicine continued and deepened through the monasteries and the early universities. The School of Medicine at Salerno in southern Italy, the earliest medical school in medieval Europe, produced in the 11th and 12th centuries a series of texts on the therapeutic properties of wine that drew on the accumulated wisdom of the Greek and Roman traditions and extended it with new observations. Wine was recommended for the strengthening of the stomach, for the improvement of digestion, for the warming of cold constitutions, for the relief of melancholy, for the promotion of sleep, that last recommendation, is one that our listeners tonight may find particularly relevant. The idea that wine promotes sleep is one of the oldest and most widely held beliefs in the entire cultural history of the beverage and modern science. While it has considerably complicated the picture, has not entirely discredited it. Alcohol does have sedative properties. It enhances the effect of a neurotransmitter called gamma-aminobutyric acid, GABA, which inhibits neuronal activity in the brain and produces feelings of relaxation and drowsiness. A moderate amount of wine in the evening does make it easier to fall asleep for many people, and this is a real and measurable pharmacological effect rather than a mere placebo. However, and this is where the picture becomes more complicated, alcohol also disrupts the quality of sleep, particularly in its later stages. It suppresses the rapid eye movement sleep that is essential for memory consolidation and emotional processing. It increases the likelihood of waking in the night as the body metabolizes the alcohol and rebounds from its sedative effect. So while wine may help you fall asleep, it tends to make the second half of the night more fragmented and less restorative than it would otherwise be. This is not a reason to be anxious, simply a reason to appreciate that the body's relationship with wine, like the body's relationship with most things that have both pleasures and costs, is a nuanced one that rewards attention and moderation, and the kind of honest self-knowledge that the best medical traditions have always recommended. The modern scientific interest in wine and health reached its peak in the early 1990s with a phenomenon that became known as the French paradox. The French paradox was the observation made by the scientist Serge Renaud and popularized by a television documentary in 1991 that the people of France, despite consuming a diet relatively high in saturated fat, rich in cheese and butter, and the slow-cooked, fat-saturated dishes of the French culinary tradition, had a significantly lower rate of cardiovascular disease than populations in other developed countries, particularly the United States and the United Kingdom, whose diets were apparently similar or even healthier, the proposed explanation for this paradox was wine. Specifically, the regular, moderate consumption of red wine that was characteristic of French eating culture. A glass or two with lunch and dinner, integrated into the meal as a natural accompaniment rather than consumed separately or in larger quantities. Something in the red wine, the hypothesis went, was protecting the French cardiovascular system against the damage that might otherwise have been expected from their fat-rich diet. The search for the specific compound responsible led scientists to resveratrol. Resveratrol is a polyphenolic compound produced by grapevines and by a number of other plants, including peanuts and blueberries, as a defense against fungal infection. It is found in the highest concentrations in grape skins, which is why red wine, made with extended skin contact, contains significantly more resveratrol than white wine or grape juice. The laboratory studies of resveratrol were initially extraordinarily exciting. In cell culture and in animal models, resveratrol demonstrated a remarkable range of potentially beneficial effects. It appeared to activate sirtuins, a family of proteins associated with cellular longevity and stress resistance. It showed anti-inflammatory activity. It inhibited the oxidation of LDL cholesterol, the so-called bad cholesterol, which is one of the key steps in the development of atherosclerosis, the arterial disease that underlies most heart attacks and strokes. Some studies suggested it might have anti-cancer properties. Some suggested it might extend lifespan in model organisms. The excitement generated by these findings was considerable, and the popular media embraced the idea of wine as a health food with an enthusiasm that was, in retrospect, rather greater than the evidence warranted, because the story turned out to be considerably more complicated than the early headlines suggested. The concentrations of resveratrol used in many of the most dramatic laboratory studies were far higher than anything achievable by drinking wine. Higher, in fact, be achieved by any reasonable dietary intervention. The human clinical trials that followed the laboratory discoveries were far less impressive than the cell culture and animal studies had been, and the French paradox itself, on closer examination, turned out to have a number of alternative explanations that had nothing to do with resveratrol or wine, including differences in the way cardiovascular deaths were recorded and classified in French versus American medical statistics, and the possibility that the protective effect was associated not with wine specifically, but with the broader Mediterranean dietary pattern, of which wine was only one component. The current scientific consensus on wine and health is considerably more cautious than the resveratrol excitement of the 1990s suggested it would be. The evidence that moderate wine consumption is associated with lower cardiovascular disease risk is real and has been demonstrated in a large number of epidemiological studies, but the evidence is associational rather than causal. It shows that people who drink moderate amounts of wine tend to have better cardiovascular health, not that the wine itself is responsible for that better health. People who drink moderate amounts of wine also tend, as a group, to have higher incomes, better diets, more social connection, and more access to medical care. All factors that are independently associated with better health outcomes, disentangling the effect of the wine from the effect of all the other things that moderate wine drinkers tend to do, is genuinely difficult. And the honest answer is that science has not yet fully done so. What can be said with reasonable confidence is that moderate wine consumption in the range of 1 to 2 glasses per day for adults, with regular alcohol-free days, does not appear to be harmful to health for most people, and may carry some cardiovascular benefit. What cannot be said with confidence is that wine is a medicine, or that drinking more of it would produce more benefit. Hippocrates, with his insistence on moderation and his careful attention to individual variation, would probably have felt that this conclusion was broadly consistent with his own clinical experience, the ancient instinct that wine, in its proper measure, is good for you, is not entirely wrong. It is simply more complicated than the instinct suggests, and more dependent on the specifics of how much, and when, and by whom. There is also the matter of wine's relationship to the mind, not the sedative effect of alcohol, which we have already mentioned, but the more subtle and more interesting question of what moderate wine consumption does to mood, to sociability, to the quality of conversation and connection that occurs around a shared bottle. The ancient Greeks understood this with their concept of the symposium. The Romans understood it with their daily wine ration. The medieval monks understood it with their careful moderation of the community's wine consumption, enough to ease the austerity of the monastic life, without compromising the discipline that made it meaningful. What they all understood in their different ways is that wine, in moderation, in the right context, shared with others, does something to the quality of human interaction that is genuinely valuable and genuinely difficult to replicate by other means. It lowers the social barriers that isolation and self-consciousness erect between people. It makes conversation easier and laughter more accessible, and the faces of friends seem warmer and more open. It encourages the kind of unhurried, exploratory, pleasurable talk that the Greeks called dialectic, and that we might simply call a good conversation, the kind that leaves you feeling more connected to the people around you and more interested in the world. This is not a trivial benefit. Social connection is one of the strongest predictors of health and longevity that epidemiology has identified. Loneliness and social isolation are associated with health outcomes comparable to smoking 15 cigarettes a day. And if wine, used with wisdom and restraint, contributes to the social connection that is so essential to human flourishing, then the ancient claim that it is healthful is not entirely without foundation. It is simply that the benefit is not in the molecule. It is in the gathering, in the shared table, in the conversation that lasts longer and goes deeper than it might have without the wine, in the warmth and the connection and the sense, even briefly, of belonging completely to the company of other human beings. That is the medicine that wine has always truly offered. Not a pharmacological compound, not a specific nutritional intervention, but the oldest and most human medicine there is. The medicine of not being alone. As you rest now in the deep and quiet dark, let that thought settle gently into you. The long, unbroken human tradition of gathering around something shared, a fire, a table, a glass. The ancient, irreplaceable warmth of company. The way the presence of others, even in memory, even in imagination, makes the night less dark and the body less alone. You are resting tonight in the company of 8,000 years of human history, in the company of every person who ever crushed a grape, or filled a cup, or raised a glass to a friend across a table lit by firelight. You are not alone in this night. The wine is poured, the company is close, and the warmth is real. Let your awareness grow soft now, not absent, simply soft, the way the edges of a landscape soften in evening fog, still present, still real, but gentled, blurred at their boundaries, merged with the surrounding air in a way that makes the whole scene more peaceful and more dreamlike than the sharp clarity of midday. Let the edges of your thoughts soften in the same way. Let them merge gently and without resistance into the wider quiet of the night around them. You are doing so well. Simply being here, simply breathing, is the only thing required of you in this moment. And you are doing it beautifully. We are going to talk in this section about language, about the extraordinary, sometimes bewildering, often beautiful attempt that human beings have been making for centuries to put into words the experience of drinking wine, to take something that exists entirely in the realm of sensation, smell, taste, texture, the warmth of alcohol spreading through the chest, the dry rasp of tannin on the gums, the lingering echo of flavor that remains after the wine has been swallowed, and translate it into language, into words that another another person who has not tasted the wine and cannot taste it now might nonetheless understand. This is, when you think about it, a genuinely remarkable ambition. Language evolved primarily to communicate about the visible, the audible, the tangible things that can be pointed to, demonstrated, shared directly between speaker and listener. The vocabulary of sight is rich and precise. The vocabulary of sound is vast. But the vocabulary of smell and taste, the senses most intimately involved in the experience of wine, is, in most languages, extraordinarily poor. English, for all its remarkable richness in other domains, has very few words that describe smells directly. Instead, we describe smells by reference. This smells like that. This wine smells of blackcurrant, of cedar, of vanilla, of the forest floor after rain, of pencil shavings, of violets. Every tasting note you have ever read is an act of metaphor, a reaching across the gap between one person's sensory experience and another person's imagination, using the only bridge available, the shared vocabulary of other, more nameable things. The formal language of wine tasting developed gradually over the centuries, becoming progressively more systematic and more rigorous as wine culture became more commercially important, and as the need to communicate reliably about wine quality across distances and between strangers became more pressing. The wine merchants of Bordeaux and Burgundy in the 18th and 19th centuries needed a vocabulary that would allow them to describe wines to buyers who had not tasted them. The critics who began to write about wine for a general readership in the 19th and early 20th centuries needed words that would convey something meaningful about a wine's character to readers who might never encounter that specific bottle. What they developed over a long period of trial and refinement was a loose but broadly shared vocabulary that draws on three main categories of descriptors. The first category covers the structural components of wine, the objective, measurable qualities that any trained taster can assess with reasonable consistency. Acidity, which creates the mouth-watering, salivating sensation of freshness, and is particularly prominent in wines from cool climates. Tannin, the dry, gripping sensation associated with red wines, and with some whites aged on their skins, produced by the polyphenolic compounds we have already discussed at length, body the impression of weight and richness in the mouth, related to the wine's alcohol content and its concentration of dissolved solids. Sweetness from residual sugar, alcohol, which contributes warmth and roundness when in balance, and a burning, distracting sensation when in excess. These structural components can be assessed and described with a degree of objectivity that the flavor and aroma descriptors do not always achieve. A wine is either high in acid or low in acid. Its tannins are either fine-grained and silky or coarse and grippy. These are assessments that trained tasters tend to agree on because they correspond to identifiable physical sensations rather than to the more variable and subjective world of aroma perception. The second category covers aroma and flavor descriptors, and this is where the language of wine becomes both its richest and its most contested territory. Wine aromas are conventionally organized into 3 tiers. Primary aromas are those that come directly from the grape itself. The fruit, floral, herbal, and mineral characters that reflect the grape variety and the terroir. Blackcurrant and cedar in Cabernet Sauvignon, cherry and rose petal in Pinot Noir, citrus and stone fruit in Riesling, grass and passion fruit in Sauvignon Blanc. These primary aromas are the most immediately recognizable and the most directly connected to the raw material of the wine. Secondary aromas develop during fermentation, contributed by the metabolic activity of the yeast. The characteristic buttery aroma of many white wines, the diacetyl produced during malolactic fermentation, the bread and biscuit notes associated with wines fermented or aged on their yeast leaves, the specific fruity esters produced by different yeast strains under different fermentation conditions, the banana aroma of some young red wines, the pear drop quality of some whites, tertiary aromas, the bouquet, in the language of traditional wine description, are those that develop through the aging process, whether in barrel or in bottle. Vanilla and toast and coconut from oak aging, the dried fruit, leather, tobacco, earth, mushroom, truffle, and cedar that develop in aged red wines. The honey and beeswax and petrol that develop in aged whites, particularly aged Riesling. These tertiary aromas are the most complex, the most prized, and the most difficult to describe precisely. They are the smells of transformation, of time, of the slow and patient chemistry of aging that we explored in earlier sections of our journey in the year 1984. A wine scientist at the University of California, Davis, named Anne Noble, created what became perhaps the most widely reproduced diagram in the history of wine education. She called it the wine aroma wheel. It was a circular diagram divided into segments, organized in 3 concentric rings. The innermost ring containing broad categories like fruity, floral, spicy, earthy, woody, chemical, pungent, and oxidized. The middle ring subdividing each category into more specific groupings. The outermost ring specifying individual aromas within each group, not just fruity, but specifically citrus, berry, tropical, dried fruit, tree fruit, not just citrus, but specifically grapefruit, lemon, lime. The aroma wheel was designed as a teaching tool, a systematic vocabulary for wine sensory evaluation that could be taught and learned and used consistently across different tasters and different contexts. It transformed wine education, providing a common language for the sensory experience of wine that was grounded not in poetic metaphor, but in the specific, identifiable compounds that produced each aroma. Linalool produces the floral, lavender-like aromas found in certain grape varieties. Beta-ianon produces the violet character of Cabernet Sauvignon. Geraniol produces the rose petal quality of Gewürztraminer, 2-methoxyminous 3-isobutylpyrazine, a compound wine scientists call IBMP, produces the green capsicum and freshly cut grass aromas characteristic of cool climate Sauvignon Blanc and underripe Cabernet Sauvignon. The science of wine aroma is now an extraordinarily sophisticated field. Gas chromatography, a laboratory technique that separates a complex mixture into its constituent compounds, can identify hundreds of individual volatile compounds in a wine sample, each contributing something to the overall aromatic picture. Some of these compounds are present in concentrations of parts per billion, vanishingly small amounts that are nonetheless sufficient to register clearly on the human nose, which is among the most sensitive chemical detection instruments in the natural world. The human nose can distinguish, according to some estimates, up to 1 trillion distinct odors. 1 trillion. The wine in a glass may contain 500 or more volatile compounds, each one contributing something to the total aromatic impression. The experience of smelling a great wine is an experience of extraordinary sensory richness. Even if the words available to describe it are always, inevitably, inadequate to the full complexity of what the nose is detecting. This is the context in which the sommelier practices their art. The sommelier, the wine professional of a restaurant, responsible for the wine list, the service of wine, and the guidance of guests in their wine choices, is, at their finest, a translator, someone who can move between the world of sensory experience and the world of language with unusual facility, who can taste a wine and find the words for what it is doing, who can listen to a guest describe what they enjoy and translate that description into a specific recommendation from a wine list of hundreds of bottles. The training of a sommelier is long and demanding. The court of master sommeliers, the most prestigious certification body in the English-speaking world, requires its candidates to pass a series of progressively more demanding examinations, culminating in the Master Sommelier Diploma, an examination so difficult that in its entire history, since its inception in 1969, fewer than 360 170 people worldwide have passed it. The final examination of the Master Sommelier diploma includes a blind tasting component in which the candidate is presented with 6 glasses of wine, 3 red, 3 white, and must correctly identify within 25 minutes the grape variety, the region of origin, and the vintage year of each wine, using only the evidence of their senses, no labels, no additional information, just the wine in the glass and the accumulated knowledge and trained perception of a professional who has spent years learning to read exactly what the wine is telling them. It is, in its way, one of the most demanding sensory tests that any professional certification requires, and the finest practitioners of the art, those who pass it consistently and reliably, are doing something genuinely remarkable, reading the history and geography and chemistry of a wine from its color and smell and taste alone, translating sensation into information with a precision that approaches, in its best moments, something very close to magic, though it is not magic. It is pattern recognition, developed over years of deliberate practice. The same thing that allows an experienced bird watcher to identify a species from a half-second glimpse of a moving shape in the trees, or a skilled mechanic to diagnose an engine problem from the quality of a sound, or a practiced winemaker to assess the progress of a fermentation from the smell of the cellar air as they open the door in the morning. The language of wine is not simply description. It is a practice of attention, a discipline of noticing, a commitment to paying close enough attention to the world of sensation that the fleeting, ephemeral experience of taste and smell can be held still long enough to be examined and named and communicated, and in that sense, the language of wine is a kind of meditation, a training of the attention to rest fully in the present moment. In this glass, this wine, this combination of sensation that exists only now and will never be precisely repeated, that is a beautiful thing. In a world that pulls the attention constantly toward the future and the past, toward planning and remembering and anticipating and worrying. The practice of tasting wine with genuine attention is an invitation to simply be here in this moment with this sensation, not analyzing, not judging, simply experiencing, just as you are simply here now, in this moment, in this warm and quiet dark, with the slow, steady sensation of your own breath, not analyzing it, not judging it, simply experiencing it, the breath rising, the breath falling, the pause between, the most ancient rhythm in the world, the most reliable, the most present. Let the language rest now. Let the words soften and blur at their edges. Let them dissolve gently into the wider quiet of the night, leaving behind only the sensation itself, warm and dark and still. The tasting is complete. The glass is empty, and the beautiful, wordless experience of simply being here remains, just as it always has, just as it always will. Let your body be completely at rest now. Every muscle, every joint, every small, persistent tension that has been quietly holding on through the long hours of this night, let it go now, completely, without reservation, the way a hand releases something it has been holding for a very long time, the fingers uncurling one by one, until the palm is open and empty and perfectly relaxed. You have been resting for a long time, and the rest is very deep now, very real. The kind of rest that has gone past the surface, past the first shallow layer of drowsiness, and into the deeper, quieter country below, where the body is heavy and the mind is soft, and the boundary between one thought and the next has grown so permeable that thoughts simply pass through each other, mingling and dissolving, the way rivers mingle when they meet. Let the story continue at its own gentle pace. You do not need to follow every word. You do not need to remember anything. Simply let the sound of it be present, soft and distant, the way rain is present on a roof, not requiring attention, not demanding anything, simply there, a quiet and continuous company in the dark. We are stepping in this section into the most modern chapter of the wine story, into the gleaming, precise, technologically sophisticated world of contemporary winemaking, a world that would be entirely unrecognizable to the Georgian winemaker, burying a clay cuvevry in the earth 8,000 years ago. And yet, one that is, in its deepest purposes and its most fundamental ambitions, still doing exactly the same thing that winemaker was doing, taking a grape and turning it with as much skill and care as available knowledge permits into the best possible wine. The winery of the 21st century is a remarkable place. It looks, from the outside, more like a light industrial facility than an agricultural building. Clean lines of concrete and glass and stainless steel, the loading docks and cooling systems and electrical installations of a modern food processing operation. But step inside, past the receiving area where the harvest trucks pull up and unload, and the purpose of the building becomes immediately clear. Everything in here, every piece of equipment, every carefully controlled environment, every precisely monitored process exists in service of the same ancient goal. The most visually distinctive feature of the modern winery is stainless steel. It is everywhere. Gleaming tanks of every size, from small 200-liter vessels used for experimental microvinifications to vast tanks holding hundreds of thousands of liters for the production of large volume commercial wines, pipework and valves and pumps, all stainless steel, all designed to move wine from one vessel to another with minimal exposure to oxygen and minimal risk of contamination. Heat exchangers for rapid and precise temperature control. Centrifuges for the rapid clarification of grape juice or young wine. Filtration systems of extraordinary fineness, stainless steel transformed winemaking when it began to be widely adopted in the 1960s and 1970s. Before stainless steel, fermentation vessels were made primarily of wood, large open wooden tanks that were functional but difficult to clean thoroughly, prone to harboring populations of spoilage bacteria in their porous surfaces, and impossible to temperature control with any precision. The transition to stainless steel brought with it ability to clean and sterilize fermentation vessels completely between uses, eliminating the risk of bacterial contamination. It brought the ability to control fermentation temperatures with extraordinary precision, using refrigerant-cooled jackets that could hold a tank at exactly the temperature the winemaker required to within a fraction of a degree. Temperature control, as we discussed in section 11, is one of the most powerful tools available to a winemaker. The ability to ferment white wines at precisely 12 degrees Celsius, cold enough to slow the yeast and preserve the delicate aromatic compounds that make fresh, fruity white wines so appealing, was simply not available before the stainless steel era. The revolution in the quality of everyday white wine that occurred in the wine world in the 1970s and 1980s was driven in very large part by stainless steel and refrigeration technology. Clean, fresh, fruity, aromatic white wines, the kind that now fill supermarket shelves around the world, were simply not possible to produce consistently and reliably before those technologies became available. The optical sorting table is one of the most impressive recent additions to the modern winery's toolkit. Harvested grapes, after destemming, are spread in a single layer on a vibrating conveyor belt and passed under a system of cameras and sensors that examine each individual berry at high speed, identifying and rejecting any berry that does not meet the specified quality criteria. Unripe berries, shriveled berries, berries showing signs of rot or disease, and doing so with a speed and consistency that no team of human sorters could match. The rejected berries are removed by precisely timed puffs of compressed air. The accepted berries continuing down the belt to the next stage of processing. This technology, which would have seemed like science fiction to a winemaker of even 30 years ago, allows a level of grape selection at the winery that was previously achievable only in the vineyard during a very labor-intensive selective harvest. It means that even in difficult vintages, where rain or disease has affected the quality of part of the crop, a winery equipped with an optical sorter can produce wine of far greater consistency and quality than would otherwise have been possible. The science of yeast selection has advanced enormously since Pasteur's foundational work in the 19th century. Commercial yeast producers now offer hundreds of distinct yeast strains, each with its own specific characteristics, different fermentation temperatures, different alcohol tolerances, different abilities to produce or suppress specific aromatic compounds. A winemaker choosing a yeast strain today can select for the specific aromatic profile they want to emphasize in the finished wine. A strain known to enhance the production of thiols, the sulfur-containing compounds responsible for the passion fruit and grapefruit aromas of Sauvignon Blanc. If they want a particularly aromatic, expressive style, a more neutral strain if they want the character of the grape, and the terroir to dominate without the yeast adding its own personality to the conversation. This degree of control over the fermentation process is extraordinary by historical standards, and it raises a question that has generated considerable debate in the modern wine world. The question of how much control is too much. If every aspect of the winemaking process can be managed and optimized with sufficient precision, does the resulting wine still reflect its terroir? Does it still carry the authentic identity of its place and its season? Or does it become, in some important sense, a product of the winery rather than a product of the vineyard? This debate lies at the heart of one of the most significant cultural movements in contemporary wine. The movement toward what its practitioners call natural wine. Natural winemaking, at its most principled, involves the minimum possible intervention in every stage of the winemaking process. Grapes grown without synthetic pesticides or herbicides or fertilizers, in biodynamic or organic vineyards, managed according to principles that prioritize the health of the soil and the ecological integrity of the farming system. Fermentation conducted using only the native wild yeasts that arrived on the grape skins from the vineyard, without the addition of commercial yeasts or the nutrients and additives used to manage them. No added sulfur dioxide, the preservative and antioxidant that has been used in winemaking since Roman times, and that plays a crucial role in protecting wine from oxidation and microbial spoilage. No fining agents, no filtration. The resulting wines are unpredictable. Some are extraordinary wines of astonishing vitality and character, expressing their terroir with a directness and an authenticity that more conventionally made wines rarely achieve. Some are flawed, cloudy, volatile, unstable, exhibiting the off flavors that result from incomplete fermentations or inadequate sulfur protection. The natural wine movement has been celebrated by its advocates as a return to authenticity, to the true expression of place and season. It has been criticized by its detractors as a romantic rejection of the scientific knowledge that has made wine safer and more consistently good than it has ever been in its 8,000-year history. The truth, as usual, is somewhere between the extremes. The finest natural wines are genuinely remarkable. The finest conventionally made wines are also genuinely remarkable. The question of how much intervention is appropriate in the making of a great wine is one that different winemakers answer differently based on their individual philosophies, their specific vineyards, their particular vision of what the wine they are making is trying to be. And that diversity of philosophy, that plurality of approaches, is itself one of the most interesting and most vital things about the contemporary wine world. There is no single correct answer to the question of how wine should be made. There never has been. The ancient Georgians and the Roman vintners and the Benedictine cellar master and Louis Pasteur and the natural wine producers of the Loire Valley and the precision winemakers of the Napa Valley. All of them were asking the same question, and all of them found different answers, and all of those answers produced wines that were worth drinking and worth thinking about. The technology changes, the knowledge deepens, the tools multiply and improve, but the fundamental engagement between a human being and a grapevine, and the question of how best to translate what the vine produces into something worth sharing with another person. That engagement is the same today as it was 8,000 years ago in the hills of Georgia, patient, attentive, humble before the complexity of what nature provides, and always, always trying to make something a little better than what came before. There is a winery somewhere in the world right now, in California, in Burgundy, in the Barossa, in the Douro, in a dozen other places, where a light is burning in the small hours of the morning. A winemaker is awake, checking the progress of a fermentation, monitoring a temperature, tasting a sample drawn from a barrel that is not quite where they want it to be yet. They are not hurrying. The wine cannot be hurried. They are simply paying attention with everything they have at this unlikely hour to the thing they have given their life to understanding. The same attention that a Georgian winemaker paid to a clay jar buried in the earth 8,000 years ago. The same patience, the same willingness to wait and watch and trust the process. The technology is different. The knowledge is different. The scale is different. But the love is the same. And the wine, in the end, is always the same miracle, grape juice, transformed by time and attention, and the ancient, invisible work of yeast, into something that makes the world feel, for a moment, a little more beautiful and a little more worth being in. As you rest now, deep in your own quiet night, let that love be the last thing you carry with you toward sleep. The love of someone who cares enough to be awake at 3 in the morning, watching over a fermentation, who has given their whole attention to the making of something that another person, somewhere, will one day pour into a glass and taste and find, perhaps, exactly what they needed. The light is on in the winery. The tanks are humming softly in the cool night air. And somewhere in a barrel, deep in the quiet cellar below, the wine is becoming itself. One slow, patient, invisible molecule at a time. Let your breath be slow, and even now, slower than the breath of waking, slower than the breath of ordinary rest, the deep, unhurried breath of someone who has traveled very far and arrived always moving toward the breath of the genuinely, deeply, beautifully asleep. If you are still here, if the words are still reaching you, however faintly, however soft and distant they have become, then simply let them wash over you like water over smooth stones, like the sound of wind through a vineyard in the last light of an autumn afternoon, not requiring anything of you, not asking to be held or remembered or understood, simply present, simply a quiet and continuous company in the warm and patient dark. We are exploring in this second to last section of our long journey through the history and science of wine, one of the least romantic, but in many ways most important aspects of the wine world, the legal and regulatory framework that governs wine production in the regions that care most deeply about the integrity and authenticity of what they make. The laws and classifications and protected designations that have been developed over the past century or so to define, preserve, and protect the identity of the world's great wines. It is a subject that may sound dry, bureaucratic even, and in its details it often is. The wine laws of Europe are among the most complex regulatory documents in the entire world of food and agriculture. Layered systems of rules governing which grape varieties may be grown where, what yields are permitted, what wine-making techniques are allowed, and which are prohibited, what minimum alcohol levels must be achieved, how the wines must be aged before release, and how they must be labeled and sold, but beneath the complexity, beneath the abbreviations and the legal definitions, and the seemingly endless subdivision of regions into subregions, into individual vineyard classifications, there is a single, simple, and entirely beautiful idea that place matters, that the specific character of a wine is inseparable from the specific place where it was made, and that this connection between wine and place is something worth protecting, worth defending against imitation, against dilution, against the commercial pressure to stretch a famous name across wines that do not deserve to carry it, the idea of protecting the geographical origin of wine. of preventing producers in other regions from using the names of famous wine-producing areas to sell their own inferior products is older than the formal legal systems that now embody it. Wine fraud is as old as wine commerce. The temptation to sell a cheap wine from an anonymous region under the name of a celebrated one has existed as long as some wines have been worth more money than others, and the response to that temptation, the insistence of legitimate producers that their wines deserve legal protection from imitation, has driven the development of wine law for centuries. The modern appellation system, the framework of geographically defined wine regions with legally protected names and production rules, has its origins primarily in France, where the crisis of the late 19th and early 20th centuries made the question of wine authenticity and geographical protection urgently practical. The phylloxera disaster, which we explored in section 14, had devastated the French wine industry and created enormous economic pressure. In the aftermath of the devastation, as vineyards were replanted and production slowly recovered, widespread fraud became a serious problem. Wines labeled as Champagne or Bordeaux or Burgundy were being produced in regions that had no legitimate claim to those names, undercutting the legitimate producers and undermining the reputation of the authentic wines in export markets. The growers and merchants of the established wine regions demanded legal protection. The first French appellation laws were passed in the early years of the 20th century, beginning with the Champagne riots of 1910 and 11. A remarkable episode in which the vignerons of the Champagne region, incensed by the use of grapes from outside the region in wines sold as champagne, mounted protests of such force and determination that the French government was compelled to respond with legislation defining the geographical boundaries of the Champagne appellation. The broader system of appellation d'origine, contrôlé, controlled designation of origin, the AOC, was established by French law in 1935, creating the administrative framework that still governs French wine production today. The AOC system defines not just the geographical boundaries of each appellation, but the entire set of production rules that determine what wines produced within those boundaries may legitimately call themselves, which grape varieties may be used, what maximum yield per hectare is permitted, what minimum natural alcohol level the grapes must reach at harvest, what winemaking techniques are permitted and which are not. In some appellations, even the training system used for the vines is specified by law. The purpose of these production rules is not bureaucratic control for its own sake. It is the preservation of typicity, the characteristic style and quality that makes a wine from a particular appellation recognizably itself, distinguishable from wines produced elsewhere. The rules of Burgundy's Grand Cru appellations are designed to ensure that a wine labeled Chambal Musigny or Geoffrey Chambertin bears a genuine relationship to the specific character that those places have been shown over centuries of careful observation to produce in their best expressions. They are not arbitrary restrictions. They are the codification of accumulated wisdom, the wisdom of generations of winemakers who learned through long and patient experience what those specific places could do and what they needed in order to do it. The French AOC system became the template for wine law across Europe and eventually across much of the winemaking world. Italy developed its own system, the Denominazione di Origine Controllata, the DOC, in the 1960s, later extended to the higher tier of DOCG, Denominazione di Origine Controllata e Garantita, for wines of the highest classification. Spain's Denominación de Origen system was formalized in the 1970s. Germany's wine law, one of the most complex in the world, classifies wines primarily by the ripeness level of the grapes at harvest, rather than by geography alone, reflecting the particular importance of sugar accumulation in Germany's cool northern climate. The European Union, in its efforts to harmonize the regulatory frameworks of its member states, has developed an overarching system of protected designations that encompasses wine alongside other agricultural products. Protected designation of origin, PDO, and protected geographical indication, PGI, are the two main categories, with PDO corresponding broadly to the traditional appellations of France, Italy, Spain, and Germany, and PGI covering a wider and less tightly defined range of geographically indicated wines outside Europe. The approach to wine law and geographical indication varies considerably. The United States uses a system of American viticultural areas, AVAs, that define geographical boundaries for wine production, but impose far fewer production rules than their European counterparts. A wine labeled Napa Valley AVA must contain at least 85% of its grapes from within the defined Napa Valley boundaries. But there are no restrictions on which grape varieties may be used, what yields are permitted, or what winemaking techniques may be employed. The American approach reflects the country's generally libertarian attitude toward agricultural regulation and its trust in the market rather than the law to determine which wines succeed and which do not. Australia similarly operates a geographical indication system that defines regional boundaries without imposing the detailed production rules of European appellation law. The result is a wine culture of enormous flexibility and innovation, in which winemakers are free to plant whatever varieties they choose, produce whatever styles interest them, and bring to their work whatever technological tools they find useful, constrained only by the broad requirement that the wines they label as coming from a specific region actually do come from that region. The tension between the European model, highly prescriptive, deeply conservative, oriented toward the preservation of traditional styles, and the New World model, broadly permissive, innovation-friendly, oriented toward individual expression and market-driven quality, is one of the most productive creative tensions in the contemporary wine world. Each approach has produced wines of extraordinary quality. Each has its characteristic strengths and its characteristic limitations. The European approach, at its best, produces wines of incomparable depth and typicity, wines that are unmistakably themselves, that carry in every sip the accumulated weight of centuries of refinement in a specific place that could not have been made anywhere else in the world. At its worst, it produces wines that are hidebound by tradition, that preserve mediocrity along with excellence, because the rules apply to all producers within the appellation, regardless of their skill or their ambition, and that exclude talented winemakers who want to experiment with varieties or techniques not permitted by the appellation rules. The New World approach, at its best, produces wines of exciting innovation and remarkable value. Wines that take the best traditions of the Old World and apply them with fresh eyes and modern technology to new terroirs, sometimes achieving results that rival or exceed the Old World originals. At its worst, it produces a homogenized international style, technically correct, commercially appealing, but stripped of the distinctive local character that makes wine genuinely interesting. The finest wines in both traditions share a common quality that no legal framework can create, though it can create the conditions under which it is most likely to emerge. That quality is what the French call authenticité, authenticity. The sense that the wine is genuinely and completely what it claims to be, that it comes from the place on the label, made by the hands whose name appears on it, from the grapes that grew in the soil of that specific hillside in that specific year, that nothing about it is borrowed or inflated or pretending to be something it is not. Authenticity in wine, as in life, is the product of honesty and attention, and the willingness to let the truth of what you have, however imperfect, however limited by circumstances beyond your control, speak clearly for itself. The great wine laws of the world, at their best, protect that honesty. They create a framework within which the truth of place can be reliably expressed and reliably communicated. They give the consumer confidence that, when they open a bottle labeled with a great appellation name, they are tasting something real, something that the laws and traditions and accumulated wisdom of a specific place have worked together to produce, and they give the producers of that place, the farmers and the winemakers and the cellarmen, who have devoted their working lives to the expression of a specific terroir, the assurance that their labor and their knowledge and their attachment to a particular piece of earth will be protected from those who would dilute or appropriate its name without earning it. That is a simple and a human thing. The desire to have the truth of what you make acknowledged and protected. The desire for a name to mean something real. In the end, wine law is love of place, written in legal language, the cold and formal exterior of the regulatory document, concealing at its heart the same impulse that moved the monks of Burgundy to mark the boundaries of their named plots with stone walls 1,000 years ago. This is ours, made here in this earth by these hands. It is real, and it is worth protecting. As you drift now toward the final depths of your rest, let that thought be a quiet and comfortable one, the thought of all the specific, irreplaceable places in the world that have been tended with enough love and enough patience and enough accumulated knowledge to produce something genuinely worth protecting. All those named hillsides, all those ancient stones marking the boundaries of beloved plots, all those centuries of careful observation, slowly codified into law, preserved for the generations who would follow. The world is full of places that are genuinely, irreplaceably themselves, just as you are genuinely, irreplaceably yourself. Resting now in your own specific, irreplaceable place, your own body, your own breath, your own warm and quiet night. There is no other exactly like it, and it is worth every moment of the care and attention you give it. Sleep well. Let your breath be the only thing now, just the breath, rising and falling, in and out, the slowest, most ancient rhythm in your world, the one that was there before the first word you ever spoke, and will be there long after the last, the one that has carried you through every day and every night of your life without a single moment of failure, without a a single lapse of attention, without ever once asking for your acknowledgement or your gratitude or your conscious participation, simply breathing, beautifully, effortlessly, perfectly breathing. You have traveled so far tonight, from the wild hillsides of ancient Georgia, through 8,000 years of human history and human ingenuity and human love of the vine, all the way to the gleaming modern wineries and the ancient legal frameworks of the contemporary wine world. You have been patient and quiet and wonderfully restful through all of it. And now we are arriving gently and without hurry at the final chapter of the story. Not the end of the story. Wine has no end as long as there are grapevines and human beings willing to tend them and time to do its quiet, transformative work. The story of wine will continue, but the final chapter of tonight's telling, the place where the long river of history meets the wide, uncertain, endlessly fascinating sea of the present and the future. We are talking about wine today and tomorrow, the wine world of the 21st century is one of extraordinary richness and extraordinary complexity. More wine is being produced in more places from more grape varieties, using more diverse approaches than at any previous point in the history of the beverage. Countries that had no significant wine culture a generation ago. England, China, India, Thailand, even parts of Scandinavia are now producing wines of real quality and genuine interest. Regions that were considered peripheral or marginal within established wine cultures have been rediscovered and reassessed. Their indigenous varieties and distinctive terroirs attracting the attention of a new generation of producers and drinkers who are less interested in the established hierarchy of famous names and more interested in the authentic expression of specific, often unexpected places. At the same time, the wine world faces challenges of a seriousness that would have been difficult to imagine even 50 years ago, challenges that are not specific to wine, but that bear on wine with particular force. Because the vine is so exquisitely sensitive to the conditions of its environment, and because the identity of the world's great wine regions is so intimately tied to the specific climate conditions that have made them what they are. The challenge is climate change. The warming of the Earth's climate, the gradual, inexorable rise in average temperatures driven by the accumulation of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere is already measurably affecting wine regions around the world, and the changes are accelerating. Average temperatures in many of the world's most important wine regions have risen by 1 to 2 degrees Celsius over the past 50 years. That may sound like a small number, but for the vine, which is so sensitive to temperature that a difference of half a degree in average growing season temperature can shift the entire character of the wine produced. 1 to 2 degrees is an enormous change in the cool climate wine regions of Northern Europe. Champagne, Burgundy, the Moselle, the Rhine, the Loire Valley. The warming has, so far, been largely beneficial. These regions have historically operated at the cool edge of what is possible for viticulture. The warming has extended the growing season, allowed grapes to ripen more consistently and more completely, and produced a run of exceptional vintages in recent decades that would have been almost impossible in the cooler conditions of the mid-20th century. The 1970s and 1980s in Burgundy were decades of difficult, often underripe vintages. The first 2 decades of the 21st century have been among the most consistently excellent in the region's recorded history, but the warming that has benefited the cool north is simultaneously threatening the warm south. In the traditional wine regions of Spain, southern France, Italy, Greece, and Portugal, temperatures that were already warm for viticulture are becoming, in some places and some years, uncomfortably hot. Harvests that once took place in October are now happening in August in some regions. The grapes are ripening faster, accumulating sugar more rapidly, while retaining less of the acidity that gives wine its freshness and structure. Alcohol levels are rising because higher sugar content at harvest translates directly into higher alcohol in the finished wine. The cool nights that once provided relief from the summer heat and allowed the grapes to retain their acidity are shortening and warming. The winemakers of these southern regions are responding with considerable ingenuity, harvesting earlier to capture freshness before the heat destroys it, moving to higher altitude sites where the cooler temperatures provide conditions more similar to those the lower altitude vineyards once offered, planting grape varieties better adapted to heat, indigenous varieties that evolved in Mediterranean conditions over centuries, and that have built-in tolerances to high temperatures and drought that the international varieties bred for cooler conditions do not possess. Experimenting with viticultural techniques that shade the grapes from direct sun, reducing the temperature of the fruit and slowing the ripening. In some regions, the question is not how to adapt, but whether adaptation is possible at all. The most pessimistic projections of climate science suggest that by the end of the 21st century, some of the wine world's most celebrated regions may no longer be capable of producing the wines for which they are famous. The conditions that made Châteauneuf-du-Pape what it is, or Rioja, or the flat valley floor vineyards of Barossa may be gone, transformed by warming into something too hot and too dry for the vine varieties and wine styles that have defined those regions for generations, and new regions will emerge to take their place. The wine map of the world is already shifting. England, long dismissed as too cold and too wet for serious viticulture, is producing sparkling wines of genuine quality from the same chalk soils that underlie the vineyards of Champagne across the Channel. And the warming climate is making the long, slow ripening of Chardonnay and Pinot Noir in the cool English summers more reliably achievable with each passing decade. Southern Sweden is producing wine. Denmark is producing wine. The high-altitude regions of Ethiopia and Kenya are attracting serious viticulturalists. The cooling ocean influences of Tasmania and the southernmost regions of New Zealand and Chile are drawing producers who are looking for conditions cool enough to produce wines of freshness and finesse, as the climates of their traditional regions warm. The vine, as as we have seen throughout this long night, is an adaptable and resilient plant. It has survived 8,000 years of human history, including phylloxera and world wars, and the complete collapse of ancient civilizations, and every manner of agricultural disaster and climatic fluctuation. It will survive climate change. The question is not whether wine will exist in a warming world, but where it will be made, and from what varieties, and in what styles, and whether the wines of the future will bear any meaningful resemblance to the wines of the past. These are open questions, genuinely open, and they are being asked with urgency and seriousness by the wine scientists and winemakers and viticulturalists who are working in the vineyards and laboratories of the wine world right now, alongside the challenge of climate change. The contemporary wine world is also experiencing a remarkable cultural ferment, a proliferation of new ideas and new approaches and new ways of thinking about what wine is and what it should be, driven by a generation of producers and drinkers who are less deferential to established tradition and more curious about the full range of what the vine can offer. The natural wine movement, which we touched on in section 21, has grown from a fringe tendency in the 1990s into a significant cultural force in the contemporary wine world. Its influence extends far beyond the small community of producers who identify fully with its philosophy, affecting the broader conversation about winemaking intervention, about the use of additives and technology, about the relationship between winemaking and farming, about what authenticity means in the context of a product that is simultaneously an agricultural commodity, a work of art, and a cultural artifact, the biodynamic wine movement. A more structured and more spiritually inflected form of organic viticulture based on the agricultural philosophy of the Austrian thinker Rudolf Steiner, which treats the farm or vineyard as a self-sustaining ecological organism and incorporates the rhythms of the lunar calendar and the cosmic forces that Steiner believed influenced plant growth, has attracted a growing number of serious producers who find in its emphasis on soil health and ecological integrity a compelling response to the environmental challenges facing viticulture. The interest in indigenous and forgotten grape varieties has produced some of the most exciting wine discoveries of the past 2 decades. Ancient varieties from the volcanic islands of Sicily and the Canary Islands, from the hillside villages of inland Portugal, from the mountainous regions of the Caucasus, from the remote valleys of northern Italy, varieties that survived the 20th century's pressure toward uniformity only by accident, grown by elderly farmers in tiny quantities for local consumption, or preserved in the collections of university research stations, are being rescued, studied, propagated, and made into wines that are finding enthusiastic audiences among drinkers who have grown tired of the same international varieties in the same international styles. Amphora winemaking, the use of clay vessels for fermentation and aging, in the tradition of the ancient Georgians and Romans, has become one of the most discussed techniques in the natural wine world. Winemakers in Georgia, Italy, Spain, Portugal, California, Australia, and elsewhere are experimenting with clay as an alternative to stainless steel and oak, finding in its particular porosity and thermal properties a set of winemaking conditions unlike anything that either modern tank or barrel provides. The wines produced in clay have a textural quality, a particular combination of freshness and roundness, a kind of mineral presence that their makers find compelling and that their admirers find deeply distinctive. And there is the growing interest in wine as part of a broader conversation about sustainable agriculture, about the relationship between food production and ecological health, about what it means to farm a piece of land not just for today's harvest, but for the generations who will follow. The vine, with its potential to live and produce for 100 years or more, its deep root systems that can sequester carbon and support complex soil ecologies, its role in the preservation of agricultural landscapes of extraordinary beauty and biodiversity. The vine has a potentially significant role transition to more sustainable agricultural systems that the world urgently needs. The wine world is not perfect. It has its own carbon footprint in the glass bottles, the shipping, the energy used in modern winery operations. It has its own water use challenges, particularly in the dry climates where some of the world's most celebrated wines are produced. And it has its own complicated relationship with the social and economic inequalities that have always structured the wine world, from the labor conditions in the vineyard to the pricing structures that make the finest wines accessible only to the very wealthy. But it also has something that few other agricultural products can claim. It has a culture, a deep, rich, humane, historically informed culture of attention and appreciation, and the willingness to take seriously the relationship between a specific piece of earth and the liquid it produces. A culture that values patience over speed, place over product, and the accumulated wisdom of generations over the innovations of any single moment. That culture is worth preserving, worth tending, the way a winemaker tends a vineyard, with patient attention, with respect for what has been built before, and with the confidence to experiment and adapt, while remaining true to the deep purposes that have always guided the work. The vine will outlast the challenges ahead. It always has. It will find new hillsides, new climates, new soils. It will produce wines that surprise us and delight us and remind us again and again of the simple, ancient, irreplaceable pleasure of something made with care and time and love from the fruit of the earth, and human beings will gather around those wines as they have always gathered, in rooms lit by candles or lamps or screens, in conversation or in companionable silence, in celebration or in consolation, or simply in the quiet appreciation of an ordinary evening, made a little more golden by the presence of something beautiful in the glass. The vine is patient. The wine is patient. And so is the night. So is this wide, generous, endlessly accommodating night that has been holding you gently all these long and quiet hours. You have traveled 8,000 years tonight. From a wild grape on a Georgian hillside to the vineyards of a warming world, still tended with love, still producing their small annual miracle of fermented sun. And now the traveling is done. There is nowhere further to go tonight, only deeper into the rest that has been gathering around you since the very first word of this long and quiet story. Let yourself go there now, completely, gratefully, without reservation. The vines are still. The cellar is dark. The wine is sleeping in its barrel. And the night is wide and warm and entirely yours. And so we arrive at last, at the end of our long and gentle journey, not with a flourish, not with any sudden brightness or urgency, simply with the quiet, unhurried ease of something that has been moving slowly toward its natural resting place all along, and has now arrived there without effort, without drama, in the most peaceful and the most ordinary way possible. You have been with us tonight through 8,000 years of the most quietly extraordinary story that human civilization has to tell about itself. The story of a small dark fruit, a wild vine on a mountainside, an invisible organism too small to see, and the long, patient, endlessly inventive human relationship with all three that has produced, across the millennia, one of the most beautiful and most civilizing things the world has ever known. You may be asleep already. If you are, these words are reaching you only as a faint and distant murmur at the very bottom of a deep and restorative sleep. And that is the best possible place for them to arrive. Let them settle there, soft as snowfall in an empty vineyard, adding their small weight to the rest that is already complete and already doing its quiet, essential work. If you are still here, still hovering at the very edge of sleep, the words still reaching you with any degree of clarity, then let this closing be the last thing that carries you over, the final, gentle current of a story that has been flowing all night toward this moment of complete and absolute rest. Think of the vine one last time, not the vine of the textbook or the science journal or the Appalachian law, the vine as a living thing, as a presence in the world, as something that has been here in one form or another, since long before any human being walked beneath its trailing branches, and that will be here long after the last of us has gone. The vine in early spring, its pruned would still bear the first tiny green shoots appearing at the tips of last year's canes, like something summoned from the dark by pure will alone. The vine in summer, its canopy full and green, and rustling in the warm afternoon wind, its clusters developing in the dappled shade of the leaves above them, sweetening slowly, day by day, in the long, unhurried rhythm of ripening. The vine in autumn, heavy with fruit, the leaves beginning to turn at their edges, the whole hillside shifting from green to gold, to copper to the deep, still crimson of the last leaves before the cold. And the vine in winter, dormant, pruned back to its essential structure, stripped of everything ornamental, everything seasonal, everything that the year has added and the year has now taken away, reduced to its core, its permanent self, the thick, gnarled trunk, the arms trained along their wires, the root system reaching down through meters of rock and soil, holding on to the earth with a grip that has been tightening for decades, that will go on tightening for decades more. The winter vine looks, to someone who does not know it, like something dead, like something finished, like something that has given everything it had and has nothing left to give. But the winemaker knows better. The winemaker walking the winter vineyard, her breath making small clouds of steam in the cold morning air, her boots crunching on the frost-stiffened grass between the rows, her hands running along the smooth wood of the cordons as she checks the health of the vine with the accumulated knowledge of years. She knows what the vine is doing in its apparent stillness. It is resting, not passively, not emptily, but with the full, purposeful rest of something that is gathering everything it will need for the season ahead, drawing its reserves into its root system, strengthening the cellular structures that will support the growth of spring, preparing in the most thorough and most patient way for the annual miracle of renewal. Rest is preparation. Rest is not the absence of life, but its most fundamental form, the ground state from which everything else, every shoot, every leaf, every cluster of sweet dark fruit, every glass of wine poured in celebration or in consolation, or in the simple daily pleasure of an ordinary evening made golden by something beautiful in the glass. All of it begins in rest, in the deep, patient, utterly unhurried dark. Tonight, you have shared that dark with the vine. You have rested as the vine rests, completely, purposefully. Your body and your mind gathering everything they need for the day that will come in its own good time after the long night is done. And what a night it has been. We began in the hills of Georgia, beside a fire that smelled of pine smoke and ripe fruit, where the first wine was being made without knowing it was being made, in a clay jar buried in the cool earth, by people who had no word yet for what they were creating. We traveled through the river cities of Mesopotamia, where wine was written about on clay tablets that would outlast every empire the ancient world produced. We stood in the vineyards of the pharaohs, where the same care and the same reverence and the same desire to bring something excellent from the earth that drives every winemaker today was being applied 4,500 years ago under the Egyptian sun by hands that knew their work was sacred. We sailed the blue Mediterranean with the Greeks, drank from the crater at the symposium, listened to the first philosophers speak about love and beauty and the good life in the warm lamplight of an Athenian evening. We marched with the Roman legions through the forests of Gaul and watched the vine follow the eagle standards north and west and east, planting itself in every soil that would receive it. We stepped into the cool stone corridors of the medieval monastery and felt the deep, reverential quiet of a community that had given its life to the tending of something it considered sacred. We watched Pasteur bend over his microscope in the Paris night and see, at last, what no one had seen before: the living, invisible world that was doing the ancient work of transformation that the vine had always relied upon. We witnessed the catastrophe of phylloxera and the extraordinary resilience of the wine world in its recovery. We crossed the oceans with the vine, watching it take root in the red soils of Barossa, the chalk slopes of southern England, the high-altitude valleys of Mendoza, the cool maritime hills of Marlborough. We learned about bubbles and barrels, about cork and color, about the chemistry of pigment, and the language of the sommelier, and the long, patient work of time in the darkness of the cellar. We considered the challenges ahead, the warming world, the shifting vineyards, the urgent need for care and adaptation, and the willingness to change while remaining true to what matters most. And through all of it, through every section and every century and every vineyard and every cellar and every glass, the same thread ran, the same quiet insistence, the same simple truth that the vine has been demonstrating for 8,000 years, without argument and without interruption. That patience is the deepest form of wisdom. That the things most worth having are the things most worth waiting for. That the darkness of the cellar is not the enemy of the wine, but its collaborator, the condition that makes the transformation possible. The space in which everything inessential is stripped away, and everything essential deepens and concentrates, and slowly, without hurry, becomes fully itself. You are in your cellar tonight, your own cool, dark, patient cellar. Your body resting in the conditions that will allow it to do its best and most essential work. Your mind releasing its last held tensions, the way a winemaker releases the valve on a barrel and lets the lees settle and the wine run clear. There is nothing left to do tonight, nothing to plan, nothing to resolve, nothing to remember or anticipate or worry about. All of that belongs to the daylit world, and the daylit world is very far away. Here, there is only the breath, the slow, steady, completely effortless breath of a person who has arrived at last, at the complete and absolute rest they deserve. The vineyard is sleeping. The cellar is dark. The wine in its barrel is dreaming of spring, of the first warm days when the yeast will wake and the fermentation will resume, and the liquid that has been still and cold and patient patient all winter will come back to life with a gentle, effervescent warmth that is nothing less than the return of everything the vine has been quietly waiting for. But that is spring, and spring is a long, lovely way away. For now, there is only the winter dark, and the vine resting, and you resting in the same patient dark, in the same unhurried quiet, in the same deep, restorative, utterly sufficient rest. This has been Sleepy Facts with Justin. Thank you for spending this long and gentle night with the vine. Sleep well. Sleep deeply. Sleep as the wine sleeps, in the cool, dark, patient certainty that when morning comes, something extraordinary will be ready, something worth waiting for, something worth every quiet hour of the night that made it possible.